the 16th month since I transmigrated. And after you captured the capital, all the armies that came to the Emperor's aid, upon seeing the bloody remains left by your single strike beside the capital, were so terrified that they immediately retreated along their original routes. Therefore, without any disturbance, the capital city you occupied began to gradually restore order, and new civil and military officials began to appear one by one. And those hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war, after nearly 2 months of rigorous training, finally reached a level where they could participate in forging a strong military spirit. On this day, you stand atop the newly built training platform, overlooking the dark, silent army below, feeling the nascent yet resilient military force slowly gathering. From among hundreds of thousands of soldiers, you meticulously sensed their movements and ultimately selected the 10 strongest individuals. Besides their formidable strength, these 10 are also the most steadfast in their will, and the purest in their belief in you among the entire army. You summon them forward, your eyes slightly closed, and a boundless, ocean-like spiritual power surges forth, transforming into 10 condensed, tangible golden marks, which slowly imprint themselves into the depths of their brows and sea of consciousness. That mark not only contains the complete method for condensing military spirit, but also a trace of your own understanding and application of power. The process was not without risk. 3 of them turned pale instantly and swayed, but they all gritted their teeth and endured, accepting this heavy burden. When they opened their eyes again, their eyes gleamed with a sharp light, and their perception of the military formation was completely different. Although the spiritual power possessed by these 10 individuals is far less vast and boundless than yours, it is as different as the moon compared to a firefly. However, your core army, under your personal leadership, has already successfully forged a strong military spirit on numerous occasions, and the entire army has a deep memory of that resonant power. Add the spiritual imprint you've left on their minds. Although I cannot, like you, condense the general's spirit into a concrete form and manifest it in reality, but it is enough to resonate with the army's momentum through the method of condensing military spirit, thereby gathering the power of military spirit to empower the entire army. The power of military spirit permeated the entire army. The soldiers not only experienced a significant increase in physical strength and heightened senses, but their fear also dissipated. They seemed connected by invisible threads, their minds subtly aligned, their formations shifting smoothly like flowing water. An army receiving such a boost undergoes a qualitative change in its combat effectiveness. Even when facing an enemy 10 times its size, but with comparable equipment, it would be able to crush them and sweep across the battlefield. Subsequently, under your command, 10 generals bearing your spiritual imprint, clad in the black armor bestowed upon them by you, each leading nearly 20,000 elite troops, divided into 10 groups, and marched off in all directions, thus beginning their conquest. This is tantamount to a dimensional reduction attack. Along the way, whether it was the private armies of powerful families attempting to maintain their own forces, or the seasoned veterans who had fought countless battles and guarded the borders, all appeared utterly vulnerable before this army enveloped in the power of military spirit. An army imbued with military spirit is unstoppable in its charge, as solid as a rock in its defense, and executes its tactics flawlessly. Often, before the enemy even engages in battle, they are intimidated by the imposing aura, and their formation falls into disarray. After engaging in battle, they were quickly divided and routed. In just 2.5 months, the iron hooves and the army's might trampled every inch of the central plains. All resistance forces were either annihilated or surrendered at the mere sight of them. The vast central plains, with its thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, all fall under your rule. During this process, some powerful and influential families, seeing that they could not prevail with force, turned to using softer tactics. They try to lure and sow discord among your soldiers with promises of riches, beautiful women, high-ranking positions, and even the promise of sharing secret power. Especially those 10 generals who commanded large armies and were practically regional commanders. The promises were so generous, the conditions so alluring, that they could tempt any tycoon in any era. However, they completely miscalculated. These 10 generals were among the first to follow you. They not only endured countless life or death trials, but also remained immersed in your ever-growing influence. To them, you are not only a monarch, but also the embodiment of faith, the sole guiding light, leading them out of chaos into unprecedented glory. They possess absolute loyalty to you. It's an instinct ingrained in their souls, an absolute belief that transcends life and self-interest. Any external temptation pales in comparison to your towering, majestic figure, appearing utterly ridiculous and powerless. All the envoys from powerful families who attempted to contact you returned empty-handed. Many were even bound by the generals and sent to you along with their bribes. 19th month since I transmigrated. You announced to the whole world that the old dynasty has fallen and a new dynasty shall rise. The imperial edict was sent by fast horse to all directions. The text was extremely concise, yet every word carried immense weight and was resolute. The old dynasty's fate has run its course. From this day forward, all things shall be renewed. The new dynasty was named Fuyao, meaning soaring 90,000 miles on a whirlwind, symbolizing that the new dynasty would ride the wind and soar to new heights, ushering in a new era of vigorous progress and surpassing its predecessors. And you, discarding the cumbersome titles of the old emperors, called yourself the Great Emperor Fuyao. Yet, at the same time, you decreed that the old dynasty's reign title should not be used, nor should a new reign title be proposed. The era name would only be Qiwan, signifying that everything begins with you. This marks the beginning of a truly new era. Everything that came before is now merely a prologue. The first day of the first month of the first year of the Qiwan era, an auspicious day at the beginning of the year. You personally traveled to Mount Tai, renowned as the foremost mountain under heaven, to conduct the most solemn and grand sacrificial ceremony to heaven, formally ascend the throne as emperor, and proclaim this to heaven and earth. On this day, the weather was perfect, the sky was clear and cloudless, and the sunlight shone on the majestic mountains. Solemn procession, as if the heavens were bestowing their favor. You are dressed in a specially made black imperial robe, embroidered with the 12 symbols of the emperor, including the sun, moon, stars, mountains, dragons, and pheasants, and wearing a 12-tassel crown. With steady steps, you ascend the altar atop Mount Tai. That's where the power you sense is most concentrated. Civil and military officials, and meritorious generals lined up in order on both sides of the mountain path. Further away, layers of elite guards, their armor gleaming, surrounded the area. At the foot of the mountain, a vast crowd of people had spontaneously gathered, all eagerly awaiting their arrival. When you finally stand atop the highest point of the altar, turning to face the vast dints, heaven and earth, and the countless subjects below, a thunderous roar of "Long live Emperor" rises to the heavens, shaking the mountains and fields. It was precisely at this sacred moment of ascending the throne that you clearly perceived something deep within your consciousness. That already immense and vast spiritual power, along with the momentum it possessed and utilized, underwent an astonishing transformation, an unprecedented feeling, a sense of transcendence over all things, rose from the depths of my heart. You feel a profound connection between yourself and the mountains beneath your feet, and the vast sky before you. An indescribable, overwhelming force, hundreds or thousands of times greater than before, erupted from within you. Like the natural majesty of a king awakening, it instantly spread and enveloped the entire main peak of Mount Tai. In an instant, the generals and officials on the mountaintop, and even the soldiers and civilians on the mountainside and at the foot of the mountain, all felt their bodies suddenly sink as if the air itself had become thick and heavy. At the same time, they vaguely seemed to see, above the altar, behind your figure, an enormous, imposing, and majestic phantom silhouette emerging. Though fleeting, it left a deep imprint on the hearts of countless people, inspiring even stronger awe and reverence. You realize in your heart that this is the manifestation of power unique to the Emperor, unique to you personally. You attempted to guide and unite this surge of personal momentum, transformed and amplified by your ascension to the throne, using methods that fostered a strong military spirit, with a thought that vast power, as if controlled by an extension of your arm, swiftly converges and solidifies behind you, transforming into a clear, 100-meter-high phantom. This phantom is completely different from the military spirit you and your army have forged. It is not in the form of a warrior wearing golden armor and wielding weapons. Instead, he appears as emperor dressed in imperial robes and wearing a crown. Although his features were slightly blurred, his posture was upright, his hands behind his back, naturally exuding a terrifying aura of dominance and supreme authority. It stands silently behind you, like your shadow, or perhaps your embodiment. Its very existence inspires a sense of reverence and submission, making one dare not utter the slightest disrespect. To distinguish it from the military spirit, you decided to name this phantom, formed from pure personal will, imperial status, and overwhelming power, as the Dharma image. This appearance is a manifestation of your own will, authority, and power, that compared to the military spirit. Forged through the power of an army, the connection between the Dharma image and your mind is far closer and deeper. The Dharma form is practically your other body, as at your fingertips and limbs, and with the slightest thought, you can clearly feel the immense power contained within the Dharma image, a power that transcends the mundane and is capable of shaking mountains. You even have a gut feeling that if you fully unleash the power of your Dharma form, flying through the air and summoning wind and rain might not be impossible. Indeed, I didn't go wrong on the path to becoming Emperor. Standing atop the mountain, feeling the surging power emanating from the image behind you, you sighed with emotion. I never imagined that in this ordinary, magic-free world, I would possess such near extraordinary power. Of course, you know that while the foundation of all this includes the power and influence gained through becoming emperor, the most crucial and essential factor is the cheat-like ability you possess as a time traveler. Without your extraordinary, unwavering willpower, as resilient as immortal gold, and your exceptional insight that allows you to see the essence of things, an ordinary person from a local world, in an environment where there is no extraordinary energy to absorb and no cultivation methods to follow, to cultivate one's spirit to the point of being able to perceive, gather, and even utilize momentum is nothing short of a pipe dream. It is simply impossible. It was your arrival that tore a rift into the extraordinary from this ordinary world. But the matter is far from over. Once you condense the Emperor's Dharma image, your personal status and spiritual perception will leap forward once again. You keenly sensed another, larger, more ethereal yet undeniably real force, slowly converging towards you. The origins of this momentum are exceptionally complex, including the reverence and trust of your battle-hardened soldiers, There was the expectation and loyalty of civil and military officials towards the new dynasty. Furthermore, the people of the world yearn for peace and long for an end to war, and have high hopes and aspirations for a new dynasty. Countless individual, collective, and subtle beliefs and emotional fluctuations intertwine and converge in the unseen realm. This has created a vast, collective force based on the entire newly established Fuyao dynasty, using a concept from your past life's novels. This force could also be called the power of national destiny. It is a comprehensive reflection of a nation's fortune, the support of its people, and its development potential. It is intangible and intangible, yet it concerns the rise and fall of a nation. However, this is a world where extraordinary energy in the conventional sense does not exist, though besides you, no one else can sense the existence of this power of national destiny. It's like a gentle breeze that surrounds the world, unnoticed and uninterrupted. It simply flows, gathers, or dissipates slowly according to some primitive, vague law. It will not spontaneously exhibit any strange or supernatural phenomena. And what can rival this immense power of national destiny in terms of scale? And within this world, there are those famous mountains, great rivers, lakes, seas, earth veins, caves, and other natural wonders. The power of heaven and earth accumulated over countless ages. This power is more ancient, profound, and closer to the laws of nature. Some feng shui masters and geomancers in this world, with long-standing traditions and superb skills, use secret methods. Perhaps they can barely sense even a trace of this cosmic energy and subtly guide or utilize it. This is the root of their feng shui adjustments. But even the most skilled feng shui masters can only mobilize a negligible amount of power, unable to manifest any real extraordinary force. At most, it can slightly affect the airflow and lighting of a residence, or bring a brief psychological suggestion or slight fluctuation in a person's fortune. The effect is limited and unstable. As for the idea that burying ancestral remains in a so-called dragon vein burial site can guarantee a family's wealth and prosperity for generations, producing many talented individuals, don't even think about it. Of course, that was before you came into this world. Now that you have successfully condensed the Emperor's Dharma image, and your personal status and spiritual power have reached a new level, you discover that you can use this image representing your personal will as an anchor point, while simultaneously using your own imperial throne as a pivot. To actively perceive, guide, and gather the complex and primal power of national destiny permeating the territory of the new dynasty. Your mind sinks into the Dharma image, using it as a medium to send a silent summons and a will to rule over the void. And initially, the flow of the nation's destiny was obscure and slow, but soon as if it had found its core, it began to slowly converge towards the summit of Mount Tai, towards your divine image. What began as a few wispies gradually became a trickle, eventually transforming into a mighty torrent. A vast, golden-purple national destiny, like an attracted nebula, begins to swirl around your 100-meter-long imperial robe image. The mist swirls and swirls, its light restrained yet containing boundless vitality and power. You try to guide the power of national destiny that has gathered, just as you initially gathered the military spirit and later gathered the Dharma image. It brings it from a state of disorder and disarray towards a more symbolic and powerful form. This process is even more difficult than forging the military spirit and the Dharma image, because the power of national destiny is too vast, and it involves too many causal beliefs. But you, with the Dharma form as your foundation and the Emperor's heart as your guide, patiently sort through and slowly sculpt it. Time passed slowly, and the pilgrimage ceremony beneath the altar was drawing to a close, but no one dared to disturb you atop the mountain. The aura surrounding the Buddha image grew thicker and brighter, emanating a subtle, majestic rhythm. Yet finally, at a certain moment, all the nation's destiny suddenly contracted inward, then erupted with a deafening roar. A woo! A soul-stirring, heaven-shaking dragon's roar, seemingly emanating from the heavens, suddenly resounded throughout the sky. A five-clawed golden dragon, 1,000 feet long, its body sculpted from gold and jade, its scales and claws gleaming, appeared in the boundless blue sky. It is not completely solid. Its body appears slightly ethereal and transparent, yet the fine lines on each scale are clearly visible. Felt that overwhelming, sacred, and majestic aura. A golden dragon coils and dances, its enormous body almost obscuring part of the sunlight, hovering above your imperial robe image. The dragon's head is lowered, as if paying homage to the Dharma image, to you the emperor, or perhaps guarding you. This dragon's roar is not merely a physical auditory sensation. At the instant the golden dragon appeared, all the subjects of the Fuyao dynasty, whether they were in the bustling capital or a remote border town, were affected. Whether working in the fields, working in the government office, or even in the inner courtyard of a secluded mansion. In the darkness, it seemed as if everyone could hear this majestic and auspicious dragon's roar. No one could explain why, but the feeling was incredibly real, instantly causing astonishment and confusion in countless people, followed by a strange excitement and sense of relief. And closest to you, ever since your divine form appeared, are the civil and military officials and meritorious generals of the Fuyao dynasty, who have been kneeling excitedly on the ground, shouting, "A god has descended to earth, and the mandate of heaven has been bestowed upon us." The feelings at this moment are the most direct and intense. That dragon's roar seemed not to reach their ears, but to resonate directly within their souls, cleansing their spirits. Though when that voice rang out, they felt as if an invisible shackle had been removed from their bodies, and they suddenly felt a sense of lightness. An indescribable feeling of warmth, peace, and hope welled up from the bottom of my heart. In a daze, they seemed to see extremely faint, almost invisible golden specks of light. It scattered from the golden dragon in the sky and subtly merged into his body. This is not an illusion. These are the core officials and generals who were among the first to establish the Fuyao dynasty. In the process of the nation's destiny manifesting and the golden dragon emerging, they have unconsciously formed a deeper connection with the new national destiny under your guidance. The power of the nation's destiny, to a greater or lesser extent, has been shared with them. But even this insignificant amount is enough to subtly enhance their personal fortune and reduce unforeseen calamities. This will make it easier for them to turn misfortune into good fortune and overcome adversity in their future careers and lives. This is the initial manifestation of the merit of following the dragon's lead at the extraordinary level. You did not immediately consider the profound impact of the manifestation of national destiny and the emergence of the golden dragon on the psychology and future fortunes of all subjects. Your mind is largely absorbed in connecting with this newly born golden dragon of national destiny. You carefully perceive the form of the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny, while its size was enormous and its imposing presence awe-inspiring. You also keenly noticed that the golden dragon of national fortune's body was unusually loose. Its level of solidification is even less than the military spirit you initially forged for the experiment. Amidst the flowing golden light, one could vaguely see some dim and unclear areas within, as if the power was not fully replenished, or as if something was missing. After a moment's thought, you understood the reason. The Fuyao dynasty was newly established. Although it unified the world by force, It was still young and everything needed to be rebuilt. People's livelihoods need to be restored. The economy needs to be rebuilt. Systems need to be improved. Culture needs to be integrated. And potential conflicts in various regions need to be resolved. The dynasty's reality has not yet fully caught up with its name. The foundation of its national power is not yet solid. Although the people hope for good governance, true prosperity will take time. Furthermore, although the old dynasty has fallen, some loyal remnants or ambitious individuals inevitably remain hidden in the shadows or have fled to remote border regions, making complete eradication impossible. These destabilizing factors, like tiny lesions on the body of a dynasty, are invisibly eroding and dispersing the cohesion of the nation's destiny. The golden dragon of national destiny still needs time to grow, requiring a truly strong dynasty, peace throughout the land, and the loyalty of all people as nourishment. In the sky, 1,000-foot-long golden dragon slowly swam, eventually coiling behind the imperial robe statue. The dragon's head stands proudly, gazing at the distant mountains and rivers, sharing in the sunshine's warmth and the admiration of all people. At the summit of Mount Tai, your image, and the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny, form an eternal image destined to be etched into the history and legends of this world. A March of the first year of the Q1 era. 2 full months have passed since you ascended the throne, consolidating your power and the nation's destiny. These past few days, you've spent most of your time observing the stars and sensing the changing energy of the nation's destiny, like the golden dragon, taking each breath and growing stronger. You entrusted the numerous administrative tasks that existed at the beginning of the dynasty to your extremely loyal officials. Only on very important matters do you need to make the final decision. For example, purging the remnants of the old regime. Although the previous dynasty had fallen, its deeply entrenched remnants, like a centipede, did not die easily. Those powerful clans, whose lineages have lasted for hundreds of years, still control local land, mineral resources, and the hearts and minds of the people, secretly colluding and plotting their next move. If we don't completely eradicate these old-fashioned scourges, they might pop up again to disgust people at any time. Thus began a thunderous storm that swept the entire nation. The list you personally drafted contains more than a dozen of the most illustrious, and also the most corrupt families. Although these families surrendered to you the moment you swept across the land, that doesn't stop you from settling scores later. The army marched out, bearing the imperial edict, their iron hooves trampling down the vermilion gates. Incisors, liquidation, trials. The process was ruthless and efficient. Mountains of gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings were deposited into the national treasury. Countless fertile fields that had been seized were remeasured, registered, and prepared for distribution to landless refugees, the ghosts of the old era. Exposed to the sunlight of the new era, are ultimately reduced to dust in history. While sweeping away the old forces, a series of detailed and meticulous new policies that benefited all people were rapidly implemented from the central government to every newly established prefecture and county. The equal field system was promulgated, stipulating that farmers should own their land, and that confiscated and unclaimed land should be distributed to the people according to the number of people in the household, while also restricting land consolidation. For the first time, millions of farmers in this world truly a land of their own. The edict encouraging education was issued, establishing numerous official schools in various prefectures and counties, exempting impoverished children from tuition fees, and selecting talented individuals regardless of their background. EU personally inscribed the 8-character school motto: understanding principles, seeking knowledge, developing industry, serving the country, which was then engraved on the entrance of every school. The law for promoting commerce was enacted, simplifying the tax system, standardizing weights and measures, repairing official roads, establishing the Maritime Trade Office to encourage overseas trade. A trade routes, dormant for many years, gradually revived, goods from both the north and south began to circulate, and the bustling markets regained their former vibrancy. The new regulations for workshops strongly advocated for the improvement of agricultural tools, the construction of water conservancy projects, and the promotion of new-style looms. You even sketched out some basic mechanical principles from your memory and distributed them to the imperial workshop, encouraging the craftsmen to study and improve them. These policies were like timely rain, nourishing the parched land. The people found that the heavy taxes and levies weighing on them had decreased. The local bullies had disappeared, their children had places to study, and they could keep more of their harvest. Although life remained austere, a long-lost sense of peace and anticipation began to quietly sprout in the hearts of the people of the new dynasty. April of the first year of the Yuan era. Yu borrowed from the strengthening exercises, further improved and simplified them, creating a set of 12 repetitive exercises for strengthening the body, and it was given a name full of contemporary relevance and appeal. The times are calling. This set of gymnastics movements is simple, clear, and graceful. It requires no equipment, can be performed anywhere, and is suitable for all ages. You to spend 1 or 2 hours each day practicing a few sets of exercises, and within a year, you can bring your body to a healthy state. If you persist in training for more than 10 years, you can develop a body that is immune to all diseases and exceptionally strong. If one can continue training indefinitely, then one can live to the theoretical lifespan limit of a human being in this world. That is, approximately 110 years old. EU ordered the Imperial Medical Academy to take the lead in training a large number of instructors, who were then dispatched to various regions to openly teach in official schools, military camps, markets, and even rural communities. The news caused a national uproar, followed by a sweeping wave of enthusiasm. Initially, people may have tried it out of admiration or curiosity. But soon, the practitioners truly felt the benefits, i.e. my chronic leg pain, which used to cause backaches and leg pain, improved significantly after just 10 days of consistent practice. The child, who was weak and sickly, gradually developed rosy complexion, and the farmer, exhausted from daily labor, also felt his strength increasing. Even more subtle is the sight of thousands of people practicing this set of exercises in perfect unison at the same time. In the light of dawn and dusk, an invisible, uplifting spiritual bond was established among people. Atop the highest point of the palace, looking down from a spiritual perspective, you see wisps of pale white aura tinged with a hint of red rising gently from above the heads of every subject practicing diligently. Although faint, it was unwavering, ultimately merging into the ever-growing golden aura of national destiny above the dynasty. When the people are strong, the nation is strong. The scales and claws of the golden dragon of national destiny become increasingly clear, and even the occasional silent roar can stir up the winds and clouds within 100 miles. And your own imperial image, nurtured by the nation's fortune and your own cultivation, has reached a height of over 130 meters, standing majestically overlooking the mountains and rivers. In May of the first year of the Yuan era, after initial turmoil and consolidation, the Fuyao dynasty has finally entered a period of stable development. In the fields, farmers who had just received their land worked diligently, and the new curved plows turned over the dark soil. In the school, the sound of students reading aloud replaced the usual silence. In the workshop, the furnaces roared, and the clanging of metal filled the air. The various policies benefiting the people have been largely implemented nationwide. Although progress and results vary across regions, the entire country has shown renewed vitality. However, amidst this flourishing scene, you feel a sense of inexplicable frustration and confusion. During this time, you attempted to recreate the world-changing technological creations of your past life. This high-energy explosive was carefully formulated in precise proportions, yet its explosive power was only slightly stronger than the black powder already present in this world. Even more perplexing are electricity and steam. You clearly remember the principle of electromagnetic induction and try to build the simplest hand-cranked generator and wires, but no matter how hard you try, you cannot produce a stable, controllable current. But the same applies to steam engines. The boiler, cylinders, pistons, crankshaft, every component is manufactured strictly according to the drawings, yet when assembled, they simply cannot form an effective power cycle. Either the pressure is insufficient, or the seal fails instantly, rendering it like a pile of sophisticated junk. After repeated checks, you confirm that the fundamental material properties of this world are extremely similar to those of your previous life on Earth, and even many physical constants are strikingly consistent. However, at the level of application and energy conversion, there exists a fundamental and insurmountable obstacle. Could it be that some rule is missing? Looking at yet another failed steam engine model in the workshop, a realization dawned on you. This world, perhaps, lacks the crucial rules at the underlying physical level to support the vigorous growth of that technological tree. You like fertile soil, but lacking a certain micronutrient essential for a particular plant. No matter how much you water and fertilize it, it won't grow. This deficiency is fundamental, not a technical or materials issue. After figuring out the general reason, you abandoned your plan to climb the tech tree quickly using your exceptional comprehension. Instead, he devoted more energy to the in-depth research and development of his own Dharma imagery. In June of the first year of the Kiwan era, with its internal stability largely secured, the dynasty began to turn its attention outwards. Your exploration has revealed that the continent where the Fuyao dynasty is located is half the size of the Asian continent you visited the other day. I wonder if this world is a planet like Earth in your previous life, and whether there are other continents besides this one. Outcome of the war is a foregone conclusion. Faced with a million-strong army capable of initially uniting and utilizing the power of military spirit, enemies still stuck in the stage of individual bravery with cold weapons or simple battle formations are like clay chickens and earthenware dogs. Where the iron hooves trod, nothing is left standing, nothing is left to decay. The army is not only fierce in battle, but also strictly adheres to your strategy of winning hearts and minds and using both suppression and appeasement. The ringleaders and foreign tribes who stubbornly resist will be resolutely eliminated. The surrendered tribesmen and civilians were properly resettled, land was distributed, and physical exercises and basic education were implemented. In just 3 months, the border war was quelled, and vast grasslands, fertile valleys, and rugged mountains were all incorporated into Fuyao's territory. A large influx of people, livestock, and resources was brought in, further strengthening the dynasty's national power. The last banner of resistance was severed at the foot of the snow-capped mountains in the far west. The entire continent fell under the rule of the Fuyu dynasty. At this moment, you suddenly feel something. From the depths of the universe, a powerful force surged forth from all directions, pouring into the golden dragon of the nation's destiny. The already solidified golden dragon raised its head and let out a roar that resounded through the heavens. its body suddenly expanding several times in size. It shone with golden light, its scales bristled, its claws and teeth grew ever sharper, and its eyes were filled with a lively yet majestic aura. Across the entire dynasty's territory, golden clouds of national destiny rolled and surged, covering the entire capital city and your own imperial aura under the massive impact of the national fortune feedback brought about by the unification of the continent has seen its previously slowly increasing height suddenly surge upwards. 150 meters, 200 meters. Finally, it came to a steady stop at a terrifying height of 100 zhang. The Dharma form became more solid, its features clearer as if magnified, clad in imperial robes and a crown, surrounded by a faint golden halo and mysterious, illusory runes. With every gesture, he seemed to be able to draw upon the power of the earth's veins and mountains. You feel that your ability to influence the nation's destiny and your perception of the dynasty's territory have reached a completely new level. In a fleeting moment, one can almost see the details of soldiers changing shifts at a frontier outpost and hear the sounds of reading aloud from a distant village school. On this continent, you have truly achieved the accomplishment of under the whole heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores of the earth, all people are subjects of the king. At October of the first year of the Qiwan era, with the mainland now unified, plans to explore the outside world were put on the agenda. During this period, you assembled an unprecedentedly large maritime fleet. This included 20 giant ships serving as flagships and main forces, equipped with powerful crossbows and large siege weapons, and 180 large ships carrying soldiers and supplies, and 300 flexible and mobile escort and reconnaissance ships. The fleet has a total crew capacity of over 50,000, of whom 40,000 are battle-hardened elites, equipped with improved weaponry, ample supplies. The remaining 10,000 or so people are various support personnel. This includes recruiting experienced veteran sailors nationwide, a daring and meticulous explorer, a scholar well-versed in astronomy and geography, a highly skilled doctor, a master chef. Each ship was loaded with enough food, fresh water and medicine for 2 years, as well as silk, porcelain, tea, and other goods. For trade and display, this team will sail across the ocean to search for other possible continents and explore the boundaries of the world, and opened up sea routes for the Fuyao dynasty to reach a wider world. On a bright and sunny morning, this massive fleet, carrying the mission of exploring the unknown, set sail and headed towards the deep blue sea, gradually disappearing beneath the surface. On November of the first year of the Qiwan era, on this day, you keenly sensed that something new seemed to have appeared in the world. But suddenly, some extremely rare and unusual components, unlike any other air composition, appeared in the air. You mobilize your spiritual essence, using the nation's destiny as a guide, and carefully perceive it. This factor is colorless, odorless, and formless, yet it truly exists. It seems to be everywhere, slowly seeping out from the depths of the earth, the ocean, and even the void, merging into the air, the water, and everything in it. It gives you a feeling of vitality and nourishment, and has a very slight penetrating effect on living organisms, and even non-living matter. Holy crap, spiritual energy is reviving? A familiar phrase pops into your head. The countless fantasy works you read in your past life instantly sparked your imagination. You immediately order the Imperial Medical Academy and some generals who have already broken human limits to conduct research. The initial report quickly confirmed your suspicions. This special factor can be unconsciously absorbed in small amounts by those who break human limits and some exceptionally gifted individuals. After absorbing the nutrients, some people felt more energetic, Some felt their illness lessened, and some experienced a slight increase in strength. Based on various indications, this factor truly is a nascent, gentle form of extraordinary energy. You might as well just call this power spiritual energy. You don't know, because the world is supposed to experience a spiritual resurgence during this time. It's still because you brought extraordinary power that doesn't belong to this world, stimulating this world and causing a resurgence of spiritual energy. A December of the first year of the Q1 era, the world is changing at an accelerating pace. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air is increasing slowly but steadily. Although in your view, it is still too thin to be directly used for high-intensity cultivation or to unleash extremely destructive supernatural techniques, but its impact on the world has already begun to emerge. Within the Fuyo dynasty, the number of reported cases of extraordinary individuals arising from the presence of spiritual energy is gradually increasing. A shepherd boy discovers he can have simple emotional communication with his flock of sheep. When an old carpenter is carving, his work occasionally emits a faint glow, bringing a sense of peace. An ordinary soldier in the border army suddenly unleashed speed and strength far exceeding his usual abilities in a critical moment, but afterwards collapsed from exhaustion. These abilities are diverse, varying in strength, and mostly uncontrollable, working intermittently, but they are undeniably supernatural phenomena. The imperial court reacted swiftly. You ordered the establishment of the Bureau of Mysteries, specifically responsible for investigating, registering, and researching these awakened individuals, assessing their abilities and potential risks, and attempt to provide guidance and basic training to prevent the misuse of abilities from causing panic or chaos. At the same time, the existence and initial effects of spiritual energy were reported to the whole country through the official gazette in a cautious and objective tone, in order to avoid demonization and prevent blind worship. The government emphasized that it was actively studying countermeasures and urged the public to remain calm, continue normal production and daily life, and that practicing physical exercises might help them adapt smoothly to the changes. January of the first year of the Q1 era, a more significant phenomenon makes it almost certain that the birth of Reiki is inextricably linked to you, and that it was influenced by you to some extent. The border troops' routine exercise report mentioned several hundred-man squads composed entirely of new recruits who had never received your personal instruction or practiced the military formations and techniques you created, but after several days of high-intensity collaborative training, living and eating together, and achieving a high level of morale, faint, unstable military spirit power was faintly emanating from the captain leading the team. Although that power was fleeting and unsustainable, and certainly not useful for actual combat enhancement, it did indeed appear. This means that the threshold for generating the power of military spirit, or rather, this special energy generated by the cohesion of collective will, belief, and discipline, has been reached. It's decreasing due to the presence of spiritual energy in the environment. The Reiki can serve as an active catalyst and energy medium. This allows the collective power that would normally require rigorous training, special methods, and even guidance from someone with your strong mental fortitude to be unleashed. Now, once conditions such as number of participants, cohesion, and shared goals are met, it has the potential to manifest naturally. After further research, you discovered that these naturally emerging military spirit powers are very primitive and weak, lacking specific guidance and control methods, and are almost impossible to actively utilize. But existence itself is hope. If the soldiers involved maintain this state of mind, constantly trying and learning, They will likely figure out some basic application techniques on their own over time. This is like a group of people who possess primordial fire. Sooner or later, they will learn how to preserve it, make tools, and even establish a civilization. You stand on the observatory, gazing at the increasingly brilliant stars in the night sky, and at the more vibrant national spirit faintly flickering among the myriad lights of the capital city below, and a sense of clarity washes over you. The spirit of the army, the destiny of the nation, the great power generated by gathering the strength of the masses and uniting the hearts of the people, its operating principle seems to be more than just the will of the people. You realize that the power of military spirit, the ability to gather strength and momentum, seems to be being inscribed into the fundamental rules of this world. Your appearance and actions seem to have fast-forwarded this process and even provided a more optimized template. You deduce that from this moment on, even without your direct intervention and instruction, this world will evolve on its own based on the two fundamental principles of spiritual energy and the ability to gather collective power. The power of military spirit may give rise to various battle formations and military techniques. Similarly, divine magic may arise from shared beliefs. Academic consensus may generate a resonance. Power or law, a new clan talents may emerge based on family bloodlines. A unique and extraordinary civilization, rooted in the collective will, the convergence of beliefs, and the interaction of spiritual energy, is quietly emerging in this world. In that case, I can be considered an extraordinary creator of this world. No wonder my cultivation speed has been increasing lately. It turns out that I've unknowingly become the origin of extraordinary beings in this world. February of the first year of the Q1 era. For nearly 2 years after discovering your potential, you did not slacken in your physical training. However, once your physical strength surpasses the 100,000 Jin mark, you clearly feel an invisible barrier. No matter how much potential was squeezed out, or even the sparse, newly formed spiritual energy in the air was absorbed, the power remained stagnant, as if this body had reached some kind of innate limitation, i.e. you tried to use the power of the nation's destiny to cleanse your meridians and to invigorate your blood with the spirit of the army, but you still couldn't shake that barrier. And in the quiet of the night, as you stroke the rock-solid muscles of your arm, you realize the mortal body has its limits. April of the first year of the Q1 era, you stand atop the dynasty's altar, a 100-foot-tall Buddha image majestically appearing behind you, its golden light illuminating the mountains and rivers. Using the Dharma image as a guide, you gather spiritual energy from all directions, converging it like a tornado into your danchan. Then, you mobilize the immense power of the nation's destiny, pouring it into your limbs and bones like molten gold. The reshaping of the physical body has begun. This process lasted for 7 days, each moment accompanied by excruciating pain from bones breaking and then rebuilding. The last wisp of spiritual energy merged into your bloodline. You roared to the heavens, your voice shaking the very sky. The old body peels away like a molting shell, revealing a shimmering, glassy sheen beneath the new skin. With every movement, the power of mountains and seas seems to surge forth. Your physical strength has now exceeded 1 million Jin, and even more strangely, you have noticed many miraculous phenomena arising within your body. The eyes can perceive the flow of spiritual energy originating from the power of the nation's destiny. A breathing can summon wind and thunder. And where blood drips, vegetation can instantly spring to life. You stand amidst a sea of clouds, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality within you, knowing that you are now of extraordinary stature. In May of the first year of the Q1 era, news reaches you, the sailing fleet that went on its voyage has returned. You pause for a moment, slightly taken aback. According to the original plan, this exploration fleet should have been at least 2 years at sea. When you meet the leader of the group, he presents a nautical chart, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, after sailing towards the South China Sea for 3 months, we suddenly encountered a dense fog. We could not discern directions in the fog, and only our compass spun wildly, passing through the fog and traveling for another 3 months. We arrived directly at the northern border of Fuyu. During this voyage, the fleet encountered many islands of varying sizes, inhabited by indigenous people, but there was no trace of other continents. Indeed, this world is a flat world with a round sky. That foggy area is probably the boundary of the world. I just didn't expect that after crossing the world, the boundary would appear on the other side. This world isn't a planet, which shouldn't surprise you, since you've seen the curvature of the horizon in this world. Moreover, the alternation of the sun and moon and the cycle of the seasons in this world are too regular. What surprises you is that the boundary of this world is not an invisible wall, nor an infinitely extending sea. Of course, it's also possible that the continent you're in is just a remote little place in a larger world. However, this possibility is very small, because in a larger world, it is impossible for your influence to give rise to spiritual energy or even a supernatural system with a strong tendency. July of the first year of the Qiwan era, Arias, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth grows increasingly abundant. In addition to your previous dissemination of theories about power and divinity, and your plans for the future cultivation system of this world, other forces of convergence, distinct from the military spirit, and even the power of national destiny, as well as alternative spiritual forces, began to emerge one by one. The first thing to manifest is the official aura that arises from the differentiation and derivation of the nation's fortune. It did not arise from nothing, but rather naturally accumulated in those officials who upheld justice and cared deeply for the people's livelihood. During a trial, county magistrate was suddenly enveloped in a blue aura. The case file moved without wind, and the real culprit collapsed and confessed on the spot. Thereafter, all honest and diligent officials gradually developed an aura of integrity, which deterred wicked people and helped them distinguish right from wrong. Meanwhile, in those corners once forgotten by history, another force begins to awaken. In this place where thousands are buried, years of lingering resentment and silence, imbued with spiritual energy, give rise to a somber and heavy aura of death. The lingering resentment of the departed souls coalesces into deathly energy. Those who touch it feel as if they have fallen into an ice cave, and all vegetation withers. Meanwhile, in the border military camps, an even more chilling atmosphere had already permeated the air. A murderous aura naturally condenses at the point of clash and amidst the charge of battle. It differs from the collective will and resonance of military spirit. Rather, it is more individualized, attached to the blade of a veteran who has seen countless battles. Sharp, cold, carrying the scent of iron and blood, it bears the unique marks forged on the edge of life and death. Furthermore, some generals infused their killing intent into the army's spirit, so that during a charge, the army's spirit would be as if clad in a layer of blood armor, greatly increasing its power. Besides these forces closely connected to the collective and the place, personal spiritual practice and enlightenment are also beginning to bear fruit. An old scholar, with white hair and exhausted from studying classics, opened his window one morning and saw the rising sun leaping out of the sea of clouds. Suddenly, he understood everything he had read in his life. A gentle yet unyielding spirit rose from his dantian, permeating his entire body. From then on, His words carried the weight of metal and stone, and his poetry and prose flowed effortlessly. This energy is a natural manifestation of the perfection of knowledge and character. It is proof that the spirit has reached a certain state. In a remote mountain temple, an old Taoist priest with white hair and beard, who had been meditating for decades, was in the moonlight one night, using your own understanding of Taoist knowledge and the cultivation methods you have taught, successfully merging the spiritual energy cultivated through years of contemplation and meditation with the vibrant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A wisp of pure and refined Taoist energy is born in the Dantian, circulating endlessly and continuously, and this true energy possesses both the wonders of nourishing the body and penetrating the mysteries of the universe, symbolizing a new path of cultivation that combines inner refinement with external energy. Inside a meditation room in an ancient temple, an elderly monk, who had been in seclusion for many years, saw a glimmer of undying light in the deepest, most tranquil part of his soul. This Buddha's light is not a dazzling brilliance visible to the naked eye, but an inner radiance of enlightenment filled with compassion and wisdom. Born from the purest faith combined with years of meditative practice and spiritual energy. It is clear and transparent, able to see through delusions, calm the mind, and represents another extraordinary possibility for exploring the inner world. In the marketplace, the blacksmith's hammer sparks as he forges, the singer's melodies attract birds to flock to him, and the farmer's seedlings sprout ears of grain overnight. Various unusual phenomena spring up like mushrooms after rain. Standing spiritually, you gaze upon the world and see countless auras intertwining and rising like rainbows, a smile appearing on your lips. A Yan era belonging to cultivators is quietly dawning. On this road, there are the foundation stones you laid with your own hands, and also the infinite possibilities that surge forth from all living beings. To September of the first year of the Yuan era. On this day, you are meditating deep within the palace, your mind and spirit in communion with heaven and earth. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation emanated from somewhere within the dynasty's territory. The ripples spread across the lake's surface, subtle yet clear, carrying a strange rhythm that seemed to belong to a different world. You suddenly open your eyes, a glint of light flashing within them as you try to trace its source, but the fluctuation exists only for a moment before vanishing like a candle flickering in the wind, leaving no trace. However, your intuition tells you that something, not from this world, has descended upon this world. What's going on? Is it because I'm invincible that an enemy has suddenly appeared from the sky? However, that thing that descended upon this world poses absolutely no threat to you, if not the slightest. And after a moment's thought, you did not immediately order the embroidered uniform guard or the Imperial Observatory to conduct a thorough investigation throughout the country. Firstly, the fluctuations dissipate too quickly, making them difficult to pinpoint. Secondly, you have a vague premonition. Now that thing, whether creature or object, has arrived, it won't be silent. It shouldn't be long before it makes a commotion. As expected, from that day onward, some unusual signs began to appear within the territory of the Fuyao dynasty. Throughout the dynasty, some cultivators gradually emerged, who seemed somewhat out of place in this world. Of course, their incongruity is only in your eyes as a time traveler. To the natives of this world, these people might simply be behaving strangely. They were completely ignorant of the dynastic laws, and most of them behaved strangely. According to my subordinates' reports, a few of these cultivators actually dared to storm the government offices. The first place to be affected was a remote county in Qingzhou. All three cultivators suddenly burst into the county government office, claiming they wanted to take over the area, and unleashed spells resembling fireballs and wind blades. The magistrate was shocked, and was about to call for help when he saw the official aura above the county government office spontaneously condense, transforming into a pale golden barrier that reduced the power of the three men's spells by more than half. Immediately afterwards, the 100-man guard stationed in the county town arrived in formation, their military spirit like tigers, their murderous aura soaring to the sky. With just one charge, they shattered the meridians of the three men, killing them instantly. 7 similar incidents occurred in quick succession within a few days, with the same outcome in every one of them. All cultivators who challenged the government were suppressed by the imperial aura. Military formation. This further convinces you that these people are not a disorganized and undisciplined mob. They seem to be driven by some rules or orders and have clear goals to pursue. At the same time, this also confirms that the national fortune and official aura accumulated by the Fuyao dynasty have a significant suppressive effect on these visitors from other worlds, which may be a form of exclusion at the level of world rules. However, not everyone is so reckless. Some people are more restrained. Instead of directly attacking the imperial court, they chose to challenge those within the territory of the Fuyu dynasty who possessed various extraordinary powers. Imperial palace, imperial study. As the candlelight flickered, you finished reading the secret reports from various places one by one, then gently set them down. The moonlight outside the window is cold and clear, and you suddenly feel a little melancholy. To be honest, you'd rather have some kind of object descend upon you than these living, breathing people. While objects can also cause irreversible disasters, the variables they bring are not as numerous as those of living people. Could these people be reincarnated beings from the main god space? This thought flashed through your mind. Infinite flow, mission worlds, life or death struggles. The plots from the novels I read before my transmigration suddenly came flooding back. But, upon closer examination, you shook your head. Reincarnators in the main god space often act in small teams, emphasizing efficiency, and their numbers are limited. But right now, these extraordinary individuals are numerous, numbering in the hundreds according to incomplete statistics. Furthermore, their behavior is disorganized, unlike that of a well-trained reincarnator. This number of arrivals is probably not from the main god space. It's more likely from some game or tower or something similar. Or perhaps, this world is a testing ground created by some advanced civilization, and these people have descended here to complete a trial. Of course, it could also be an improved, higher-spec version of the god space, with a large number of reincarnators leading to a wide variation in the participants' quality. With this thought in mind, you begin to seriously consider how to deal with the situation. Judging from their strength, these extraordinary individuals are currently not a threat. Given their strength, which even the county government couldn't defeat, they're like ants to you, easily crushed. But this doesn't mean all those who descend are so weak. Those who act rashly are likely just among the lowest ranks. Otherwise, they wouldn't be foolish enough to directly confront the official authorities within a unified dynasty in a strange world. Moreover, no one knows whether these arrivals are backed by any godlike or demonic entity. Those unknown entities are what you truly fear. Should I just kill these invaders outright? You tap the table with your fingertip, lost in thought. Taking direct action and sweeping across the entire territory with lightning speed is not difficult for you. By harnessing the dynasty's fortune and combining it with your divine form, you can easily sweep away all invaders within your territory in a short time. In the end, you still didn't choose to simply crush those invaders. First of all, the extraordinary power contained within these arrivals is extremely valuable to you. Whether it's elemental manipulation similar to magic, or some kind of enhancement system based on skills and attributes. They all represent another possibility. If we can understand its essence, it might open new path for you and for the dynasty. You most importantly, you want to try and find a way to traverse the world from these arrivals. Since you were able to sense the fluctuations when they arrived, then when they leave, you might be able to capture a clearer trajectory, or even deduce the coordinates or passageways, and the methods for traversing the world. Most importantly, you don't know if you'll be directly deified after crushing these invaders. Although I've decided not to kill them, once they're on my territory, dragons must coil and tigers must lie low. These invaders can only fight within my rules. Perfect timing. Let's take this opportunity to see what changes these beings from another world can bring to my Fuyao dynasty. October of the first year of the Q1 era. Perhaps they witnessed the immense power possessed by the Fuyao dynasty. The invaders all hid in the shadows. November of the first year of the Q1 era. This should have been a time of peace and prosperity, a time for the people to rest and recuperate, but an urgent report shattered the tranquility of the court. Although those remnants of the previous dynasty and the remaining members of powerful families who fled to remote islands overseas under your swift and decisive actions are now frequently resurfacing in the coastal prefectures and counties of the Fuyu dynasty. They disguised themselves as merchants, mingled with vagrants, and some even spread rumors in an attempt to undermine the foundation of the nation of Yupon. Hearing this news, you were momentarily speechless. To be honest, it's only because these people left early, and they've all gone into exile overseas, that you think it's so difficult to find them anywhere. Therefore, they were given a little more time to catch their breath. When the dynasty's destiny, like a net, envelops the entire world, then we'll deal with it all at once. Who would have thought they would be so ungrateful, failing to appreciate your kindness? Even stranded on a desert island, they still won't just cower and eke out a living. Without a second thought, it's clear that those cowardly invaders gave them the courage, feeding them a few mouthfuls of inexplicable bravery. Very well, you slowly rose, your dark dragon robe shimmering with a dim luster in the candlelight. Let me see what kind of trouble these rats from the gutter, along with those invaders, can cause. In the 12th month of the first year of the Q1 era, the year-end cold wind, carrying fine snow, swept across the majestic imperial city. On this day, an uninvited guest arrived at the palace gates. He was dressed in a simple blue robe and had an unremarkable appearance, yet he requested an audience with you, claiming to be from another world. After receiving the news, you chose to summon this person. At this moment, you are filled with curiosity. You want to see what kind of show these invaders, who have been hiding for months, will put on when they finally can't resist stepping into the limelight. It can't be some far-fetched idea to take you, the emperor who rules over a vast land, under my command and take you away from this world, can it? Inside the Xuancheng Hall, 9 golden pillars stand tall, and wisps of smoke rise from the incense burner shaped like a kiln. You sit high on the dragon throne, your fingertips tapping absently on the armrest, your gaze lowered, scrutinizing the man in the hall who calls himself Zhou Haitao. Zhou Haitao, that's a simple, unassuming name, giving off the vibe of an ordinary passerby. He's clearly an NPC meant to highlight the main character. I've heard, you began, your voice echoing in the empty hall, carrying an undeniable authority. You claim to be from this world, so where do you come from? What are your intentions in coming to this world? Are there any other visitors from other worlds besides you? The question goes straight to the point, without any beating around the bush. Zhou Haitao bowed deeply, his posture extremely humble. Your Majesty, everything I said before is true. I am indeed not a being of this world. As for where I come from, Please forgive me for not being able to speak frankly. At this point, Zhou Haitao paused, took a deep breath as if gathering his courage, then raised his head, a complex light flashing in his eyes. I have come here today at the risk of my life to save the Fuyao dynasty, and even more so, to save your majesty. You raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned forward a little, and a deep interest welled up in your eyes, but a half-smile appeared on your face. Salvation? According to you, does this mean my dynasty will collapse, and I myself will perish? Is there any basis for this? Your tone was calm and even. However, in stark contrast to your calm demeanor, the civil and military officials standing on either side could no longer contain themselves upon hearing these words. These founding fathers who followed you from humble beginnings to establish your empire, weren't they all heroes who had fought their way through blood and fire? The Fuyao dynasty had only unified the continent for a little over a year, a time of great prosperity and rising power. You are even more divinely powerful, with unparalleled strength, suppressing the world, and bringing prosperity to the nation like the blazing sun. At this very moment, someone dares to openly curse the dynasty's downfall and the emperor's demise in the imperial court? How dare you, insolence! Who is this fiend who dares to utter such ominous words, and dares to claim he can save the great emperor? Utterly arrogant. Your majesty. This scoundrel is spreading heresy and harboring treacherous intentions. He should be arrested immediately and executed in accordance with the law. The angry shouts rose like a tidal wave. Several hot-tempered generals bristled, their hands already on the hilts of their swords, a chilling aura filling the hall, and the temperature plummeted. If it weren't for the strict adherence to etiquette in front of the emperor, someone would probably have already rushed up and torn Zhou Haitao to pieces. Faced with a scene that would terrify any ordinary person, you simply pressed your hand down lightly. A simple action, yet it seemed to contain an invisible power, instantly silencing all the noise. As silence returned to the hall, with only wisps of incense smoke rising from the burner. My lords, please calm down, you said slowly, your gaze still fixed on Zhou Haitao. Let him finish speaking. I am also very curious. At this moment, Zhou Haitao's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Although he was a descendant, and among his fellow travelers, he ranked high in strength, possessing some methods that were difficult for people of this world to understand. But facing the ceiling of your world, it would be a lie to say you're not nervous or afraid. Because his detection tools are completely incapable of detecting your true strength. This means your strength absolutely overwhelms his. At the end, it's not just you, those founding ministers, who are subtly surrounded by the dynasty's aura and exude a chilling presence, are not to be underestimated. He had no doubt that if you wanted to lay a hand on him, you could easily slap him to death. But, thinking of his mission and the potentially huge rewards, he forced down his pounding heart, trying to maintain his composure, and continued speaking. His voice was slightly hoarse from nervousness, yet it carried clearly throughout the hall thanks to the power he possessed. Your Majesty, I am not exaggerating. This group of arrivals, number approximately 1,000, and we began arriving in this realm several months ago. He dropped the first key piece of information. Most of them are roughly at the threshold of the extraordinary realm, similar in strength to your dynasty's elite warriors. But a dozen or so of them are quite powerful, and behind them stand the top forces of our world. Zhou Haitao spoke faster, seemingly wanting to finish quickly. These people have many tricks up their sleeves and should not be underestimated. Now, more than half of them have clearly chosen to stand with the remnants of the former dynasty and the remaining noble families overseas. Oh, they provided intelligence, taught skills, and even directly assisted in planning for the remnants of the regime, all with the goal of overthrowing the Fuyao dynasty, seizing His Majesty's throne, and suppressing His Majesty. At this point, he furtively glanced up at your face, and seeing that you remained expressionless, he had no choice but to continue. They made this choice because, according to some rules of our world, helping the weaker party yields greater benefits. It's far more rewarding than simply adding icing on the cake to help the powerful. In their eyes, the overseas remnants, though temporarily weak, are precisely the pawns they can manipulate to gain the greatest benefit. The rise and power of the Fuyao dynasty, ironically, made it the perfect target for their counterattack. A deathly silence fell over the main hall once again, broken only by Zhou Haitao's slightly rapid breathing. The officials' faces still showed anger, but their eyes now held a hint of seriousness and contemplation. They didn't understand what the huge benefits Zhou Haitao was talking about were. But the logic of supporting the weak and subverting the powerful to gain greater benefits is not unfamiliar in the arena of power. After you finished listening, you slowly leaned back on the dragon throne, and the tapping of your fingertips stopped, so that's how it is. The so-called descendants are most likely a group of players with special purposes and following certain rules. Your dynasty, in their eyes, is probably just a game where they can place bets. A cold smile curved your lips. Fine, you like playing when you're behind, huh? You decide to give them a perfect headwind experience. Your gaze sweeps over the anxious Zhu Haitao below. Although he seems timid and his words may not be entirely true, he at least provides an interesting perspective and some information. His decision to inform on you is simply a gamble, a way to gain an unfair advantage in this game. Zhou Haitao, you finally spoke again, your voice devoid of emotion. I understand what you said. You may leave for now and stay at the post station. You are not to leave the capital without my decree. Zhou Haitao, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." At this moment, he dared not say another word. Led by the eunuch, he quickly left the main hall. Only after stepping out of the palace gate and being hit by a cold wind did he realize that his legs were somewhat weak. Isn't this a lower-level world? Why is the Emperor Fuyao giving me such a strong sense of oppression? Zhou Haitao really couldn't understand it. Even if you are the pinnacle of existence in this world, it is still a low-level world. His strength is top-tier even in lower-level worlds, yet he seemed to be struggling to breathe in your presence. It even gave him the feeling that even if all the invaders attacked him, he could suppress them with a single palm strike. Ow, how could that be? It's just the final boss of a low-level world. It couldn't possibly have that kind of power. In Zhou Haitao's view, no matter how strong you are, it's only effective against lower-level worlds. If faced with those who descend from heaven possess resources far exceeding those of this world, we will ultimately have to rely on him. Inside the hall, your gaze was deep as you watched Zhou Haitao's departing figure. Issue the decree. Your calm voice rang out, that effective immediately, all coastal prefectures and counties shall be placed under martial law, and all suspicious persons shall be rigorously investigated. Order the naval forces to strengthen patrols and seize any vessels that approach the coast without orders, regardless of their origin. The embroidered uniform guard is investigating with all its might. I need to know exactly how many people are hiding in those rat holes overseas, what each rat is called, and which invaders they have been in contact with. A series of commands were issued concisely and clearly. With just a few casual words from you, the entire dynasty's war machine began to slowly shift its focus, turning its sharpest edge against the invaders lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, you paused, a deep glint in your eyes. In my name, I hereby issue an edict seeking talented individuals be sent throughout the land. Anyone who is different from ordinary people, regardless of their background or origin, who is willing to serve my Fu dynasty, may come to the capital. I will personally examine them, select them according to their talents, and bestow upon them titles and stipends. Since the arrivals can choose a faction, naturally some arrivals will choose the Fuyao dynasty's side, just like Zhu Haitao. As long as you choose your faction, you won't hesitate to reward those who arrive with secret techniques and cultivation methods derived from this world's cultivation system. Let me see what a battle between twin descendants looks like. You're ready to see a great show. Of February of the second year of the Q1 era, 2 full months have passed since you issued that earth-shattering recruitment order. In the past 2 months, quite a few newcomers have indeed chosen to join the Fuyao dynasty's faction. Faced with these extraterrestrial visitors, you, the founder of the Fuyao dynasty, displayed unprecedented magnanimity. With a wave of your hand, you directly granted them permission to bask in the glorious light of the Fuyao dynasty's destiny. The golden power of national destiny, like warm sunshine and nourishing rain, envelops every descendant who comes to your side. Blessed by the power of the nation's destiny, the arrivals were astonished to find that their strength had increased exponentially, and most importantly, they felt that their comprehension had also improved. At this moment, they truly experienced the incredible power of a dynasty's destiny, a collective force of will. Of course, your nation's destiny power wasn't bestowed for nothing. You can use it to gain a deeper understanding of their extraordinary abilities. These invaders initially harbored arrogance and a sense of superiority towards the native world. However, when the true power of the nation's destiny descends upon them, when they witness you sitting upon the throne, his aura resonated subtly with the entire dynasty's territory and its inhabitants, and his remaining arrogance quickly vanished. They concealed the scrutinizing gaze that had inadvertently lingered, and their words and actions became more genuinely respectful, and they shared the same doubts as Zhu Haitao. Your strength, Emperor Fuyao, is far too great. This is definitely not right. It's even more exaggerated than some of the world's chosen ones they've ever seen. After the initial surprise came joy. They felt they had chosen the right side, and that the game was now in the bag. Even if those who choose the inferior faction receive some boosts, no matter how much they are boosted, it should not be as significant as the improvement brought by the power of national destiny. A march of the second year of the Q1 era, the remnants of the former regime, who had previously occasionally surfaced and caused minor troubles, seemed to have vanished overnight, leaving no trace of their activity. The real show should be happening soon, you murmured to yourself, standing on the observatory in the capital, gazing at the brilliant starry sky. April of the second year of the Q1 era. On this day, you are in seclusion in a quiet chamber deep within the palace, your mind deeply integrated with the dynasty's destiny, sensing every subtle energy flow within its territory. Suddenly, a peculiar spatial fluctuation appeared outside the capital city. You suddenly opened your eyes, a golden purple light seemingly swirling within them, piercing through the walls of the quiet room, as if staring directly at the source of the fluctuations. Ki's knowing smile played on his lips. After preparing for so long, you finally couldn't hold back anymore? Almost at the same time you sensed something was wrong, alarm bells rang throughout the capital. Outside the west gate, dust suddenly rose on the horizon, and an army appeared out of nowhere without warning. The number of people was approximately 3,000, their ranks so perfectly aligned. They were almost rigid, their movements synchronized as if they were one person. They wore standard, yet distinctly different, blood-red armor from this world, and wielded strange weapons that emitted a chilling light. As silence reigned, only a chilling aura rose to the sky, causing the wind. Clouds within a radius of dozens of miles to change color. It even more striking is that, at the heart and on both flanks of this army, there were clearly dozens of men and women whose clothing and demeanor were distinctly different from the soldiers. Their auras, some flamboyant, some restrained, surged with an energy radiance entirely different from the cultivation system of the Fu dynasty. They were the invaders who had chosen the opposing side. As soon as this allied force appeared, without any probing or warning, a young man who appeared to be a descendant general waved his hand at the head of the formation. The 3,000 silent soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons. The next moment, 3,000 beams of energy, each a different color but equally sharp, converged into a destructive torrent. It slammed headlong into the tall, imposing city gate of the capital, which was engraved with protective arrays. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, and the thick city walls of the capital shone brightly, with countless ancient runes automatically appearing and circulating. Just as the attack was about to touch the city gate, a golden light curtain, solidified as if it were solid, appeared out of thin air, flowing with illusory images of mountains and rivers and scenes of people's prayers. They steadily withstood a combined attack powerful enough to instantly destroy a mountain. The light curtain rippled slightly, yet remained unbreakable. It was you who mobilized the national fortune of the Fuyao dynasty to construct defenses at the first opportunity. Your senses, like invisible tentacles, subtly sweep over the enemy troops outside the city. Those 3,000 soldiers gave you an extremely strange feeling. Their aura was cold and lifeless, lacking the emotional fluctuations and spiritual vitality of normal living beings. More like precisely manipulated combat puppets infused with immense power, or rather, humanoid weapons. Their energy connections are incredibly strong, seemingly forming a kind of combined battle formation, causing the overall threat to increase exponentially. Despite their small number, in terms of sheer strength, this army could rival the 100,000-strong army of the Fuyao dynasty. As for the dozens of arrivals, their strength varied, but even the weakest among them wasn't much weaker than Zhou Haitao. While this armament relentlessly and mechanically bombarded the national destiny light barrier, attempting to break through its defenses through high intensity attrition, you had already completed your deployment within the capital. My ministers, follow me to meet the enemy. A calm yet supremely authoritative voice resounded throughout the palace. EU, dressed in imperial robes, led the way out of the main hall. Though the civil and military officials wore solemn expressions, not one panicked. They quickly lined up to follow, having already received the assembly order. Nearly 100 descendants belonging to the Fuyao dynasty camp, led by Zhou Haitao and others, quickly gathered behind you. Their eyes were filled with excitement, tension, and a burning desire to fight. At the very back stood 30,000 heavily armored, solemnly silent imperial guards. They were the dynasty's most loyal and elite armed forces, their iron armor reflecting a cold glint, like a silent forest of metal. The group climbed the tall city gate tower of the West Gate, looking down upon the strange enemy army outside the city. At the moment you appeared atop the city wall, an overwhelming imperial aura, mixed with the profound aura of national destiny, swept outwards like an invisible tsunami. The invaders outside the city suddenly felt their breath catch in their throats, their souls as if struck by a heavy hammer, and the energy flowing within their bodies momentarily stagnated. That was an absolute suppression of status and power, a natural rejection of intruders by the chosen one of this world. However, those who dare to choose to oppose a rising dynasty are all individuals of unwavering resolve and extraordinary abilities. He's a madman accustomed to adventure and challenges. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly regained their composure, each employing their own methods to diffuse or adapt to the oppressive aura. Their eyes sharpened again, even taking on a scrutinizing and defiant look. Of course, this is mainly because you are still holding back. If you hadn't taken them, the combined pressure you exerted with the nation's destiny would likely have crushed them to death. Immediately afterwards, from within the enemy ranks, a handsome young man, dressed in a magnificent brocade robe with cloud patterns, yet possessing an arrogant gaze, stepped forward. He strode through the air, hovering at the same height as the city wall, displaying his superb cultivation. Then he looked directly at you, his voice amplified by some kind of amplification spell, carrying clearly and loudly throughout the battlefield. Could the person on the city wall be the great Emperor Fuyo himself? To end the chaos of the world single-handedly and create the extraordinary. There is no denying that you are a true powerhouse, even among the many heroes Gu Union have ever seen. The young man's tone carried a condescending, judgmental tone. He paused slightly, as if wanting to observe your reaction, but your expression remained calm and expressionless. He continued, I believe those worthless people who have sided with you must have told you at least a little about our origins. To tell you the truth, in my view, the world you live in is nothing more than a low-level world with scarce resources and flawed laws. With your current strength, should be able to sense that invisible shackle between heaven and earth, that barrier that prevents you from reaching a higher level, right? What kind of barrier? Is there one? Why didn't you sense it? You reflect on your cultivation journey from the moment you arrived in this world until now. You only encountered a bottleneck in physical strength back then. You haven't really encountered any other shackles or barriers. While you were pondering, Gu Union continued, his voice carrying a seductive undertone. Confined to this realm, even if you become a king or emperor, you'll ultimately be a frog in a well, unable to see the true vastness of the starry sky. It's a real pity that your talent is wasted in such a cage. Today Gu Union, representing the Gu family behind me, will give you a chance to lay down your resistance and submit to me. I can lead you out of the shackles of this world and into a wider, more advanced one. With your foundation and potential, you will undoubtedly gain unimaginable resources and inheritance, and your future achievements will far surpass those of a mere emperor in this realm. So, will you choose to be killed here and perish with this lowly world, or seize the opportunity and embrace an infinite future? These words are extremely revealing, filled with both denigration of the local world and boasting of one's own background. On the city walls, many officials wore angry expressions, while the invaders had complex emotions. You did not immediately respond to Gu Yunyan's offer of surrender. Instead, you slightly turned your head to look at Zhou Haitao, who was standing beside you, and asked in a calm tone, who is this person? He's quite arrogant. Also, what's his meaning regarding this lower world? Zhou Haitao immediately stepped forward, bowed, and reported in a low voice, soft enough for the nearby officials to hear clearly. Reporting to Your Majesty, this person is named Gu Yunyan, and is recognized as the strongest among our group of arrivals. His family, the Gu family, is one of the most prestigious and powerful families in our world, with unfathomable resources. As for what constitutes a lower-level world, at this point, Zhou Haitao paused briefly, organized his thoughts, and then recounted some common knowledge about his world. The world Zhou Haitao inhabits possesses a multitude of cultivation systems because it can descend into different worlds. Some powerful individuals in their world established a unified hierarchy of strength based on individual life levels and power, or from lowest to highest level. They are roughly Transcendent 10th rank, True King, God Emperor, Ancient Emperor, Immortal. The 10 levels of transcendence correspond to the first, second, and third levels in the void. The fourth level corresponds to the True King, and so on. A God Emperors, Ancient Emperors, Immortals, those kinds of beings were far beyond Zhou Haitao's reach. He had only heard of them. However, according to reliable records, even a true King-level powerhouse possesses immense power capable of seizing stars and the moon and roaring down celestial bodies. Their full power unleashed is enough to easily annihilate worlds below the intermediate level. When Zhou Haitao spoke of this week, a look of mixed awe and longing appeared on his face. Based on this ranking of strength, the world Zhou Haitao exists in is determined by the strength of the cultivators it can stably support. Based on criteria such as the completeness and strength of world laws and resource abundance, the known world is uniformly divided into 12 levels. Worlds of levels 1 to 3 are referred to as low-level worlds. The laws governing this type of world are relatively simple and fragile, with a lower energy level. They typically only allow beings or below the third level of the transcendent realm to reside or be born in the long term. Forcibly accommodating stronger individuals will either lead to the disruption of the world's laws and the collapse of the environment, or the stronger individuals themselves will be severely suppressed or even face rejection from the world. The world you are currently in is a level 2 world. Levels 4 to 6 constitute the intermediate world, capable of supporting beings at the 6th level of the extraordinary realm, and even those newly entering the True King level. The levels 7 to 9 are considered advanced worlds, capable of accommodating True King level powerhouses and even supporting God Emperors. Levels 10 and 11 constitute the superworld, the stage where ancient emperors clashed. As for level 12, it is called Immortal World. Currently, the only immortal world Zhou Haitao knows of is the one they inhabit. However, Your Majesty need not worry. The beings that allow us to traverse worlds will not permit powerful beings to descend upon lower-level worlds. Furthermore, due to the limitations of the world-class level, even with Gu Yunyan's powerful background, he cannot produce items that surpass the world-class level. After hearing this, you nodded slightly. You've calculated your own strength. With your current power, even with the added national fortune, you probably wouldn't be a match for the True King. Furthermore, since Zhou Haitao's world has such a division, it must contain immortal beings. What kind of situation is this? We've already run into such a powerful force before even leaving the starting village, giving us absolutely no time to develop. Although, according to Zhou Haitao, some powerful beings in their world are subject to certain restrictions and cannot descend into lower-level worlds. But who knows if there are any loopholes in these restrictions? It seems we must find a way to travel between worlds through these arrivals. A wise person doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. You should at least have a way to escape. After regaining your senses, your gaze returned to Gu Yunyan, who stood suspended in mid-air outside the city, along with the silent army of weapons behind him and the various expressions of the descendant. At this moment, the setting sun, like blood, dyed the sky and earth a golden-red hue. A great battle was about to erupt. You slowly raise your hand, and countless fine golden runes seem to flicker and flow at your fingertips, resonating with the capital city beneath your feet, and the entire landscape of the Fuyao dynasty. Your imperial robes fluttered without wind, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from you. causing the very space to tremble slightly. That was not merely the power of national destiny, but also contained a strange rhythm closely connected to the origin of this world, yet seemingly transcending it. Within my territory, my rules are the mandate of heaven. As you speak, you take a step forward, and the bricks of the city tower beneath your feet hum. Suddenly, the national destiny light screen of the entire capital city blazes brightly, its light shooting into the sky and illuminating half the sky as if it were daytime. Enough with the boasting. Let me see just how much you so-called visitors from the higher world really amount to, daring to dream of subduing me. Let's see if you can even shake a single brick or tile of my lowly world. With a wave of your hand, you summon the Imperial Guards behind you, and under the influence of the dynasty's aura, 30,000 powerful, resolute, and fervent wills surged into the sky. Endless golden red light surged from each soldier, converging above the city gate, swirling, condensing, and shaping. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled, and the wind and clouds changed color. In the blink of an eye, a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth resounded. A colossal creature, over a kilometer long, suddenly took shape. Its entire body is composed of a solidified, crimson gold light. Each scale was crystal clear, shimmering with a cold, metallic sheen, and fiery, divine radiance. The dragon's head stands proudly, its eyes like two burning suns, overlooking all living beings, its supreme majesty permeating all directions. This is precisely the manifestation of the military spirit, the crimson gold, divine dragon embodying the unwavering will, loyalty, and fighting spirit of the 30,000 Imperial Guards. A divine dragon coiled atop the city gate, its massive body almost obscuring half the sky, casting a shadow that blanketed a large section of the city wall. The dragon's might was like a prison, pressing down on many of the rebel forces. Outside the city, causing their blood to surge and almost making them kneel in fear, Yu Yunyan's eyes narrowed slightly, his casual demeanor fading somewhat, but the sneer at the corner of his mouth remained, the military spirit transforming into a dragon. That's somewhat interesting, but before he could finish speaking, the crimson gold dragon had already launched its attack. The dragon slightly raised its head, its massive mouth opened, and a blinding golden light rapidly expanded from deep within its throat, as if it had swallowed a miniature sun. The next moment, a blazing golden torrent, over 10 meters in diameter, tore through the air like divine punishment. With a deafening roar and an aura of annihilation, it shot towards the location of Gu Yunyan and the other core descendants. Where the dragon's breath passed, space distorted slightly, and the ground was scorched black by the escaping high temperature. But this strike was as fast as lightning and as fierce as thunder. Even a second-tier extraordinary being would be injured upon contact, and a third-tier being would not dare to withstand it head-on. However, the resistance forces were indeed prepared. Beside Gu Yunyan, the 3,000 soldiers who had been silent as ice, their auras flowing as one, moved. Their movements were perfectly synchronized and seamless, as if 3,000 people shared the same thought process. Faced with the devastating dragon's breath, they made a jaw-dropping move. 3,000 streams of cold, deathly, yet strangely vital blood energy erupted, frantically attracting, entwining, and merging with each other. Unlike the crimson gold divine dragon, whose military spirit is a convergence of collective power and command of will, these 3,000 soldiers are a true fusion. Their flesh, energy, and even souls were forcibly fused into one under the influence of a sinister secret technique, and in an instant, a terrifying giant, hundreds of meters tall, stood atop the earth. It was dark red all over, as if it were made of congealed blood and cold. Dense, Impenetrable crimson aura swirled around his body. Within its churning motions, countless twisted faces could be vaguely seen wailing. Anya the giant's face was blurred, with only two eerie blue flames flickering in his eye sockets. It lacks the majestic aura of a military spirit. Yet it is filled with a savage, bloodthirsty, and ominous oppressive aura. This is the blood fiend puppet. The puppet materialized, and facing the approaching golden dragon breath, it let out a silent roar. Without dodging or evading, it raised its mountain-like fist, wreathed in overwhelming bloodlust, and unleashed a devastating punch. A boom! A cataclysmic collision erupts. Golden and crimson light intertwine, erode, and annihilate each other. An energy storm swept in all directions, blowing sand and stones flying, and some unlucky people who were nearby were directly thrown away. Although the 100-meter-tall puppet still appears small compared to the 1,000-meter-tall dragon, its solidity and the power it unleashes are terrifying. The golden dragon breath, powerful enough to melt gold and iron and shatter mountains, struck the puppet's fist and the bloodthirsty aura surrounding it. It quickly dimmed and dissipated, ultimately being completely dissolved by the bloodthirsty aura that seemed capable of devouring energy. Only a faint scorch mark remained on the puppet's fist, which was quickly covered by the newly surging bloodlust. Good. Gu Yunyan clapped his hands and laughed, but there was no warmth in his laughter, only a condescending coldness, as expected of a founding emperor who rose from humble beginnings to unify the country. His ambition is truly remarkable. However, his tone shifted abruptly, his contempt now undisguised. I've seen many heroes like you in countless lower worlds. Perhaps you are the chosen ones of your world, blessed by destiny. Unfortunately, those who are like frogs in a well will never understand what a higher world is. The methods of the higher world are beyond your imagination. He said no more, his cold smile deepening, and he uttered a low shout, "Spirit fusion." Before he finished speaking, Gu Yunyan and all the beings around him simultaneously erupted with blinding blood-red light. This blood-red light was not the filthy bloodthirst of the puppet warriors, but a purer, crimson energy with eerie rhythms and flowing runes. Their figures blurred in the bloody light, then transformed into 5 streaks of crimson light, instantly piercing the chest of the 100-tall puppet. A roar. The puppet soldier roared to the sky, its sound waves materializing and causing ripples in the air. Then its enormous body underwent an astonishing transformation. As if compressed by an invisible giant hand, his 100-meter body rapidly shrank, 50 meters, 30 meters, finally settling at a height of about 10 meters. Its size has shrunk tenfold, but the aura emanating from the puppet has undergone a complete transformation. The previous blood fiend puppet was powerful, but somewhat chaotic. At this moment, its dark red skin became smooth and hard. A set of grotesque, all-over black armor materialized out of thin air, enveloping his torso and limbs. The armor was engraved with countless intricate and eerie crimson demonic runes, flickering constantly as if they were alive and breathing. The helmet completely covered his head, revealing only 2 even more intense, seemingly intelligent, ghostly blue soul flames. More importantly, its imposing presence. If the previous puppet warriors were ferocious beasts, now they are demon gods descending. A terrifying ferocious aura, mixed with a cold, superior life force, surged into the sky, directly disrupting the celestial phenomena within a radius of dozens of miles. Dark clouds gathered out of nowhere, lightning flashed and thunder roared, a howling wind carried the stench of blood, and the ground trembled slightly, as if unable to withstand its presence. Its energy level suddenly surged. "Your Majesty, be careful." Zhou Haitao, who had been watching the battle with bated breath, hurriedly shouted a warning, speaking very quickly. This is the Gu family's core secret technique, the god of war. They use themselves as a catalyst to fuse with weapon puppets and transform into true demon gods. A 10-meter-tall demon god, its energy condensed to its limit, has firmly stepped into the limit of the third level of the extraordinary realm and can even contend with a powerhouse who has just entered the fourth level for a short time. That armor and demonic runes are the weaponry of a demon god, greatly enhancing attack, defense, and energy conduction. It's impossible to defeat it by brute force. As if to confirm Zhou Haitao's words, Gu Yunyan, who had transformed into a 10-meter-tall demon soldier, moved. Yue without any grand gestures, he simply took a step, leaving a deep, cracked footprint in the ground. The figure appeared like a ghost beside the crimson gold dragon, its armored fist slamming heavily into the dragon's body. Ye bang, ye dull, drum-like sound exploded. The crimson gold dragon let out a painful roar. The struck area flashed and flickered with crimson gold light, and large patches of its dragon scales shimmered and disintegrated. The entire dragon's body was blasted sideways for hundreds of meters, crashing into and collapsing a small hill in the distance. The demon god of war pressed his advantage relentlessly, his figure flashing, leaving behind afterimages as he unleashed punches, elbows, knees, and kicks. His entire body transformed into the most terrifying weapon, unleashing a torrent of attacks around the crimson gold dragon. Each strike contained immense, earth-shattering power and extremely corrosive, bloodthirsty divine power. Although the crimson gold divine dragon is enormous and possesses immense power, its dragon breath and claw attacks are still quite formidable. But faced with the absolute speed and power of demon god, as well as its bizarre demonic weaponry, it appeared clumsy and passive. They could only barely parry. The light on the dragon's body dimmed at a visible speed, and the faces of the 30,000 Imperial Guards, whose military spirits had been condensed, turned pale, their blood churning. You naturally couldn't stand idly by and watch your elite Imperial Guards be wasted here. With a thought, the order was relayed throughout the entire area. AO officials lend their support, and the invaders join the attack. Above the Imperial City, the capable civil and military officials, nurtured by the nation's fortunes, had long been unable to contain themselves. Upon hearing the order, they all responded in unison, "As you command." Nearly 100 banners, varying in strength, but all radiating the aura of dynastic power, literary talent, or military might, rose from the city walls. Abi the civil official wielded his brush, each word a gem, transforming them into exquisite prose and legal chains, attempting to bind the demon god of war. The general roars and phantom images of swords, spears, and halberds flash through the air, carrying the killing intent of the battlefield, slashing towards the demonic body. Furthermore, those skilled in formations and talismans joined forces to set up formations that would trap and weaken the enemy. And meanwhile, several of the arrivals who chose to side with the dynasty also displayed their unique abilities. They employed diverse methods, swordsmen who wielded flying swords, mages who summoned elemental spirits, assassins as swift as lightning, and strongmen wielding heavy hammers. Although their individual strength may not match that of Gu Yunyan and the others, their combined power is not to be underestimated. In an instant, attacks of various attributes and forms of restraint surged towards the demon god of war from all directions like a tidal wave, cooperating with the crimson gold divine dragon in an attempt to suppress him. After receiving reinforcements, the crimson gold dragon felt slightly relieved. It roared, spewing dragon breath and brandishing its claws. coordinating with the attacks of the officials and the descendants to barely withstand the onslaught of the war demon god. However, they were still at a disadvantage, only managing a hard-fought resistance, with soldiers constantly being injured and forced to withdraw, and the fluctuations in the Imperial Guard's morale becoming increasingly intense. Although you may perceive Gu Yunyan's use of the demonic soldier technique as incomplete, that's only true for you. For others, the demonic soldier's power is beyond imagination. That demonic armor possessed astonishing resistance to energy attacks. Many spells and runes were significantly less effective when they landed on it. His physical strength and speed are terrifying. Often, a single punch or kick can shatter a large area of attack, even causing some attackers to cough up blood. What's most chilling is that, even after such a fierce battle, the demon god of war still doesn't seem to be using his full strength. The eerie blue soul flame calmly surveyed the battlefield with a cat and mouse composure, at the as expected, seeing that the combined defenses could not be completely defeated in a short time. The war demon god seemed to lose patience. The game should end. A chilling mental echo reverberated across the battlefield. The demon god slowly raised his right hand, making a loose fist. The demonic runes on his palm suddenly glowed with a blinding blood-red light, and the bloodthirsty energy in the surrounding space frantically gathered, compressed, and condensed. A strangely shaped weapon gradually took shape. It was a demonic blade over 3 zhang long, its entire body forged from blood crystal. The blade was narrow and slightly curved, with jagged barbs and blood grooves on both sides. Countless tiny blood vessels seemed to pulsate at the hilt. The instant the demonic blade took shape, a purer, more violent, and terrifying aura, seemingly capable of severing life and devouring souls, spread out, sending chills down the spines of everyone who sensed it, and causing their souls to tremble. "Ye blood fiend blade!" Zhou Haitao exclaimed in shock, his face turning deathly pale. "Everyone be careful. This blade is specifically designed to break through energy shields and can damage the very source of one's energy. Seeing this, you know it's time for you to step in. After all, while you're watching the show, you don't want your people to suffer too much loss." You take a step forward, and golden ripples seem to spread out beneath your feet. A magnificent aura erupted, resonating with the dynasty's destiny. "Oh, hold head high." A dragon's roar, more ancient, more majestic, and more magnificent than that of the crimson gold dragon, resounded from the depths of the imperial palace, from every inch of the dynasty's territory, and from the unspoken beliefs of hundreds of millions of people, soaring straight to the heavens. Above the heavens, the winds and clouds shift once more. Endless golden auspicious clouds gather, churning and swirling in the sea of clouds. A phantom image of a 5-clawed golden dragon, dozens of times larger, more solid, and more sacred than the crimson gold divine dragon, slowly emerged from the clouds. At its eyes, like the sun and moon, look down upon the human world, its body surrounded by the illusory images of mountains, rivers, geography, culture, etiquette, agriculture, and commerce. You extend your index finger, point it in the air, and point it at the god of war. In my name, may the fate of the nation be sealed against. Demons, the golden dragon of national destiny roared silently, and the boundless power of national destiny transformed into a visible golden torrent. Like a celestial river hanging upside down, or a towering mountain pressing down, carrying the power of an entire dynasty's order, and the will of the people, it crashed down upon the war demon god below, who was disrupting the celestial phenomena and exuding an aura of ominousness and rebellion. This is not a pure energy shock, but rather a suppression carrying a trace of the laws of nature, targeting anything that opposes the dynastic order and damages the foundation of the dynasty. Boom! Under this overwhelming and unstoppable divine might, the demon god of war, who was about to wield the blood fiend blade, suddenly froze. That overwhelming, malevolent aura seemed to have met its nemesis, violently fluctuating and dissipating. The demonic armor surrounding it creaked under the strain, its demonic runes flickering erratically. The 10-meter-tall demonic body, as if struck hard by an invisible giant hand, buckled at the knees with a loud thud. He was forced to his knees by the force of the impact, smashing a deep crater into the hard ground, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading for dozens of meters. The blood-red light on the demonic blade dimmed slightly. Yu Yunyan's mental fluctuations, a mixture of shock and rage, rang out. Suppression of national destiny. Just as expected. However, he seemed to have been prepared, and despite his shock and anger, he remained calm. I was prepared for this. Dragon Sealing Pillar, go. The descendants knew the general, extraordinary characteristics of this world before they even arrived. Yu Yunyan naturally also carried a special magical artifact specifically designed to counter the power of national destiny. With a sharp shout from Gu Yunyan, 18 beams of dark light suddenly shot out from the chest of the kneeling demon god. They were actually 18 short pillars, each about 3 feet long, entirely black, made of an unknown material, their surfaces densely covered with countless strange and twisted runes. Those runes were not static, but rather flowing slowly, emanating an aura of isolation, suppression, and imprisonment of all laws. The 18 dragon sealing pillars shot into the air, but instead of attacking the golden dragon of national destiny, they swirled and arranged themselves in an incredibly mysterious trajectory, instantly forming a massive formation covering an area of hundreds of miles. The moment the formation was complete, an invisible and powerful sealing force spread out. The phantom of the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny in the sky trembled violently, letting out roar filled with pain and rage. The national destiny power that had been pouring down like a golden ocean seemed to instantly encounter an invisible barrier, becoming stagnant and obscure, its connection with the empire below appearing to be severed and weakened. The golden torrent enveloping the demon god of war was greatly weakened. Although it still suppressed him to the ground, it could no longer exert that absolute crushing force. Within a radius of 100 miles, all forces related to the dynasty's officialdom, laws, and order were as if shackled, their operation hampered, and their power drastically reduced. The official aura emanating from the officials dimmed, and the spells cast by the descendant that relied on local rules or auras were greatly diminished in effectiveness. Even the crimson gold dragon's light flickered again, showing signs of waning. The dragon sealing pillar, the heaven sealing and fortune-locking array. Zhou Haitao's face turned ashen. They even brought this special magical artifact specifically designed to counter the dynasty's fate. Your Majesty, if this formation is not broken, the power of the nation's destiny will be greatly suppressed within 100 miles, and our strength will also be somewhat restricted. The sudden decline of the nation's fortunes could no longer suppress the war god. He had already risen, his aura seemingly even stronger than before. The battlefield situation has been reversed once again due to this sudden appearance of the dragon sealing pillar. Emperor Fuyao, I'm giving you one last chance. Submit to me, and I will free you from this cage. Yu Yunyan's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, carrying an air of condescension and unquestionable authority. Clearly, he hasn't given up on winning you back, mainly because, of all the lower realms he's experienced, you are the most talented person he's ever met. By winning you over, he will have a lot more face among the disciples of the same aristocratic families. "Oh, you think you've got this in the bag?" Your voice rang out calmly, not loud, yet clearly reaching everyone's ears, carrying a hint of mockery. This mockery wasn't directed at power, but rather at Gu Yunyan's deep-seated arrogance, stemming from a higher world. Of course, normally speaking, Gu Yunyi does have the right to be arrogant when facing natives of a lower-level world. Unfortunately, he ran into you, a transmigrator, with cheat codes. If Gu Yunyan were truly the fourth calamity possessing the controller, you might have just surrendered. But the other party is not. You won't listen to reason, so here comes the punishment. Fine. Since you've made your choice, then take your dynasty to hell. Gu Yunyan's last shred of feigned patience crumbled completely, his tyrannical and cruel nature erupting like a volcano. With his furious roar, the war demon god let out a silent howl, and his tangible, ferocious aura exploded. Like a tsunami, a boom. The invaders and officials who were attacking from the side were all violently blasted away by the sudden, fierce shock wave. Those with weaker cultivation levels immediately coughed up blood, and the sound of bones breaking echoed incessantly. Even the crimson gold dragon, which had just regained its footing, was shaken violently by this violent force, its golden scales dimming slightly once more. And at the very instant the shockwave erupted, the massive body of the war demon god vanished with a ghostly speed disproportionate to its size. In the next instant, shadows enveloped the area where you were. The demon god of war stands before you like a mountain, wielding a dark red demonic blade formed from endless bloodlust and wailed with the cries of wronged souls. With a terrifying force that seemed capable of tearing the heavens apart, it mercilessly slashed down towards your head. Before the blade even arrives, the pure killing intent and aura of destruction have already silently turned the bricks beneath your feet into dust. Stop. No. His Majesty? Stop it. Exclamations and roars came from all directions. The officials, blasted away by the blast, were filled with rage and, disregarding their own injuries, forcefully channeled their inner energy, transforming into streaks of light as they desperately tried to rush back. The invaders displayed various expressions, but all began to retaliate in order to fulfill their faction's mission. The crimson gold dragon roared deafeningly, its massive body stirring up the wind and clouds as it swooped down, carrying with it a majestic dragon's might. However, everything happened too fast, and all the rescue efforts seemed doomed to failure. The bloodthirsty demon blade tears through the air, already touching the tip of your hair. At that moment, Zhou Haitao's pupils contracted slightly, and a divine talisman radiating unknown energy appeared in his hand. He was about to channel his magical power into the talisman to activate it, but then he seemed to see something, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. He abruptly stopped himself and quietly slipped the talisman back into his sleeve. Faced with a fatal blow that could easily cleave a mountain in two, you simply stood still, not even blinking. His face remained as calm as a deep pool. Aid clang. There was no scene of carnage and annihilation as everyone had anticipated. A deep, resonant sound, seemingly echoing deep within the soul, suddenly resounded. Only a thin, almost translucent, pale golden barrier, less than 3 inches from your body's surface, appeared out of thin air. Above the barrier, the illusory images of mountains and rivers flow. The chanting of prayers from millions of people can be faintly heard, and an ancient, profound, and inviolable aura of majesty permeates the air. The blood-fiend blade slammed down on the pale golden barrier, its terrifying power enough to severely damage one's very essence and annihilate one's soul, failing to even cause a ripple, like a mud ox sinking into the sea. The barrier remained completely still, not even flashing a light, as if that devastating attack were nothing more than a gentle breeze brushing across a hillside. Protected by the nation's destiny? That's impossible. Yogu Union gasped in shock, his violent temper instantly replaced by unbelievable horror. He suddenly looked up at the enormous array in the sky, faintly visible, seemingly sealing away the secrets of heaven. But the heaven-sealing and fortune-locking array continued its slow rotation, with illusory chains hanging down, isolating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and suppressing the connection between the nation's fortune, dragon energy, and cultivators within a radius of 100 miles. Grand formation is clearly intact. How could the national fortune of a mere low-level world not be suppressed? How could it be so solid? This doesn't make sense. Gu Union frantically urged his divine sense to check every node of the grand formation, but the feedback chilled him to the bone. The formation was functioning normally and had not been damaged. Yet the purest and most tangible shield of national destiny that surrounds you exists so undeniably. Faced with Gu Union's shock and loss of composure, you made no attempt to explain yourself. The heaven-sealing and fortune-locking array is indeed profound, capable of isolating the outside world from cultivators and the fate of dynasties. But what it blocks is the outside world, connections, and has nothing to do with the national destiny forces existing within itself. Since I came into this world, I haven't had a proper fight. Today, I'll use you to test the strength of my body. Before you finished speaking, you did something that stunned everyone once again. You grabbed the hem of your black dragon robe, embroidered with 9 5-clawed golden dragons and symbolizing supreme authority, with your right hand and ripped it open. A sizzle. The magnificent dragon robe, with its exceptional defensive capabilities, was easily torn apart by you like ordinary cloth and casually tossed aside. Your bare upper body was exposed. The muscle definition isn't exaggerated bulges, but rather a streamlined, perfectly proportioned line, conveying explosive power. Even more striking is that as you slowly inhale, your chest rises and falls, and beneath your skin, it's as if golden magma begins to flow and surge. Buzz. A deep, rumbling sound emanates from within you, like the beating of ancient war drums. Complex, ancient, and mysterious gilded runes emerged from the depths of your flesh and blood, traveling along your meridians and blood vessels. These runes share the same origin as the aura of the national destiny barrier, yet they are more restrained and closer to the essence of life. They seem to be another manifestation of the dynasty, bearing the weight of the land, the stability of the state, and the aspirations of the people. The runes flowed faster and faster, the golden light grew brighter, and they intertwined and combined. Ultimately, it will converge, solidify, and imprint itself on your broad back, strong chest, and powerful arms. A lifelike golden dragon totem, brimming with boundless majesty and power, suddenly appears on your body. The golden dragon is not an inanimate object. It sways slightly with the flow of your blood and energy. Between the opening and closing of its eyes, a terrifying light flashes, as if it might burst forth from your body at any moment and soar into the heavens. These changes, though lengthy to describe, actually happened in the blink of an eye, from the moment you tore your dragon robe to the moment the golden dragon totem took shape. It was only a breath or two. Gu Union was still reeling from the shock and bewilderment of being protected by the nation's destiny, not yet fully comprehending the situation, let alone devising a new response. And your figure vanished before his pupils contracted sharply. No, it didn't disappear, it just moved too fast. Only a loud explosion and a ring of white mist remained. The next instant, you appeared before the 10-meter-tall demon god, unleashing a simple, straightforward punch. This punch had no dazzling light, only the purest, most primal, and most ferocious physical power, and the immense national destiny ingrained in their very being. and the magnificent divine power blessed by the golden dragon totem. The moment the fist made contact with the chest of the demon god, forged from an unknown metal. Thump! It was as if a god had swung a giant hammer and smashed it into the heart of the world. A deafening, muffled roar swept across the area, causing the entire capital to shake violently. A visible ring of shock waves spread outwards from the point of contact between the fists. A snap. Snap, snap. A sickening metallic cracking and splintering sound rang out. The seemingly indestructible chest of the war demon god was now dented inwards by your fist, creating a shockingly large fist-shaped indentation, countless fine cracks, like a spiderweb, spread wildly from the edge of the fist mark, instantly covering most of the chest. A dark red malevolent energy emanated wildly from the crack, interspersed with countless twisted faces screaming in agony. Those are the wailing souls of those who were forged into demonic blades and demonic gods. What kind of power is this? It's impossible to cultivate such a powerful physical body in a lower-level world, Gu Yunyan roared. His response was a relentless barrage of follow-up attacks. EU landed a punch, and without even pausing, your figure split into countless golden lightning bolts, flashing and striking wildly around the massive demon god. Of every punch, every kick, every elbow strike, every knee strike contained terrifying power capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth, as well as the all-pervasive, seemingly all-encompassing might of the nation's destiny. The demon god of war let out a silent roar of rage and pain, wielding his blood-fiend blade and slashing wildly, his body condensed into various ferocious ghostly creatures that lunged at him, even attempting to unleash some kind of binding magic. But faced with your absolute speed and power, all counterattacks seem clumsy and laughable. Your movements are faster than Gu Yunyan's divine sense can detect. Often, the moment the demonic blade is raised, your fist has already landed on its joints, head, back, or other vital points. Bang, boom, crack, thud. A series of rapid explosions echoed through the sky. The once arrogant and invincible war demon god has now been reduced to a giant human punching bag, a toy to be wantonly trampled upon. Abiyu sent the demon god flying from the ruins in the south to the cliff in the north, and then punched him into the mountainside. Before it could struggle free, you darted forward again, grabbed one of its legs, and swung it like a scarecrow, slamming it violently into the western lake, creating a 100-meter-high wave. Before the waves recede, you've already stepped onto them, stomping on their crests and sending them hurtling into the sky like meteorites. Finally, you soared into the sky, catching up with the tumbling demon in the air. With your hands clasped in a fist, you delivered a powerful blow, imbued with the strength of your entire being and the boiling tide of national destiny, slamming it squarely into its back. The war demon god, like a giant steel bird with broken wings, crashed back to the ground with even greater speed, creating a huge crater. Upon landing, the demon god disintegrated, revealing a disheveled Gu Yunyan. Meanwhile, the other 3,000 soldiers, and even the descendant who formed the god of war with Gu Yunyan have all vanished, having already been devoured by the god of war. Gu Yunyan was still reeling from the beating he had just received. His worldview, his sense of superiority stemming from a higher world, and his understanding of power systems were shattered in that moment. He racked his brains but still couldn't understand it. Why? Why can a low-level world emperor, whose connection to heaven and earth is suppressed by the heaven sealing and fortune-locking array, possess such terrifying physical strength? What exactly are the national destiny and the golden dragon totem that are intertwined with his very being? This is completely contrary to his understanding of the common principles of spiritual practice. Just as Gu Yongxing was about to shout something, a mental attack struck his soul, instantly knocking him unconscious. Oh, no wonder he's a villain. Even after losing, he's still trying to talk tough. At this moment, you slowly descend from the sky, landing on the edge of the deep pit. Your upper body is bare, and the golden dragon totem glows, slowly fading beneath your skin, leaving only faint golden traces. Then you exhaled slightly, your breath still long and deep, as if the violent attack hadn't drained you much energy. Awesome. This is the most fun I've ever had since I came into this world. That last fight was really enjoyable for you. Atop the ruins, all was deathly silent. The officials, the descendant, the crimson gold dragon, everyone held their breath, staring at the figure standing proudly at the edge of the pit. An unparalleled sense of awe, reverence, and indescribable excitement surged within me. You are far more powerful and unfathomable than they imagine. This turmoil, instigated by the invaders, has now finally come to a complete end. You ordered your officials to clean up the battlefield and appease the people. Then, you picked up the unconscious Gu Yunyan and transformed into a streak of light, returning to the palace. Inside a quiet room in the imperial palace, you raised your hand and pressed it against Gu Yunyan's brow, your divine sense probing in like a fine needle, able to perceive the core of his soul. But Gu Yongxing's memories feel somewhat ethereal and unreal to you. As expected, they're all the same. They can't probe my memories. You withdrew your hand, showing no surprise. Like the other visitors, Gu Yunyan's memories were also sealed by some force. This restriction makes it difficult for you to see clearly, which clearly indicates that the being behind the descendant is at a much higher level than you. Here, what might pure curiosity is that the entity behind the descendants has placed a restriction on their memories. Why then are the invaders allowed to personally reveal information to the people of this world? Judging from Zhou Haitao's previous words and actions, they don't seem to mind revealing information about the world of the descendants. Is it because this realm's level is too low and falls outside the restrictions? Or is this permission itself a tacit acceptance under some kind of rule? These questions can perhaps only be answered when you actually experience the world of the descendants. Although you didn't get what you wanted from Gu Yunyan, you didn't kill him outright. Based on your experience of reading numerous novels in your past life. Young masters from aristocratic families like Gu Yunyan definitely possess resurrection items and forced escape items. Normally. According to the information obtained from Zhou Haitao, these arrivals must survive in this world for 1 year. But that applies to ordinary arrivals, as some people are born different. You don't believe that a second-generation rich kid like Gu Yunyan doesn't have some kind of tool that allows him to escape beforehand. That's why you knocked Gu Yongxing unconscious before he could react. However, the inability to perform soul-searching doesn't mean Gu Yunyan has no other uses. You decide to make some arrangements on it, hoping to use this opportunity to investigate the true nature of the world of the invaders. On the third day after you defeated Gu Yunyan, Zhou Haitao requested another audience. He stood in the hall, his posture more respectful than ever before. Yet a hint of urgency flickered in his eyes. Your Majesty, he bowed respectfully. I wish to exchange a secret technique for transforming destiny for some of the nation's power. This technique can transform the power of national destiny into pure soul power, helping people refine their divine soul and break through the shackles of their cultivation realm. Zhou Haitao quickly explained, for His Majesty, this might be a way to reach a higher level of understanding. At this moment, Zhou Haitao felt extremely bitter. He never expected that randomly choosing a world with national destiny to collect would lead him to encounter such a freak as you. That's right, Zhou Tao's goal is to harness the power of the nation's destiny. His original plan was to use his trump card to turn the tide when you were on the verge of death after being beaten by Gu Union. Later, he used his merits to obtain the position of imperial advisor, and then, taking advantage of your serious injury, seized the opportunity to plunder the fate of the Fuyao dynasty, though who knew you were far stronger than he imagined, completely overwhelming Gu Union. Startled, he immediately stopped his underhanded tactics and abandoned his plans to plunder the nation's fortune. However, he did indeed need a large amount of the nation's fortune, so he chose to trade with you. You did not refuse Zhu Haitao's offer of a deal. You know perfectly well that the other person didn't have good intentions from the start, but you're too lazy to investigate. For you now, the power of national destiny is not particularly rare. Okay? Actually, the main reason is that these invaders' items should all be stored in the so-called player's inventory. Anyway, you didn't sense any storage items on them. Otherwise, you would have taken your things back long ago. All right. You nodded in agreement, raised your hand to draw a ray of golden light from the golden dragon symbolizing the nation's destiny coiling atop the palace ceiling, sealed it into a jade bottle, and handed it to him. After losing these national fortunes, the golden dragon of national destiny seemed to become somewhat illusory. Zhou Haitao barely concealed his excitement. He hadn't expected you to be so generous, directly granting him only 1% of the Fuyao dynasty's national fortune. Afterwards, he solemnly accepted the jade bottle, bowed deeply, and took his leave. You watched his retreating figure, your gaze calm. In May of the second year of the Qian era, the sea breeze, carrying a salty and damp scent, swept across the numerous islands scattered throughout the East China Sea. The naval patrol fleet discovered a cluster of buildings with distinct architectural styles among several secluded rocky islands. These buildings are constructed of unusual, dark gray stone, with a rugged yet sturdy structure. The surface is engraved with barely discernible luminescent patterns. It glowed with a dark red luster under the night sky, clearly something beyond the capabilities of ordinary human hands. The scouts cautiously investigated, but found no trace of any remnants of the previous dynasty. Only the silent buildings, like crouching beasts, exuded an unsettling aura. These buildings were the work of Gu Yunyan and his group of trial participants. But with their extraordinary knowledge and skills, they established a highly efficient yet ruthless, superhuman production system in this desolate place. The interior of the building was not an ordinary workshop, but a series of smelting furnaces that used spiritual fire as their forge and arrays as their hammers. Their purpose was precisely to mine and smelt the special metals scattered deep within the island. These metals possess a unique affinity for and capacity to absorb spiritual energy, making them indispensable materials for forging magical weapons and gods. As for those long-sought remnants of the former dynasty, they have already become one with this cold metal. Gu Union and his group used swift, decisive methods to first subdue the remnants of the previous dynasty, then used them to gather intelligence on the Fuyao dynasty and to smelt metals. And once they were no longer of use, they were thrown into the blazing furnace of spiritual fire, their flesh and souls sacrificed, their spirits and resentment used as a catalyst, to be melted into the boiling molten metal. The chilling, almost tangible, bloodthirsty aura emanating from the demon god of war originated from the wails of countless, vengeful spirits eternally imprisoned in extreme pain and resentment, perhaps until the very last moment before their souls were consumed by the spiritual fire. Those remnants still fantasized about using the power of the extraterrestrial beings to overthrow the Fuyao dynasty. June of the second year of the Qian era, the Ministry of Works utilizes some extraordinary knowledge obtained from the trial participants, using the massive keel of a traditional treasure ship as a base, a complex core array that absorbs vast amounts of spiritual energy is embedded inside the hull. The hull underwent extraordinary modifications. Finally, several colossal warships were built there. Massive size, sleek lines, and shimmering blue or pale gold patterns. July of the second year of the Q1 era, the sea breeze, carrying a salty, briny scent, sweeps across the vast ocean. Several armies in black armor were stationed like an iron wall on the border of the dense fog, their banners fluttering in the wind. The dragon pattern embroidered on the flag gleamed with a dark golden luster in the sunlight. This was the final campaign of the Fuyao dynasty. The last patch of misty sea was completely enveloped by the power of national destiny. The dynasty's territory finally covered every inch of the world. The power of national destiny flows like an invisible tide, sweeping across mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. Pale golden veins emerge from the depths of the millennia-old glacier. Dragon-shaped patterns spontaneously formed on the gnarled branches of the ancient tree. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was tamed and woven by this power, transforming into a giant net covering the heavens and the earth, and every thread of the net was connected to the golden dragon of national destiny above the imperial palace. In September of the second year of the Revelation era, the time for the descendants to return has come. In a quiet chamber within the imperial palace, you see a white light suddenly emanating from Gu Yunyan's unconscious body. Then it vanished from your sight in an instant. Close your eyes, and transcendent awareness unfolds in an instant. Yi was carefully replaying the scene of Gu Yunyan's disappearance in his mind. I don't know if it's because your comprehension is truly extraordinary, or if the being behind Gu Yunyan who allows them to travel between worlds isn't actually beyond your reach. You even glimpsed a pattern in those fading fluctuations. Your heart races slightly. Given enough time, the method to travel through the world might truly emerge. An hour after Gu Yunyan disappeared, all the descendants left this world. That was exactly the moment the last descendant departed. An invisible force, like a spring breeze sweeping across wheat fields, has swept across the world. Inside the palace, the commander of the Imperial Guards on duty tonight was rubbing his temples, muttering to himself, "Why am I suddenly feeling a little dazed? Oh right, someone wanted to ask me to drink tonight? But I can't remember who it was." 1,000 miles away in a Jiangnan academy, a student, burning the midnight oil, paused, his pen poised. His notes on comparing cultivation systems in other worlds inexplicably transformed into research on ancient mythology. Various phenomena are occurring throughout the Fuyao dynasty, and the traces of the invaders are beginning to disappear. And the memories of everyone in this world, except you, begin to change. All impressions of the descendants, their unusual attire, their unheard-of techniques, their astonishing pronouncements about the nature of the world were quietly erased, as if they had never existed. The changes brought about by the arrival of the invaders were rationalized by some higher-level power. Of all the people in the world, only you remember everything so clearly. You know that must be your cheat code kicking in. You touched your brow. It was faintly warm there. Your willpower, your superhuman ability, was resisting this memory erasure. It anchored your perception like a stabilizing force, preventing that invisible power from slipping past the edge of your consciousness and failing to penetrate it in the slightest. Damn it, my worst fears have come true. And now you fully understand why the beings behind the invaders are so unconcerned about them. Leaking information in this realm, it turns out that this kind of memory correction, covering the entire world, occurs after each descent ends, and this also means that the world you live in may have been captured by the entity behind the invaders. In the future, there may be a second, or countless more waves of invaders arriving like a tidal wave, treating this world as their testing ground, resource mine, and playground. That won't do. I don't want to end up like a boss in a game, being relentlessly attacked by waves of players. You stroll to the window and look up at the purple star in the night sky. Looks like it's time to pack my bags and run away. Why do I feel so familiar with running away? However, before preparing to flee, there's one more thing to confirm. You sit cross-legged where Gu Union disappeared, your hands forming a mudra on your knees, your breathing gradually becoming long and deep, like a tortoise's breath. A consciousness sank to the deepest part of the sea of consciousness, where there lies a silver lake of the heart. You concentrate your entire being, causing ripples to spread across the surface of your heart, extending outwards to sense an unseen connection with the world beyond. After an incense stick has burned out, fine beads of sweat appear on your forehead. Your perception is like a stone sinking into the ocean. The distance between worlds is too vast. With your current power, it's like standing on the beach trying to see the other shore with your naked eyes utterly futile. It's still too far. You slowly opened your eyes, but there was no disappointment in them. Luckily, I have a cheat code. Deep within his will, a dormant, immense power was quietly stirred. Finally, it converged into a single point of intense light between the eyebrows. At this moment, your perception undergoes a qualitative change. Your gaze pierces through the palace dome, revealing the trajectories of the stars. The sound of a leaf falling to the ground, heard from 1,000 miles away, was faintly detected. The most mysterious thing is that you sense the boundaries of the world. That transparent membrane that enveloped heaven and earth. Beyond that membrane lay an endless, chaotic void. And from some direction in the chaos, two faint resonances emanated from the darkness. They share the same roots as you. They are the very methods you planted in Zhou Heitao and Gu Union. At this moment, these two are like lighthouses in the darkness, marking out a clear coordinate for you. A smile played on your lips. From the very first glance at Zhou Heitao and the other invaders, you had the urge to explore their world. But you know very well that although you are at the pinnacle of this world, compared to beings who can allow people to travel between worlds, you are still like an ant gazing at the sky. To achieve the goal, you must rely on the power of a cheat code. You know what, in the past year or so, you've actually come up with something. Although your cheat ability is a kind of talent, it can't immediately grant you invincible power. But precisely because it is the talent most deeply connected to you, your will itself contains unimaginable power. You believe that even if the world is destroyed, you will not die. Even if your physical body is destroyed and your soul is shattered, your will endure forever. But perhaps your strength is too low and your innate power hasn't fully manifested yet. Now, only your core, fundamental will possesses absolute immortality. The derived spiritual power, consciousness, and thoughts, while 100 times more resilient than those of ordinary people, lack that immortal individuality. Fortunately, after countless attempts, discovered a method to attach the original power of your talent to your derived spiritual power, like gilding. This process is extremely difficult. Given your current strength, it will take a very long time to condense the primal power of your talent. It took you nearly a year to successfully cultivate 10 gilded spiritual wills. They float like 10 silver stars in your sea of consciousness, each carrying a wisp of your spirit. These 10 spiritual wills can also be considered your clones. As long as the distance isn't on the level of crossing worlds, you can send your main consciousness there at any time, as if you were there in person. Although the immortality of these 10 spiritual wills is still inferior to your original will, they are not something that just anyone can destroy. Furthermore, because it's gilded, as long as you don't actively make a move, it won't be detected by anything below the level of a cheat system. After condensing these 10 spiritual wills imbued with innate power, you place 2 of them on Zhou Haitao and Gu Union. Of all the arrivals, only these 2 could barely catch your eye. Gu Union, as a scion of a prominent family, has access to more information. While you may not think Zhou Haitao is destined to be a lead actor, you still consider him a talented individual. I didn't expect that the entity behind the descendants wouldn't have noticed. It seems my cheat code is still superior. October of the 2nd year of the Qiwan era. A full month has passed since the descendants returned. However, the time flow in the descendants' world seems to be different from yours. A month has passed for you, but only 1 day has passed in the descendants' world. For these 30 days and nights, you intermittently received information from the world of the descendants through those 2 seeds of spiritual will. The main problem is that your strength is too low, and the world of the invaders is too far away from yours. Even with the help of your talent, the information you receive is still fragmented. Fortunately, thanks to your extraordinary comprehension and deductive abilities, you pieced together a general picture of the world of the descendants. First, the most crucial point was confirmed: the reliance the descendants rely on to travel between worlds is something called the Descendant Tower. It was not born naturally, but rather an unknown creation that suddenly appeared on Earth tens of thousands of years ago. Yes, it's Earth. You're not surprised at all. In its initial stages, the tower randomly selected humans from Earth and deployed them to various worlds. At the time, people simply viewed these events as nightmares or serendipitous encounters. On the 10th day after the tower's descent, a chosen one brought back a cultivation technique. This event completely shocked the world. After recovering from their initial shock, the nations of Earth quickly established specialized agencies and began to utilize the tower in an organized and planned manner. It was a crazy leap forward. In the 3rd year after the tower appeared, thanks to the spirit stones and cultivation techniques brought back from lower worlds, the first batch of extraordinary individuals capable of breaking the sound barrier with their physical bodies emerged on Blue Star. 10 years after the tower's appearance, the first transcendent 7th-tier powerhouse was born, tearing apart a meteorite with his bare hands, marking a formal surpassing of strategic weapons in individual strength. But the march of conquest never ceased. In the 1st century, Earth unified the solar system. In the 1st millennium, all races in the Milky Way submitted. By the 5th millennium, the entire cosmic star map was filled with the flags of Blue Star civilization. Now, tens of thousands of years later, Earth has long since become a level 12 world. And this might still be a conservative estimate. Those who descend from above the ancient emperors do not spend most of their time on Earth, but instead use their towers to continuously invade and colonize other powerful worlds rich in resources. Like the Gu family, to which Gu Union belongs, these descendant families conquered a level 12 immortal world 20,000 years ago and transformed it into their private property. Your direct descendants are born with a portion of the heavenly Tao authority of that world. Gu Union is said to be a member of the Gu family, but he is actually only from a collateral branch. However, even as a collateral branch, the resources he was born with far exceeded those of ordinary arrivals, and forces like the Gu family are not uncommon on Earth. The tower became the hub connecting countless worlds, while the Blue Star world, like a predator at the center of a spider's web, constantly extended its tentacles into more distant times and spaces. This information is sufficient for you. The Blue Star world is indeed overwhelmingly powerful for you right now, but it's not a hopeless situation. While the Blue Star world is powerful, the tower is even stronger. The world of Earth does not yet have complete control over the tower. But the tower has its own rules for operating. Before a world has been completely conquered, no powerful being exceeding the world's limits can descend upon it. Therefore, you are not afraid that your world will suddenly be crushed by a powerful being among the invaders. And during this month, you've already prepared to run away. Everything's ready. It's time to run away. No, I should say, let the whole country ascend. As you speak, you're already atop the palace. You stand atop the imperial palace of the Fuyao dynasty, your robes fluttering in the wind. His gaze swept over the sprawling palaces, the crisscrossing streets and alleys beneath his feet, and the distant mountains and rivers. With a single, gentle step, your figure soared into the sky like a streak of light. From above, the outline of the entire dynasty loomed faintly in the morning light, its destiny like a golden mist, silently enveloping every inch of land. Close your eyes, let your mind resonate with this world. And then a colossal imperial image, 1,000 feet tall, will suddenly manifest behind you. The Buddha wore an imperial crown and a black dragon robe. His eyes shone like the sun and moon in the sky. His majesty seemingly descended from ancient times. Its appearance did not cause any dramatic change in the weather. Instead, it plunged the world into a strange stillness, as if all things were holding their breath in anticipation. Using the Dharma image as a guide, your divine thoughts, like silk threads and a net, subtly connect with the power of national destiny permeating heaven and earth. A golden dragon, symbolizing the nation's destiny, manifests and encircles the image of the Buddha, flowing slowly. Mountains, rivers imprint. You let out a low shout, your hands forming an ancient and complex hand seal. As you move, a colossal phantom of a magical seal slowly emerges from the heavens. It is not a physical object, yet it seems to contain the ultimate principles of heaven and earth. Its surface is engraved with patterns of mountains, rivers, plants, insects, and fish, each pattern shimmering with a faint golden light. The Dharma seal slowly rotates, and with each rotation, invisible ripples spread out, silently enveloping the earth, the sea, and the sky. In the next moment, all living beings in the world, whether mortals working in the fields, wild beasts running in the forest, or monks practicing meditation in the deep mountains, whether they were spirits or demons that had already gained sentience, they all fell into a deep coma at the same moment. There was no pain, no struggle. Their bodies remained in their original positions, their breathing steady, their expressions serene. Only their consciousness had sunk into a dreamless darkness. A mountain and river seal collect. Once you confirm that all living beings are asleep, the illusory image of the Dharma seal that enveloped heaven and earth begins to slowly shrink. Centered on the imperial palace, it unfolds like an inverted scroll, gradually gathering back the golden light and national fortune that permeated the world. As the nation's fortune returned, the souls of those slumbering beings began to rise from their bodies like wisps of smoke, gently enveloped by the power of the nation's fortune, along with the spiritual energy drifting between heaven and earth, converging towards the mountain and river seal. This process is slow and massive. You can feel that with each wisp of soul and each strand of spiritual energy that enters, the power of the mountain and river seal increases by 1 point. It gradually solidified from its ethereal form, exuding a breathtakingly powerful aura. Then, with a slight thought, you used your own will as a blade, carrying the primal power beyond the rules within your innate talent, to carve out a boundless, hazy space inside the mountain and river seal. All the national destiny, spiritual energy, and souls that converged there flowed into it, like rivers flowing into the sea. As these things poured in, the Tenglong space began to evolve into a world, gradually giving rise to mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and shrubs. On November of the second year of the Qian era, A full month has passed since the unveiling of the mountain and river seal. The enormous magical seal that had originally enveloped the heavens and earth had shrunk to a mere 10 meters in diameter, hovering directly above the imperial palace. It was as solid as crystal and jade, its radiance contained within, as if it held the entire world in its grasp. Meanwhile, the outside world was utterly silent. There was no sound of wind, no sound of water, no chirping of insects or calls of birds. The mountains and rivers remain, the seas still flow, but there is no longer a trace of life, nor any trace of spiritual energy, and in this entire world, apart from you, there is no other living thing, no other spirit. Fortunately, this realm is of a very low level, and the heavenly Tao only possesses ignorant instincts, making it unable to form true divine punishment. Furthermore, your cultivation level has already surpassed the limits of this realm, which is why you are able to perform such a heaven-defying act. Otherwise, such an act of draining all living beings and absorbing all spiritual energy would be worthy of 10 or 100 divine punishments. 3 more days passed. The 10-meter circle Dharma seal continued to shrink, its golden light growing ever brighter until it transformed into a dazzling point of light. Then, the light abruptly faded, and a palm-sized, lustrous seal silently appeared in the air. The seal knob is carved in the shape of a dragon, coiled like a mountain, and the 4 ancient seal characters, Yamamanayung, meaning mountains and rivers, forever guardian, are faintly visible on the bottom, exuding a rich Taoist charm. You gestured with your hand, and the seal transformed into a stream of light, disappearing into your brow and becoming one with you completely. The mountain and river seal was originally a supreme spell you devised, intended to mobilize the nation's destiny and suppress the mountains and rivers. But in your continuous evolution, especially after gathering the souls of all living beings, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the destiny of dynasties throughout the world, it has undergone a fundamental transformation. It transcends the realm of technique, barely touching the edge of the way, becoming a peculiar existence existing between the tangible and the intangible. It is both magic and a magical artifact, and also a manifestation of the Tao. At this moment, the world space inside the mountain and river seal is more than 10 times larger than the original world. Then, however, this world can currently only accommodate intangible things. This swirling spiritual energy surged like a sea of clouds, while the golden national destiny flowed like a long river. As the mountain and river seal merged with your soul, countless souls within its space simultaneously awakened. In their understanding, Emperor Fuyao used his supreme divine powers, using the mountain and river seal as a vessel to carry the entire nation's subjects, leading the entire Fuyao dynasty to break free from the shackles of the old world and ascend to a wider, more prosperous new world. At this moment, the warm and abundant spiritual energy within the mountain and river seal, along with the vast world around them, convinced them of this. And unless their strength reaches a certain level, they cannot recognize that they are a soul. You were, after all, the founding emperor of the Fuyao dynasty, and everyone worshipped you for over 2 years. Naturally, I must flee with my people. You wouldn't want the people of the Fuyao dynasty to be oppressed by wave after wave of invaders. You carefully sense the spatial state within the mountain and river seal, confirming that everything is stable and without any flaws. Then, you looked down at your battle-hardened body and smiled slightly. The physical body instantly disintegrated, transforming into a torrent of pure energy that surged into the mountain and river seal, where it was stored as a reserve energy source, along with spiritual energy and national fortune. Having completely transformed into a spiritual state, you are as clear as crystal, yet your consciousness becomes increasingly concentrated and clear. As your thoughts shifted again, the 1,000-foot-tall imperial image behind you suddenly changed. Either the Dharma form no longer takes human shape, but transforms into a majestic and ancient furnace, the furnace of heaven and earth. The furnace body is a dark yellow color engraved with the sun, moon, stars, earth, water, fire, and wind. The furnace mouth is deep and mysterious, as if it could devour all things. Once the furnace is formed, it spontaneously generates an irresistible and immense suction force, ikiboom, then under the powerful suction of the furnace of heaven and earth, the palace beneath your feet collapsed first. Bricks, beams, pillars, tiles, gold and jade decorations, all matter is broken down into its most basic particles under the suction force, flowing into the furnace like a reversed waterfall. Immediately afterwards, the suction range expanded rapidly. Outside the palace, the earth began to tremble, rocks crumbled, soil rose, rivers dried up, and water vapor evaporated. All tangible matter transformed into a surging torrent, rushing into the furnace of heaven and earth. As massive amounts of material poured in, the furnace expanded at a visible rate. 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Finally, it reached a height of 10,000 shang. A colossal furnace, obscuring the sky and blotting out the sun, stood at the center of the original world, slowly rotating and swallowing all things. 20 days later, approximately 1/10 of the world's matter has been absorbed by the furnace of heaven and earth. Mountains have turned into plains, rivers have changed course, and the landscape has undergone dramatic transformations. The furnace has reached its current controllable limit. Further absorption could lead to imbalance and collapse. It's time to leave, you murmured to yourself, your spirit floating beside the furnace, gazing at the devastated, empty, and desolate land, a trace of regret passing through your heart. Unfortunately, my talent lies primarily in will and concepts. My ability to interfere with and carry away material things is ultimately limited. Even national fortune and spiritual energy can only be taken away through special means like the mountain and river seal. You know this isn't because your talent is weak. After all, even the Tower of Descent doesn't have a talent level as high as yours. Of course, this is mainly because you haven't developed your talent enough. If your talent were developed sufficiently, you could easily traverse the chaos with your will alone. You gather your thoughts and begin the final step. The spirit opens its arms, and the pure energy transformed from the furnace of heaven and earth, the primordial power refined from 1/10 of the world's matter, flows forth like a cascading galaxy, surging into your spirit. Your spirit begins to glow, growing brighter and brighter, until it can no longer maintain its form, instantly disintegrating and transforming into pure energy, merging with the furnace's energy. These two immense forces did not dissipate. Instead, guided by your will, they surged into the core essence of your talent. Your talent, the cheat code you acquired after transmigrating, has finally unleashed a sliver of true power after receiving such a vast influx of energy. A buzz, soft, hazy light emanates from where your will resides. This azure light was not dazzling, but it carried a supreme aura that transcended all things. It easily dispelled the surrounding stillness, forming a stable cocoon of cyan light. You enveloped in azure light, your primordial will instantly transformed into subtle yet incredibly resilient stream of light. With a hiss, it pierced the barriers of the old world and plunged into the boundless, chaotic void. But the very instant your will completely breaks free from the old world and steps into chaos, with a thought that flashed through your mind, a wisp of the azure light enveloping your body separated and transformed into an invisible, intangible hand containing unfathomable power. A sudden, sharp thrust penetrating deep into the slowly crumbling core of the old world. The core of the world is where rules and concepts are condensed. Will with a swift grab and scoop, this azure hand seized all the rules and concepts contained within the old world, then with lightning speed withdrew it, and pressed it into the mountain and river seal. These rules and concepts, though originating from a lower world, will greatly enrich the evolutionary possibilities of the mountain and river seal when integrated into it, and will also significantly increase the power of the mountain and river seal. Only after completing all this did you feel satisfied as you rode the azure light deeper into the chaos. In a sense, you've also taken the world with you as you ascended. Either the chaotic void, without top or bottom, without before or after, without light or darkness, contains only eternal nothingness and occasional surges of chaotic energy. The azure light bestowed by your innate talent protects your will as you struggle through this absolute emptiness and chaos. But time loses its meaning here. You don't know how long you've wandered, perhaps a moment, perhaps 10,000 years. Your will remained clear, yet you sensed the protective azure light gradually dimming and diminishing under the silent erosion of chaos. Although the energy stored within the mountain and river seal is abundant, you do not wish to use it unless absolutely necessary. After an unknown amount of time, in the endless gray chaos ahead, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. As you get closer, the point of light rapidly enlarges, becoming brighter and clearer. Finally, a huge, bright sphere of light, radiating boundless vitality and complex, fluctuating patterns, appeared before your eyes. The sphere of light floats in the chaos. Its size and the level of energy it emits are far greater and more powerful than the world you were born into. Based on its size and energy level, and according to the classification standards of Earth, this world least at the intermediate level. Finally, I've encountered a new world. A surge of intense joy and relief welled up from the depths of your will. I almost became chaotic trash. At this moment, most of the azure light surrounding you has been consumed, and it has dimmed considerably. If this realm is discovered any later in the night, you will have to begin sacrificing the spiritual energy and national fortune stored within the mountain and river seal to maintain the azure light. If even that is exhausted, you will only be able to drift aimlessly and eternally in chaos, relying on your own immortal primordial will, which is not much different from annihilation. You gather all your thoughts, focus your will, and carefully observe this new world. The outer edge of the sphere of light is enveloped by layers upon layers of resilient and active world barriers. Above the barrier, countless runes of rules flowed faintly, coupled with a power unique to this world, which not only blocked the erosion of chaotic power, but also filtered it, transforming the energy of heaven and earth. The world breathes powerfully, its inner energy levels both awe-inspiring and incredibly exciting. So as you get closer, with the support of your innate power, you sense a faint aura within the world that originates from the same source as you. Could it be that there is a parallel universe version of me in this world? That aura that originates from the same source as you is clearly not your gilded spiritual will. Besides that, the most likely explanation is something like himself or me. If it really is something like a projection of myself, I might gain considerable benefits by merging with it, and it would also conveniently solve my registration problem. I imagine you plunging headlong into this world, a 9-provinces continent, Ming Dynasty, Yingxin Prefecture. In a slightly old but tidy house, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. A fleeting, astonishing light, as if the birth and death of stars and the beginning of the universe, flashed briefly in the depths of his dark pupils before quickly receding, returning to a profound stillness. Youth is your counterpart in this world. Just as I thought, fusing with the other dimensional counterpart brings tremendous benefits. My primordial will has increased significantly compared to before. But why am I an orphan in this world too? You rubbed your temples, feeling both amused and exasperated. In my past life, I was all alone. The first world I transmigrated to was that of an orphan beggar. Now, in this second transmigration, the entity I've merged with is also someone whose parents died early and who barely survived on meager family property and occasional handouts from neighbors. However, in a sense, your protagonist-like fate is quite remarkable. You walk to the water vat in the courtyard, scoop up a handful of cool water, and splash it on your face. A water droplet slid down her increasingly angular face, reflecting a delicate yet mature countenance beyond her years. You look at your reflection in the water and laugh self-deprecatingly. However, in a sense, my protagonist fate is quite strong. If I were actually in a book right now, the author must be a seasoned flop. To save time and effort, they didn't even bother to give me background parents, so they just made me an orphan with one click. Simpler interpersonal relationships, easier plot progression, right? Despite your grumbling, you quickly regained your composure and began to organize the memories in your mind. The results will shock you. The situation in this world will leave you speechless. A multitude of familiar yet unfamiliar terms and pieces of information intertwine and collide. The venerable Zhang Sanfeng of Wudang Mountain possessed an otherworldly air, his Tai Chi swordplay flowing smoothly and effortlessly. The two palace masters of Yihua Palace, Yao Yu and Liangxing, possess unparalleled martial arts skills and are both elegant and wicked. The Snow Moon City is located in the northern part of the land, renowned for its wine immortals, spear immortals, and sword immortals, making it a place that all young heroes aspire to visit. The mysterious organization Azure Dragon Society operates in the shadows, its actions shrouded in secrecy. In many nations belonging to different eras and backgrounds in the original timeline, such as the Qin, Han, Songming, Bailey, Liang, and Qing Kingdom, they coexist in this realm, their territories sometimes overlapping, sometimes with buffer zones, maintaining a delicate and fragile balance. I never imagined such a mixed world actually existed. That's right. This world is the martial arts world you described in your previous life's novel. And in a world encompassing various martial arts, the path of cultivation is naturally martial arts, and the martial arts ranking system in this world is the same old formula found in crossover martial arts novels. From lowest to highest, they are acquired, innate, grandmaster, great grandmaster, celestial being, land immortal, and god-demon realm. Descriptions of the divine demon realm are extremely rare, but it is mentioned only in fragments. That warriors in this realm have completely transcended the mortal life form. To be able to traverse the endless starry sky with one's bare hands, to capture stars and manipulate moonlight, is to be a being on another level. Since the beginning of martial arts, there are very few documented individuals who have reached this level, judging from the descriptions of destructive power and life level. You judge that the divine demon realm of this world is roughly equivalent to a true king-level existence in the world of the descendants. This may also be because there exists a theoretically possible peak combat power that can reach planetary levels. The martial arts level in this crossover world can already be considered high level. A Grandmaster level expert condenses their spirit into a yin spirit, capable of locking a soul across 1,000 miles and tracking enemies by sensing even a trace of their aura, a truly profound and mysterious ability. A Grandmaster level expert, having achieved the Yang spirit realm, can already command wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, altering local celestial phenomena. Their power alone is comparable to a natural disaster. And the celestial realm experts are the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Their martial will resonating with heaven and earth, manifesting unique celestial manifestations. Whether it manifests as divine beasts or strange phenomena, or as weapons and mountains, wherever its divine form arrives, overturning rivers and seas, destroying cities, and splitting the earth, are merely trifles. The Emperor Yingzheng of the Qin dynasty cultivated the unparalleled and domineering, imperial ultimate heaven shaking technique. By condensing the Dharma image of the ancestral dragon, one can mobilize the immense national destiny and suppress the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within the territory. This resulted in a significantly lower level of spiritual energy activity within the Qin territory compared to other countries, greatly increasing the difficulty of cultivation. In other countries, even innate martial artists are capable of manipulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Within the Qin dynasty, even grandmasters find it difficult to manipulate the opposing forces of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. But this also resulted in Qin warriors having an exceptionally solid foundation and fierce combat abilities. The Emperor Liu Bang of the Han dynasty bathed in the blood of a white serpent, a mythical beast, and created the Crimson Emperor's celestial patrol technique and the Crimson Sky Sword manual. Once its Crimson Emperor's celestial inspection Dharma form is activated, the land turns to scorched earth for thousands of miles and flames burn the sky. It is an unparalleled weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Emperor Zhao Kuanjian of the Song dynasty practiced the primordial universe technique. A seemingly simple set of Taizu Changquan. Emperor Taizu's long fist actually contains profound principles of the universe, its intent reaching the divine, suppressing the martial arts world of the Song dynasty for a century, with no one daring to challenge its might. The Ming dynasty Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang's Ming divine martial canon is said to have incorporated secret teachings from Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and even the Ming cult. From a humble beggar to the founding emperor, his rise is a testament to the legend of martial arts. His divine form, the Sun and Moon King, shines like the sun, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Temujin, the Khan of the Great Yuan dynasty, believed in the eternal heaven and cultivated the eternal heaven divine art, which allowed him to draw upon the natural forces of the grasslands, wind, snow, and scorching sun to temper his body. His physical strength was unparalleled in the world, and he possessed the power to uproot mountains. In this day and age, terrestrial immortals are hard to find, and the realm of gods and demons exists only in legends. A celestial being is a powerful figure standing at the pinnacle of the 9 provinces, whose word can decide the life and death of millions, and whose thought can influence the rise and fall of dynasties. Although, of course, if you were to say it, that's pure nonsense. In martial arts worlds like this, there are countless hidden powerhouses. Moreover, how could someone who has reached the level of a god or demon die so easily? Moreover, since this world can integrate so many different martial arts elements, there must be some higher level rules or power behind it. However, judging from the current situation, this world probably doesn't have beings like a half-god or the great sun Tathagata, who can traverse the river of time. After all, it's only a mid-level world. Of course, given the current state of affairs in this crossover martial arts world, it's highly unusual. It's not impossible that a demigod or a great sun Tathagata might suddenly appear out of nowhere. It's best to keep a low profile for a while and gather more information. You don't want to run away again so soon. This also serves as a good opportunity for you to see the martial arts of this world and whether there's anything commendable about them. The various understandings and application methods of martial arts will and spiritual realm in this martial arts world may offer you crucial inspiration. You definitely won't know how to cultivate. Because you already understand the path you will take from here on out. Unable to traverse the chaotic void through brute force, you can only rely on the power of your innate talent to carry your primal will through the world. Therefore, what you need to do is constantly strengthen your willpower and ideally find transcendent path to cultivate your willpower. Soon, 10 days have passed since you arrived on the continent of Kyushu. During these 10 days, you first used the spiritual energy within the mountain and river Shield and the nation's fortune to recondense your divine soul. Then, based on this physical body, a supernatural body was reconstructed. As the creator of the mountain and river Shield technique, your understanding of the Tao has also been greatly enhanced during its transformation. In other words, your level of understanding has broken through. Therefore, the reshaped soul and physical body were much stronger than before. Your current overall strength is roughly equivalent to a transcendent tier 10 in the world of the descendants. If the mountain and river seal is used, its destructive power will barely reach the boundary of a true king. Moreover, it might be because his talent was slightly stimulated. Your efficiency in cultivating and increasing your willpower has suddenly increased, completely surpassing the rate of progress in any aspect of your essence, energy, and spirit. This undoubtedly confirms the correctness of your path and makes you even more eager to create your own method of willpower. Cultivation. Your first month on the continent of Kyushu. With your knowledge of the original work, you have discovered some of the world's most powerful martial arts manuals. However, you didn't take them. After all, you didn't know if there were any traps inside, but you've memorized all the contents. Using this world's understanding of martial arts will, combined with the knowledge accumulated in the previous world, you begin to deduce the path you take. How you are immersed in a vast sea of thought, dismantling and reconstructing the mysteries of will. Time passed day by day, and the courtyard remained silent, except for your consciousness, which was surging, colliding, and sublimating. A month passed quickly. One morning, you opened your eyes, your gaze clear yet seemingly containing an endless vortex of wisdom. Cultivation path emphasizing willpower has fully taken shape in your mind. You have named it the path of the eternal true self. This path does not cultivate internal strength, practice true kai, or temper the physical body. It focuses solely on forging that intangible yet real will. The ultimate goal is to liberate the will from all external constraints and achieve eternal immortality. Because you started from an extremely high level, building upon the foundations of the previous two worlds, you were able to construct the first 4 realms of the eternal true self path in one go. First realm, concentration. This is the foundation for beginners. Practitioners must follow specific methods to learn how to concentrate their minds, eliminate distracting thoughts, and gather together their usually scattered and chaotic thoughts. This is a tedious yet crucial process, like panning for gold in the sand, when a practitioner can achieve constant focus of thought, that is, maintain a highly concentrated and clear state of mind for 7 days and 7 nights without the slightest distraction or disorder. This marks the initial step into the concentration realm. Upon reaching this realm, at this point, the practitioner can actively refine the scattered remnants of their mind that have been discarded, transforming them into resources for tempering their spirit and will. At this level of cultivation, practitioners can begin to project their spiritual power outwards to a limited extent and can vaguely perceive the strong surface emotions of others. They possess a natural resistance to ordinary illusions and low-level mental manipulation. A single condensed thought is enough to cause the mind of an ordinary person with a weak will to dissipate. A second realm, preserving truth. The once cultivator's mental will has been tempered and accumulated to a sufficient strength through the concentration realm. They will face their first critical juncture. At this point, the practitioner needs to arouse their 7 emotions and 6 desires, actively experiencing the trial of desires and passions. A joy, anger, worry, thought, grief, fear, shock, and all kinds of desires and obsessions will be amplified and manifested deep within the will, forming various illusory trials. Those who cultivate themselves must have a firm resolve, see through inner desires, and remain unmoved in order to overcome this tribulation. Successfully transcending the tribulation signifies reaching the true guardian realm, e.g. the preservation of truth. In this realm means safeguarding the purer and more steadfast true will that has been refined through the trials of desire. Upon reaching this level, most illusions become impervious to their influence, and they can be said to remain unmoved by their own mind. At the same time, mental power undergoes a qualitative change, granting the ability to move objects remotely and significantly enhancing the precision of control. More importantly, they begin to develop the initial ability to influence, and even manipulate, their own and others' desires. In the system you've established, the first 2 realms, concentration and preservation of truth, primarily hone spirit. Under the condition that your strength has not reached a certain level, or that you do not possess the talent you have, willpower cannot exist in isolation. Especially for the vast majority of beginners, the willpower must be supported by sufficiently strong spiritual force in order to manifest and act upon reality. These 2 realms essentially lay a solid spiritual foundation for the independence and strength of one's will. A 3rd realm, breaking through illusion. From this point onward, the will gradually breaks free from complete dependence on the spirit and begins to manifest its transcendence. Practitioners need to confront a deeper level of illusion, not only external illusions, but also deep-seated cognitive biases, fixed mindsets, and even inherent misunderstandings of the world and oneself. To dispel delusion means to use an absolutely clear and objective will to sue all illusions and confront the truth directly. Upon reaching this level, one's insight and penetrating power reach an astonishing degree, enabling one to glimpse parts of the essence of things, possess an almost precognitive intuition for crises, possesses an exceptional ability to detect lies and pretense. The will itself possesses a certain degree of ability to interfere with reality. It can not only mobilize the power of heaven and earth, but also distort reality, and even, to some extent, reorganize matter. At a 4th realm, the domain of the mind. One's will becomes strong, pure, and unwavering to a certain degree. One can try to make one's own will the core. To distort, influence, and even cover the rules of the surrounding reality, forming a domain of will uniquely its own. Within the realm of the mind, cultivators are like rulers. It can reassemble matter, create space, and even distort time to some extent. The strength, range, and duration of the mental domain depend on the strength and characteristics of the practitioner's will. This realm represents the first transformation of will, the manifestation and territorialization of will. At this level, the range of power is extremely wide. The weak can cover a planet with their mental domain, while the powerful can even cover an entire galaxy. The path of eternal true self is a path of cultivation that directly points to one's true nature and transcends external things. Breaking through each realm is extremely difficult. A slight misstep can plunge one into an abyss of eternal despair. However, this path also has its unparalleled advantages. It does not rely on any external spiritual energy, vital energy, or other extraordinary energies such as the laws of heaven and earth. Through the practitioner's continuous tempering, reflection, and transcendence of their own will, the essence of life is transformed and sublimated. This is the ultimate path of introspection. Even in the most desolate and hopeless times, it can ignite the light of will and illuminate eternity. Is the founder and practitioner of the eternal true self path, and blessed with innate talent, your will is already as firm as the ancient stars. Breaking through realms is naturally a natural progression for you. Therefore, after completing the system, you smoothly reach the highest realm of the path. You have pioneered the realm of the mind. Furthermore, because you once borrowed the mountain and river seal, coupled with your own extraordinary comprehension, you completely digested the numerous fragments of rules and concepts you had previously captured from your travels through the worlds. These rules and wisdom from around the world, like kindling, have greatly nourished your mind. Therefore, upon the immediate breakthrough, his mental domain expanded, its coverage reaching an astonishing radius of 100,000 li. Mountains, rivers, cities, and all living beings are reflected in this realm of the mind, revealed in minute detail and knowable in a single thought. If this world is only as it appears on the surface, you stand atop a sea of clouds, overlooking the vast earth. With a mere thought, the wind, rain, light, and darkness within 100,000 miles are at your command. With my current strength, you think, I should be able to roam freely without hindrance. Who would have thought that you, having descended upon this martial arts world known as the 9 provinces, would quietly ascend to the pinnacle of what this world recognizes in just 1 month? The highest realm of martial arts in this world, the divine demon realm, seems to be on the same level as your current mind domain realm in terms of the level of life. But with your extreme tempering of will through the eternal true self path and the unique power of your heart domain, those native God demon realm experts are unlikely to be your match. Your strength lies in the absoluteness of your foundation and the transcendence of your path. The 2nd month since our arrival on the Kyushu continent, after consolidating your cultivation at the mind domain realm, you didn't rush to display your power. Instead, you spend a full month traveling throughout the entire martial world, spanning millions of miles of continents and nearly 10 million miles of seas. There is not a single place you haven't seen before. In this process, you rely on the silent and far-reaching power of your mind's exploration. Memorize all the martial arts techniques and traditions scattered throughout this world, whether visible or hidden. There is a physical manual. You can sense and access it no matter where it is stored. Without any secret manuals passed down, relying solely on oral instruction. Techniques ingrained in the instinctive memories of martial artists, you quietly extract the relevant martial arts concepts and insights from the depths of the minds of those practitioners and inheritors. Thus, countless martial artists in this world dream of, and even regard, these god-like demonic martial arts, such as the Buddha's palm, containing the highest wisdom of Buddhism, the Mahayana boundless combining wind and clouds to draw upon the boundless power of heaven and earth, the dragon god skill transforming into a dragon and soaring through the 9 heavens, the Hun Tianbao Jian, which evolves the 10 mysteries of heaven and earth and encompasses everything, and the war god's record, which points directly to the secret of shattering the void. The BA vast and varied collection, as boundless as the ocean, has been absorbed, understood, and integrated into your immense martial arts knowledge base. A thorough analysis and archiving under the powerful will of the mind realm. In addition, while collecting martial arts techniques, you never neglected to pay attention to the storyline of this world. You discover that this might be due to some kind of corrective force at the world level. As stories and characters from different dynasties and timelines are cleverly woven together, to form a logically consistent comprehensive martial arts framework. Aid the entanglements of martial arts world feuds, court intrigues, romantic entanglements, and national righteousness. A complex tapestry of threads intertwines to create a grand and vibrant tapestry. However, until the end of your journey, none of the classic plot lines from the original work that you knew actually began to unfold. They all seemed to be waiting for some trigger. You further used the power of your mental domain to carefully and thoroughly investigate the true nature of this martial arts world. As expected, martial artists at the divine demon realm have undergone a qualitative change in their life form, far surpassing ordinary beings, and naturally, they are not so easily driven to death or perish. On the 9 provinces continent, you've sensed at least a dozen subtle, yet powerful life forms as at your level. This must be a divine or demonic warrior who has existed in this world since ancient times, hidden in the shadows. They are like sleeping dragons, lurking in the shadows of history, indifferent to worldly affairs, yet subtly influencing the profound balance of the world. Furthermore, your perception has transcended the vast ocean, discovering several other beings of the same level in distant lands. Faced with these strongest figures in the local world, you chose caution and a low profile. You merely skillfully extracted the essence of their core techniques from their scattered thoughts, or the martial arts imprinted by their long-term living environment using your mental domain. No attempt was made to contact or disturb them. After all, your goal is to gather the martial arts essence of this world, not to fight them. Even if all the gods and demons combined, they might not be your match. You discover that most of the divine and demonic warriors do not exist in the primary material world, but rather reside in various alternate dimensions that are attached to the 9 provinces world. That is, spaces like the 9 realms, without boundaries, or the temple of the war god. These alternate dimensions constitute the high-level ecosystem of this world, and are also the main places where gods, demons, and warriors retreat to cultivate in seclusion. Based on this information, you believe that the entire martial arts world, unless there is a mastermind behind it all, orchestrating a scheme at a higher level than you currently understand. Otherwise, based on the level you've explored so far, nothing can hide from you anymore. In other words, you've already completed this world. Whether it's geography, power dynamics, or hidden strongmen, everything is clearly depicted in your mind. You plan to first leverage the abundant martial arts resources of this realm to further enhance your strength and solidify the foundation of your eternal true self. Then consider how to gather enough energy to activate the talent and traverse the chaotic void. If possible, would you also like to try to utilize the mysterious connection you had when you merged with the otherworldly counterpart? With a now stronger and purer will, actively seek out the coordinates of other worlds where counterparts may exist. That if this method works, then traversing the endless chaotic void will no longer be based on blindness and luck, but will have a clear goal. This will greatly conserve precious talent points, improving travel efficiency and safety. A time flies. Another month has passed since you finished your world travels. During this month, you did not travel around, but instead found a quiet mountain peak to retreat into seclusion and cultivate yourself. You will place the amount of martial arts knowledge you've collected from the various martial arts worlds within your mind domain, and use your supreme will to disassemble, analyze, and refine it. These martial arts are not merely a collection of techniques and mental methods. They also embody the lifelong martial arts beliefs of their creators, their understanding of heaven and earth and life, their unique Tao and principle. These spiritual insights are the best nourishment for you to temper your will and expand your horizons. Every profound martial art is like a unique whetstone, sharpening and strengthening your will. Furthermore, having mastered the essence of martial arts in this world and combined it with your profound understanding of the eternal true self, you have begun to create something unprecedented. You must lay the foundation for a systematic approach to spiritual practice on this path. Finally, at the end of your seclusion, you successfully created the first true cultivation method of the eternal true self path, the eternal scripture of the root of all laws. The very name of this practice reveals its grand purpose. That is, based on the eternal and unchanging true self, exhausting all worldly wisdom, tracing and mastering the fundamental principles of the operation of all things, and thus governing and controlling all laws of the heavens. The ultimate goal, naturally, is to ascend to that eternal realm, transcending time and space, ruling over the universe, and achieving immortality. Currently, based on your existing level of attainment, you have initially constructed the first 4 levels of the cultivation technique, which correspond precisely to the first to 4th realms of the eternal true self path. Each level contains specific mental techniques, visualization paths, and methods for cultivating willpower, providing a clear ladder of advancement for newcomers. And with a systematic training method and a vast amount of martial arts wisdom as resources, your cultivation has entered an unprecedented period of rapid progress. In just 1 month, the area covered by your mental domain has steadily expanded. From a radius of 110,000 li to a radius of 150,000 li. The radiation range your will has nearly doubled. Its intensity, refinement, and control over everything within its scope have all undergone a qualitative leap. Even with such astonishing progress, the martial arts knowledge you've consumed, according to your estimation, is less than 1/10 of the total amount collected. The profound depth of martial arts civilization accumulated over tens of thousands of years in this world is evident. You estimate that if you can absorb and transform all of this accumulated knowledge, your mental domain will reach at least a radius 1 million miles. No wonder the main figures in the astronomical records were able to ascend to the highest point in such a short time, you thought to yourself. Having a cheat code is one aspect, but possessing the accumulated resources of countless worlds over many years makes it difficult for one's strength to improve slowly. The improvement in strength is only one aspect. What pleases you even more is that, thanks to your already solid foundation in the 4th realm, and his profound understanding of the Eternal Wisdom Sutra, as the creator of this teaching, in this month, you have made rapid progress in cultivating it to the 4th level, perfectly aligning it with your own cultivation level. Each level of cultivation in the eternal scripture of the root of all laws significantly enhances and optimizes the core characteristics of the corresponding realm of the eternal true self. The first level significantly enhances the practitioner's mental focus and stability, enabling beginners to more quickly eliminate distracting thoughts and concentrate on their true self. The second level strengthens the ability to perceive and control one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires, enabling practitioners to remain steadfast amidst emotional turmoil, and even transforming desires into resources for spiritual practice. The third level enhances the ability to see through illusions, falsehoods, and appearances, directly pointing to the essence of things, and can greatly improve a practitioner's ability to perceive the universe. The 4th level focuses on strengthening the mental domain itself, enhancing the cultivator's abilities within the mental city and reducing energy consumption. These enhancements may seem singular, focusing on different aspects of will itself, but this is precisely the path you seek, overcoming all obstacles with sheer force, within the system of the eternal true self path, While the first three realms certainly require some spells and supernatural powers as protective measures to enhance immediate combat strength, these are more of a stopgap measure. Upon reaching the fourth realm, the mind domain, the core of cultivation returns to its fundamentals. That is the strength and quality of will itself. With a strong enough will and a firm enough and broad enough mind, one can suppress all pretense and frivolity with absolute mental power. And no matter your 1,000 spells or myriad supernatural powers, I can subdue you with a single thought. Soon. Another month passed in dedicated cultivation. The scope of your mind has now firmly established itself within a radius of 200,000 li. With a mere thought, the entire world spanning 200,000 miles is at my command. This feeling, as if I were a part of the world's will, is incomparably profound. It's been 6 months since you arrived on the continent of Kyushu. Your mental domain covers an area of 250,000 li. At this moment, on the continent of Kyushu, some familiar storylines from your memories finally begin to unfold. Rumors about certain treasures began to circulate widely in the martial arts world, while subtle political undercurrents began to stir in the imperial court. Some people who were supposed to meet are seemingly being drawn together by the threads of fate. On this seemingly peaceful day, a sudden and unexpected change occurred. The talent that has long laid dormant in the deepest recesses of your will is now issuing a warning without warning. A vague intuition tells you that something from beyond the heavens has broken through the world's barriers and descended upon this martial arts realm. However, unlike last time, what descended this time was not a descendant. Or is its nature more akin to that of a time traveler? Probably. You opened your eyes from your meditation, a hint of understanding and amusement flashing in them. I always felt like something was missing from this crossover martial arts world. Turns out, it was the absence of transmigrators who caused trouble everywhere. A flicker of curiosity arose in his mind. I wonder if this new fellow villager has any interesting special abilities or advantages. However, before you could delve deeper into your mind's domain or make further guesses, a reality in an extremely blatant way has given you the answer. Less than a minute had passed since the innate warning was issued, and a cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice spoke. Simultaneously, it resonated deep within the consciousness of every intelligent life on the Kyushu continent and even in the surrounding seas. The martial arts QAA space. Arriva's World Chat channel is now open. This space will extract and play fragments of the past, present, and future of this world. A question will then be posted in the space, and everyone can participate in answering it. Rewards for correct answers. Penalties for incorrect answers. Rewards include, but are not limited to, divine weapons, martial arts manuals, miraculous elixirs, powerful spirit pets, and even the art of immortality and the method to become an immortal on the spot. The rewards will be distributed evenly among the number of people who answer correctly. If a martial artist answers incorrectly, 1/10 of their strength will be erased. For an ordinary person, 1/10 of their lifespan will be drained. The announcement echoed endlessly, resonating directly at the soul level, carrying an unquestionable, all-powerful authority. At first, there was absolute silence, as if time itself had been frozen. The old farmer tilling the field froze, his hoe still in hand. The emperor in the deep palace stopped reviewing memorials with his vermilion brush. The old monster, who had been in seclusion in a deep mountain cave, suddenly opened his cloudy or clear eyes. The chivalrous swordsman in the inn, who had been drinking heartily, held his wine bowl in mid-air. This silence was immediately shattered by an even larger wave of sound. It was an invisible torrent formed by the simultaneous gasps, murmurs, and even terrified screams of billions of living beings. A panic spread like wildfire to every corner of the world. In the bustling streets and alleys, people panicked and ran towards their homes. In the martial arts world, alarm bells rang constantly. Disciples drew their swords ready for a formidable enemy, yet they knew not where the enemy lay. In the imperial court, civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances while the emperor's face darkened. This incomprehensible power had directly shaken the very foundations of secular imperial authority. You stand atop the mountain, your robes fluttering in the wind, your inner realm, spanning 250,000 li, taking in the initial astonishment of all living beings. Your gaze, initially surprised, gradually deepened into a profound and serene expression. It's the system, you silently exclaimed, a barely perceptible smile curving your lips. It seems this world is about to get lively. I just wonder if this system was brought by the transmigrator or if it's just a system in itself. While I was pondering this, the world chat channel that had been opened simultaneously had already turned into a boiling cauldron of oil. Countless thoughts, words, and intense emotions scrolled and flooded the screen, the speed of this information explosion leaving anyone trying to make sense of it feeling dizzy. What? What's that? How did something grow in my head? A prize for a correct answer. A penalty for a wrong answer. A question and answer session. What kind of magic is this? A fellow practitioners, does anyone know what's going on here? Strange, very strange. It's neither Tao nor Buddhism, neither demon nor immortal, leaving no trace, yet encompassing everything. This kind of power that spreads throughout the world and connects the worlds is beyond human capabilities. Could it be the power of gods and demons? Do god-demon warriors still exist in this world? This chat channel is truly bizarre. Everyone in the world can communicate with each other. From now on, wouldn't the rules of various sects, secret martial arts techniques, and Jianghu secrets be exposed to the public at any time? A prize for a correct answer. I don't know if it's true, but if it is, it would be an incredible stroke of luck. There are heavens beyond heavens, and paths beyond paths. Only today do I realize that the martial arts of the human world have never reached their end. This method of connecting the entire world is truly unpredictable and mysterious. A time of great chaos has arrived. The channel is filled with all sorts of messages, arguments, doubts, probing alliances, threats, requests for help. The myriad aspects of human life, the various faces of humanity, unfold and collide on this invisible platform at 100-fold, 1,000-fold speed. Some tried to maintain order, some spread panic, and many more anxiously awaited the next move of the Q&A space, caught between greed and fear, waiting for the so-called reward and punishment to be proven. Just as billions of people were caught up in a whirlwind of thoughts and discussions, yet unable to grasp the underlying meaning, the entire world was in a strange and frenzied state of flux. Without warning, everyone, regardless of whether their eyes were closed, whether they were in bright light or darkness, or how severe their eye condition was, though even those born blind, their vision simultaneously bursts forth with endless, pure, and majestic golden light. This light did not originate from the outside world, but shone directly into people's eyes. A golden light rapidly condensed, stretched, and unfolded, transforming into a boundless, indescribably magnificent, and awe-inspiring celestial curtain across the sky of consciousness. This celestial canopy truly exists within everyone's perception, clear and stable, radiating a faint yet powerful pressure that can send shivers down one's spine. It replaced the original perspective, becoming the sole protagonist in the world at this moment. Immediately afterwards, That cold announcement echoed once more in the hearts of all living beings, carrying a formulaic, undisturbed solemnity. A first Q&A session begins. Us start extracting the image. Above the sky, golden light flowed like mercury, slowly condensing into a crystal-clear dynamic scene. The moment the scene unfolded, countless people held their breath, their hearts pounding. That seems to be a microcosm of a turbulent and epic martial arts world. No, it is far more vast and complex than any known martial arts world. The scenes transitioned and changed rapidly, yet everyone could see everything clearly. A peerless swordsman, whose sword energy traverses 30,000 miles, whose light chills 19 provinces, stands atop the Forbidden City, facing the moon in solitary solitude. A beggar clan hero, possessing unparalleled power and heroic spirit, with his dragon-subduing palm, drinks and roars amidst a vast army. A woman of unparalleled beauty and brilliant wisdom, with a gentle wave of her feather fan, orchestrates events both within the palace and among the common people. A master thief, dressed in snow-white robes and exuding a fragrant scent under the moonlight, steals the treasure amidst heavy guard, leaving behind a romantic legend. A cold-faced swordsman, clad in black and with swordsmanship as swift as lightning, walks alone on a path of revenge and redemption. In an ancient temple, a high-ranking monk chants scriptures with lowered eyes, and a faint light of Buddha appears. In a Taoist temple deep in the mountains, a sage practices breathing exercises to obtain the golden elixir, and purple kai rises from the east. In the imperial court, the emperor's schemes are profound, capable of turning the world upside down with a flick of his wrist. On the frontier, beyond the Great Wall, a general, iron-willed and blooded, died on the battlefield, his spirit awe-inspiring. Furthermore, the banners of many well-known sects flashed by: Shaoling, Wumei, Xiaoyao sect, Ming cult, Sun Moon sect, Power Gang, Money Gang, Yihua Palace, Evil Valley, Heavenly Palace, countless figures and forces, existing only in legends or dominating their respective regions, intertwine and flash within this single scene. And this celestial canopy is currently extracting segments from it and playing them for all living beings in this world to see. What was it asking? The whole world fell into a second, deeper, more focused silence. Only the silent flow of images and the hearts of millions leaping into their throats. Soon, the image on the screen froze on a grove of apricot trees. Apricot blossoms have fallen to the ground. This is an apricot grove. Master Qiao, isn't that the leader of the beggars sect from the Song dynasty? Could it be that we're about to talk about the Song dynasty? It's the gang leader. The screen is showing footage of him. The scene shows Qiao Feng standing in the woods with Duan Yu, surrounded by Ao Zhu, Wang Yuyan, Bao Bitong from the Murong family, and Feng Bo. At this time, the beggars sect and Murong Fu's men had just finished their battle, and the atmosphere was tense. The scene shifts, and Quan Guanqing of the beggars sect leads a large group of beggars sect disciples to surround them. The 4 nine-bag elders, Song, Shen, and Wu, stood on either side, their faces cold and hard. The surrounding members formed a dog-beating formation, trapping Qiao Feng and his group in the center of the forest. Quan Guanqing stepped forward from the crowd, his voice sharp and loud, publicly accusing Qiao Feng of colluding with the Murong family and plotting to murder the deputy leader of the clan Madayuan. The 4 elders then stepped forward and confessed that they had secretly detained the enforcement elder and the transmission elder, plotting to depose Qiao Feng as the leader of the clan, and even intending to capture and kill him on the spot. The atmosphere in the forest suddenly plummeted to freezing point as countless bamboo sticks were pointed at Qiao Feng, the once revered leader of the clan. Qiao Feng, however, remained calm, his gaze sweeping across the entire scene like lightning. Then he suddenly struck, his figure flashing like a ghost, instantly. Subduing the troublemaker, Quan Guanqing, Yi then questioned them sternly, meticulously investigating until he discovered that the four elders had been missiled and were thus able to cause trouble. As everyone held their breath, Qiao Feng suddenly drew four daggers from his waist and, without hesitation, plunged them all into his shoulders. Blood instantly stained his gray robe, but his expression remained unchanged. He said in a deep voice, "I, Qiao, will atone for the crime of rebellion with my blood. The four elders were deceived, and their crimes do not warrant death. Today I will pardon you." Most of the beggar's sect disciples in the forest were moved, and the rebellion subsided instantly. As soon as the situation stabilized, the carriage entered the woods and Madame Ma Kangmin slowly appeared, followed closely by Elder Su and a group of martial arts elders. De Kangmin, holding evidence, publicly accuses Qiao Feng of murdering her husband Ma Deyuan, relentlessly framing him. Elder Xu retrieves an old, secret letter. Master Jiguang arrives and recounts the ambush at Yanmen past 30 years ago, revealing to everyone that Qiao Feng is actually a descendant of the Khitan people, causing an uproar. But the beggar's sect disciples, who had initially been grateful to Qiao Feng, retreated, while the four elders who had previously expressed remorse wavered. Martial arts heroes from all directions gathered, pointing and whispering. The once renowned Qiao Feng was now seen by the entire martial world as a Khitan spy. Qiao Feng stood alone in the forest, unable to defend himself, his gaze sweeping over every familiar and unfamiliar face. Before finally smiling sadly, he reached into his robes, took out the beggar's sect leader's token, gently placed it on the stone in front of him, and turned to stride away. His silhouette against the backdrop of countless apricot blossoms appeared exceptionally desolate, like a majestic mountain collapsing with a crash. The scene ends abruptly here. Dendo question. In the footage, who caused Ma Deyuan's death? Qiao Feng, B. Kangmin, C. Quan Guanqing, D. Bai Shijing. Those participating in the Q&A session, please make your selection within 1 minute. As questions were asked in the Q&A section, everyone gradually recovered from the shock of the visuals. But everyone discovered that as the Q&A space posed questions, the chat channels in their minds were temporarily shut down. This dampened their enthusiasm for questioning the person involved. Even if Ma Deyuan is now dead, you can still ask Kangmin. That's a very clever question. As a time traveler familiar with the original story, you know very well that Ma Deyuan was killed by Bai Shijing himself. However, Kang Min's reason for ordering Bai Shijing to kill Ma Deyuan was still to take revenge on Qiao Feng. Therefore, in terms of causality, the answer to this question could also be Qiao Feng. This question might even require selecting two options at once. Qiao Feng indirectly caused Ma Deyuan's death, while Bai Shijing directly caused it. Do you think the answer is really likely to be choosing either one? Based on the footage just shown, most people would probably conclude that Qiao Feng killed Ma Deyuan. And Kang Min and the others certainly knew that Bai Shijing had killed Ma Deyuan. That's right, Ma Deyuan was already dead at this point, but the scene at Jingzilin hadn't happened yet. The Q&A space can't just give away rewards for none, can it? Fortunately, you don't need to agonize over which option to choose, as you're not planning to participate in the answer. You don't want to gamble on whether the power of this Q&A space can truly eliminate 1/10 of your strength. And you are not alone in choosing not to answer. Although they didn't know the original story, most intelligent people chose to play it safe when faced with the unknown nature of the Q&A space. A minute passed quickly. The Q&A space for the martial arts world has revealed the real answer. The correct answers are A and D. As soon as the question and answer session ended, The video began playing again on the screen. The scene depicts a banquet at a restaurant. At the banquet, guests clinked glasses and exchanged toasts. Kang Min, radiantly made up, looked through the crowd and her gaze fell upon the imposing and awe-inspiring Qiao Feng. During the banquet, Kang Min deliberately got close to Qiao Feng under the guise of toasting, her eyes subtly hinting and her words secretly seducing him, intending to have an affair with him. Qiao Feng, upright and principled, remained calm and composed, his words polite yet distant. He refused on the spot without showing any courtesy, then turned and left. The camera freezes on Kang Min's frozen face, her beautiful features slowly transforming from alluring to cold and resentful. The scene shifts to Kang Min's secluded room in her mansion. Alone, she sits by a solitary lamp, her fingers twirling a wine glass. The scene of Qiao Feng's coldness replays in her mind, her eyes filled with a mixture of jealousy, resentment, and shame. A series of vivid images of her inner thoughts appeared on the screen. Unwilling to be looked down upon by Qiao Feng, a wicked thought arose in her mind. If she couldn't have him, she would ruin Qiao Feng's lifelong reputation. She then secretly contacted Bai Shijing, whom she had manipulated with her beauty, and conspired with the ambitious Quan Guanqing to devise a treacherous plan to assassinate Ma Deyuan, who knew the beggar's sect's secrets. Then they fabricated clues, pinning the murder on Qiao Feng, and launched a public attack at the Xingzilin martial arts gathering, using the entire martial arts world to force Qiao Feng to his death and collapse. Qiao Feng was the catalyst for Ma Deyuan's death. Bai Shijing was the true murderer. I was right, this Q&A space is really inhumane, playing word games. Even if you've read the original work, you might not be able to answer these questions. After all, who could have imagined that this also contained the principles of cause and effect? Clearly, no one expected the Q&A platform to have this trick up its sleeve. The chat group was now filled with insults and expressions of relief at narrowly escaping unscathed. Wow, could have guessed that. Luckily, I didn't answer the question. Who would have thought there would be two answers? The saying only petty men and women are difficult to deal with is truly accurate. Kang Min is far too ruthless. Just because Chief Qiao wasn't tempted by her, she came up with such a vicious scheme. I wonder if anyone can answer this correctly, but I have a doubt about it. I feel like not many people who participated in the quiz got it right. I wonder what form the punishment for this space will take? As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Even the person involved might not be able to answer this question correctly, right? It's not that no one noticed that you can choose two answers. Unfortunately, none of them were answered correctly. Checking for correct answers, check complete, number of correct answers. 0. Settlement complete, punishment begins. The cold, mechanical sound echoed between heaven and earth, like a judgment from the deepest hell. The instant the words fell, all the martial artists in the entire martial arts world who had participated in the previous round of questions and answers felt a sudden emptiness within their bodies. That wasn't just simple weakness, but a shaking of the very foundation. A piece of the very essence of life had been forcibly shaved away. Decades of arduous internal energy cultivation evaporated by a tenth, and even the most refined martial arts techniques, once effortless and intuitive, became sluggish and ineffective, as if veiled by a hazy mist. This kind of loss is more terrifying than never having had it at all. And those ordinary people who participated without martial arts skills but harbored a sense of luck or ambition paid an even more tragic price. What they were stripped of was their lifespan. The invisible force of time swept over them, and some instantly had their black hair turned to frost, wrinkles creeping across their faces, aging them by more than 10 years out of thin air. Even those who were already frail and weakened, their life force waning, couldn't even utter a mournful cry before losing their lives and breathing their last in full view of everyone. The horrific sight of life being forcibly ripped away is more chilling than any sword fight. It's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. I saw old Wang next door just moments ago talking about making a name for himself, and now his hair is completely white and he can't even straighten his back. A peddler slumped to the ground, his face deathly pale, uttering incoherent words. Aluts, space. Give me back power. My 30 years of unremitting cultivation, 3 years of it gone in an instant. A wandering swordsman, his eyes bloodshot, roared at the sky, wildly slashing with his longsword, but only stirred up clouds of dust, his efforts futile. It seems that one shouldn't answer questions carelessly. Without absolute certainty, this punishment is too harsh. 10 wrong answers? Let alone 10, after 3 times, even a so-called peerless master would be no different from a cripple. In the world chat channel, messages scrolled wildly, a mix of fear, anger, regret, and lingering dread threatening to burst the invisible communication interface. Countless people expressed their shock and loss with the most vehement words. At this moment, those who hadn't participated in the first round of questions and answers out of caution or timidity were secretly patting their chests, relieved that they had escaped unscathed. Who could have imagined that the seemingly serendipitous question and answer session on the night sky would turn out to be so tricky and unpredictable? However, before everyone could calm down, before they could catch their breath from this sudden punishment, the enormous light screen above, cosmos of all living beings lit up once more, and the cold, merciless notification sound descended again like a death knell on EQ. In the footage just shown, who was the ringleader of the massacre at Yanmen past morning? In the A, Wang Jiantong, B. Zhao Qiansun, C. Murongbo, D. Suan Sayados. Participating in the Q&A session, please make your selection within 1 minute. New problems and new choices, along with the same risks and temptations, hang in the balance in everyone's mind. Having learned from past mistakes, the number of people willing to participate in the Q&A session plummeted this time. Most of the martial artists who had their power or lifespan drained and were still shaken chose to remain silent and observe. Many ordinary people who value their lives have completely abandoned any thoughts of taking chances. Those who still choose to participate at this moment mainly fall into several categories. First, martial artists who are still confident in their own strength or judgment, who are eager to make up for their losses and even win greater rewards. Secondly, there are ordinary people who are unwilling to settle for mediocrity and are willing to gamble their lives for a better future, although they are a very small minority. The third group consists of analysts who remained indifferent and self-proclaimed intelligence during the first round. They carefully studied the pattern of the previous round of questions and the details of the horrific scene shown, believing they had found a pattern or clue, and decided to try it out next. The 1-minute selection period passed in a deathly, oppressive silence. During this selection process, everyone tried choosing 2 options but failed, which relieved everyone. After all, multiple choice is harder than single choice. The timer expired quickly. The answer slowly appeared on the screen, each word carrying immense weight. The correct answer is D. Xuanxi. As soon as the question and answer session ended, the video began playing again on the screen. The scene shifts, time rewinds, abruptly pulling us back to the area outside Yemen past 30 years ago. The north wind howls, yellow sand fills the sky, the border is desolate, and the wind, snow are bleak. The young Xiao Yuanshan, dressed in Khitan attire, possessed unparalleled talent and martial arts skills. He traveled with his wife and young child to the Central Plains to visit friends, his heart filled with peace and devoid of any hostility. At that time, he was loyal and upright, and never harbored the slightest thought of causing chaos in the Central Plains. But suddenly a sandstorm arose, and a murderous intent surged forth. Dozens of top martial arts masters from the Central Plains, concealing their weapons and hiding in the mountains, suddenly launched a fierce attack, their killing intent overwhelming. The leader, dressed in monk's robes, possessed a handsome and dignified face. With an inherent Buddhist aura, he was none other than the young Shaolin Xuanzi. At that time, Xuanzi, though not yet the abbot, was already a core disciple of Shaolin, renowned throughout the martial arts world. The conversation from back then, clearly heard in the video, is piercingly poignant and resounds throughout the world. N. Xiao Yuanshan, a Khitan warrior, harbors malicious intentions, plotting to infiltrate the Central Plains to steal martial arts techniques and spy on military secrets. The righteous cause of the martial world, we will ambush and kill them today, eliminating traitors for the nation. Hixuan Sai, his face solemn and exuding righteousness, raised his arm and shouted, commanding the heroes. Among known to anyone, all his judgments stemmed from Murongbo's false secret. Report. A Murongbo deliberately provoked conflict between the Song and Liao dynasties, fabricating the illusion that Xiao Yuanshan had betrayed his country and invaded. With a single slanderous remark, he deceived the young and impetuous Xuanzi, who adhered to the so-called principles of righteousness and evil, into launching this unprecedented ambush. The image displayed on the screen is extremely clear, unedited, and completely exposes all the hidden secrets. A swarm of experts from the Central Plains rushed forward, swords flashing and blood flying everywhere. Xiao Yuanshan single-handedly protected his wife and children, fighting against dozens of masters from the Central Plains, battling relentlessly and risking his life. He tried every explanation he could think of, each word sincere, but no one believed him. He had never harmed a single person, nor had he ever plotted against the Central Plains, yet he was falsely accused of treason and brutally suppressed. The most horrific scene unfolded suddenly to protect their young son Qiao Feng. Xiao Yuanshan's wife was brutally murdered, her blood staining the yellow sands of Yamen Pass. Witnessing his wife's tragic death and the annihilation of his innocent clansmen, Xiao Yuanshan was heartbroken, his hair turning white overnight. The peerless hero was driven to the brink of despair. He was consumed by grief and rage, fighting fiercely against numerous powerful figures, killing countless experts, and finally, embracing the bodies of his wife and children, he fell off a cliff in despair. Before the fall, that mournful, piercing roar, echoing through 30 years, reverberated across the entire light screen, shaking everyone to their core. What is the righteous path? What is chivalry? I, Xiao Yuanshan, have lived an upright life and never wronged the Central Plains in the slightest. Why have I suffered this horrific tragedy of my entire family being wiped out? After this incident, Xuanzi realized he had wronged an innocent person, but to save face for Shaolin, he refused to reveal the truth to the public. He also ordered the survivors to keep the secret. Return. Temple to embellish their war achievements and deceive the abbot of Lingmen, and let the instigator, Murongbo, go unpunished. This concludes the playback. Though the moment the answer was revealed, the world chat exploded again, but the emotions were more complex and varied than before. I failed? I got it wrong again. My skills are wasted. A martial artist who had answered incorrectly twice was now pounding his chest and wailing incessantly. Damn it. Xuanzi, I'm so horrified. Who would have thought that the abbot of the dignified Shaolin Temple of the Great Song Dynasty, a highly respected leader of Buddhism, would be such a scoundrel behind the scenes? The ringleader? What a ringleader! What a haha! I won! I knew there wasn't a single good person in Shaolin Temple. Although it wasn't explicitly stated in the scene, that hypocritical and compassionate behavior, who else could it be but them? The one of the correct answerers, overjoyed, blurted out all the insults against Shaolin that had been accumulating over time due to their prejudice against Shaolin. Impossible! Abbot Swansea is a highly virtuous monk, compassionate and merciful. How could he commit such a cruel act? This question and answer space must be slandering us. It's an illusion. It's a conspiracy. At this time, many disciples of the Shaolin Temple in the Song Dynasty had begun to waver in their faith. Amitabha, forgive me, a monk tried to calm the commotion, but his voice sounded weak and feeble. Fuck your mother. I told you, the Buddhist temple is a pure land. Bullshit. It's mostly a den of iniquity and hypocrisy. See, a Shaolin abbot not only led his followers to wrongly kill loyal and virtuous people, but also distorted the facts and concealed the truth for decades. This is the high monk you worship. Unlike the previous disastrous situation where no one answered correctly, this time, there were quite a few meticulous or intuitive individuals. They correctly predicted Xuanxi, the seemingly least likely but actually most logically sound option based on plot twists and secrets. But of course, some people, based on certain clues in the footage, suspected that Murong Bo was the mastermind behind it all. However, many more people, based on more direct associations or a literal understanding of the term ringleader, chose either Wang Jiantong, the leader of the Beggars sect, or Zhao Qiansun, a participant. Checking the number of correct answers, check complete. The number of correct answers is 3,987,261, or nearly 4 million people. Clearly spurred on by the brutal punishment, the overall performance of the surviving participants has improved. A settlement complete, punishment begins. The verdict arrives again. The invisible force of the rules silently sweeps across the universe, precisely striking each and every one who answered incorrectly. The familiar feelings of weakness and aging resurfaced, and cries of anguish and curses echoed sporadically across the world. However, due to the large number of those who were either not strong enough or lacked determination being eliminated or scared off in the first round, the total number of participants this time was already sharply reduced. The proportion of ordinary people among those who answered incorrectly also decreased, so the number of tragedies involving immediate death due to exhaustion of lifespan was indeed much lower. But the terror of being stripped of power and having one's life cut short remains deeply etched in the hearts of every punished person. A punishment ended, rewards are being distributed. The words from the Q&A space faded before the eyes of all those who answered correctly. The void rippled slightly, and a pill the size of a dragon's eye, with a reddish gold hue and faintly shimmering with the shadows of dragons and elephants, appeared out of thin air, hovering silently. The elixir exuded a scorching and powerful life force, and at the same time, a clear annotation appeared directly in their minds. A dragon elephant pill, refined from the essence of a dragon and the spirit of an ancient savage elephant, supplemented with 100 kinds of spiritual herbs. Therefore martial artists, this can strengthen their ki and blood, improve their flexibility and build a solid foundation. It also has a slight effect on breaking through bottlenecks. For ordinary people, taking this can strengthen their tendons and marrow, forging a powerful physique. Upon initial completion, one's body becomes as hard as refined iron, impervious to swords and spears, possessing strength reaching 10,000 jin, and exhibiting remarkable martial arts aptitude. That the reward has finally arrived, but judging solely from the description of this dragon elephant pill, for an ordinary person who was originally powerless, it would be nothing short of a divine object that could grant them instant power. By undergoing a transformation of the body, one becomes invulnerable to swords and spears, possesses strength reaching 10,000 jin, and is also endowed with martial arts aptitude. This directly elevated him from an ordinary, and to a level comparable to a postnatal martial artist, and even among postnatal martial artists, those with exceptionally outstanding physical strength. This is a complete and utter act of defying fate, enough to alter the trajectory of an individual's and even a family's destiny. However, for martial artists who have already embarked on the path of martial arts and even achieved considerable skill, the dragon elephant pill's effects are indeed quite good. It can solidify the foundation and enhance physical fitness, but it is not an irreplaceable, priceless treasure in the martial arts world. While elixirs that can enhance blood, muscles, and bones are not uncommon, they are not entirely absent. The strength of 10,000 jin. Some martial artists who have acquired their skills through diligent practice and the use of appropriate techniques can achieve or even surpass that. However, when the amount of this reward reaches a staggering 4 million, its significance changes dramatically. Nearly 4 million dragon elephant pills. This means that, in this very instant, in the entire martial arts world, nearly 4 million newly emerged martial artists possessing the physique of a dragon and elephant, strength exceeding 10,000 jin, and considerable martial arts aptitude. They may lack combat skills and have no internal energy cultivation, but their bodies, modified by elixirs, are enough to crush an ordinary army. To become a new force that cannot be ignored, scattered throughout the world. This is no longer a simple personal stroke of luck, but a collective event powerful enough to shake up the world's kapgyuk, geju overall situation pattern, and affect the balance of power in the martial arts world. Wow, I have to say, this system is incredibly generous. In the long run, this question and answer space will definitely greatly enhance the foundation of the entire world. You sense the dragon elephant pill that has appeared out of thin air within the area encompassed by your own mental domain. And ponder to yourself, today's reward is the dragon elephant pill, which can mass-produce powerful physiques. What about tomorrow? The day after? Could it be some kind of internal energy cultivation method, completely different from, yet far more refined and profound than, the current martial arts system? Or perhaps a martial arts technique imbued with special laws? Or maybe a higher-level elixir capable of reviving the dead and enhancing cultivation? These reward items from the Q&A space contain inherent refining techniques, pharmacological knowledge, and energy utilization methods. It is very likely to be vastly different from the existing systems in the martial arts world, and may even originate from completely unknown territory. This otherworldly knowledge is like fresh blood and new genes injected into the world itself. It is extremely precious nourishment that can promote the evolution and improvement of the world's rules, IEAs, for the power and lifespan loss due to incorrect answers, although it is a severe loss for the individual. But for the world, that energy loss is merely a matter of breathing in a few breaths of chaotic air. Individual gains and losses seem insignificant in the face of global evolution. If this continues, by constantly introducing problems and rewarding otherworldly knowledge, the martial arts world can absorb these external rules and knowledge, continuously supplementing, adjusting, and strengthening its own law system. and perhaps even achieve a world-level advancement or leap, you would naturally be happy to see this. After all, it's about witnessing, and even indirectly participating in, the growth of a world, to encounter so many unknown mysteries without having to risk traversing the perilous and boundless chaotic void is undoubtedly a remarkable adventure. At this moment, the World Chat channel is overflowing with jubilation and excitement. Many ordinary people who rose to prominence overnight thanks to the dragon elephant pill are now wildly expressing their shock and joy. Power. This is power. Father, mother, can your spirits see this? Your son finally has the strength to uncover the truth of what happened back then and avenge you. Some people, tears streaming down their faces, swear an oath to the distant horizon. I'm finally not the useless person everyone calls me. The dragon elephant pill is simply a divine pill. It not only gave me strength, but also allowed me to feel I can cultivate internal energy now. I have the aptitude for martial arts, as expected of a mysterious, possessing, unparalleled power. The refining techniques and medicinal fusion methods of this dragon elephant pill contain incredibly profound pharmacological knowledge, vastly different from the existing alchemy practices of our 9 provinces continent, yet subtly in harmony with the Tao of heaven. If we can thoroughly study it and replicate or learn from it, it will be a tremendous boon to the development of medicine and martial arts throughout our entire 9 provinces continent. With nearly 4 million people sharing the reward, each receiving a divine pill like the dragon elephant pill. It's unimaginable what incredible fortune it would be if the reward were concentrated on one person, nearly 4 million dragon elephant physiques. The world is about to be thrown into chaos, and the landscape of the martial arts world will likely be reshuffled. The Great Song Shaolin Temple is in big trouble this time. Xuanzi caused so many people to answer incorrectly. I wonder if we can stop these people's crazy revenge. The ancient temple with a 1,000-year history may be destroyed in an instant. Today's Q&A session has ended. The next Q&A session will begin in 10 days, and nearly 4 million people received rewards, greatly boosting morale across the entire martial arts world. Those who were initially hesitant about the Q&A space now had a burning desire in their eyes. After all, who wouldn't want to gain an instant the opportunity that ordinary people spend decades cultivating? Unfortunately, while everyone was still reveling in the rewards, the Q&A space had already quietly closed. How consciousness receded like the tide, and in the blink of an eye, everyone returned to reality. The houses remain the same, the mountains and rivers unchanged, only the newly gained power within him reminds him that everything that had just happened was not a dream. While the Q&A section had fallen silent, the World Chat channel was in complete uproar. Billions of messages intertwined, creating a cacophony of noise. A cacophony of emotion, speculation, astonishment, regret, and anticipation swelled between the lines. The world of martial arts has been peaceful for too long. Although there are occasional frictions between countries and frequent disputes in the martial arts world, an existence like the question and answer space that can stir up the winds of change is something that has not appeared in 1,000 years. Even if you don't participate in the Q&A, who doesn't enjoy joining in the fun? You've got your wish? You want a lively atmosphere? We'll have it right away. A whisper, unheard by anyone, echoed from the depths of the void. Before the words were even finished, your figure had already traversed millions of miles of mountains and rivers, quietly descending upon a special land on the 9 provinces continent. This place borders the mighty Qin dynasty to the east, the Han dynasty to the west, the Song dynasty to the south, and the Ming dynasty to the north. The territories of 4 nations meet here, Yet no single flag can truly be planted in the heart of this land. This is the location the world of Fengyun in. This realm. In this land, there are no dynastic laws, no government offices. Only the name of the supreme martial arts master commands all heroes. The World Alliance, Peerless City, Sword Worship Manor. One after another, martial arts forces have taken root here. Celestial realm experts hide in the deep mountains, and even terrestrial immortals occasionally appear. The four kingdoms have long coveted this place, but due to mutual restraint and their fear of its unfathomable martial arts prowess, they have never dared to make a move. You stand atop a solitary peak, your robes fluttering in the wind, your gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of land below, a faint smile playing on your lips. The next moment, his figure vanished like smoke, and when he reappeared, he had stepped into a bizarre and fantastical alternate dimension. This is the 9 realms, without boundaries of the wind and cloud world. The 9 realms are a spiritual dimension within the world of Fengyun, containing the essence of millennia-old martial arts and the obsessions of countless powerful figures. The original work, the 9 realms of boundless space, covered the entire world. But in the vast and complex world of the martial world, it exists only above the Fengyun realm, like a forgotten dream. If the 9 realms of emptiness also enveloped the entire martial arts world like they did in the world of wind and cloud, then you won't need to spend a month to read through all the martial arts theories accumulated over 10,000 years in the world of martial arts. You can simply absorb large amounts directly from the 9 void boundless realm. In the boundless void, there is no sun, moon, or stars, only countless flowing lights and phantoms weaving and darting about. These are the sharpness of swordsmen, the domineering intent of blade users, the grandeur of palm techniques, and the enduring power of inner energy. All kinds of martial arts intentions are endlessly generated here. Because this is a purely spiritual realm, there are no powerful beings, the god or demon realm living in seclusion here, which saves you a lot of trouble. Upon arriving at the 9 realms of emptiness, you stand silently in the void, your eyes slightly closed. In an instant, an invisible yet vast power of the mind slowly unfolded, like ink dripping into water quietly, permeating the entire 9 realms. The flowing, illusory light began to rotate rhythmically, and the spatial structure emitted a subtle hum. However, in a short, he had already grasped 50% of the power of the 9 void boundless realm. The other 50% is subtly connected to the unseen laws of heaven. Then you use the power of your mind domain to extend upwards along the connection between the 9 realms and the heavenly Tao, like vines climbing a giant tree, slowly winding, permeating, and merging. In your perception, the heavenly Tao of this martial arts world presents chaotic yet harmonious scene without any trace of forced stitching. This world, seemingly a hodgepodge, is a miracle born of nature. Of course, it's also possible that the level of those behind the scenes is higher than you think, though with a thought, you began to modify the 9 void boundless realms by combining your mind domain with the mountain and river seal. The originally stable spiritual space structure of the 9 void boundless realms gradually became ethereal under the influence of the power of the mind domain and the Taoist essence contained within the mountain and river seal. The real spatial barriers become transparent and ethereal, ultimately transforming into a phantom that seems to exist, yet not truly exist, like the moon reflected in water, visible but untouchable. Instead, the scope has expanded infinitely. The 9 realms of nothingness, originally only covered the Fengyun region, now spread like an invisible giant net, silently covering the entire martial world. From the shores of the East China Sea to the snow-capped mountains of the western regions, from the dense forests of the southern frontier to the desolate wilderness of The northern desert, a layer of illusory realm, perceptible only to the laws of heaven, has been added above every inch of this land. At this point, 3 days had passed since the Q&A session ended. Okay, let's proceed to the next step. As soon as the words were spoken, the real world suddenly changed. At noon, under the blazing sun, an even more dazzling golden light burst forth from the depths of the sky. That wasn't the dazzling golden light that shone through the consciousness of all beings in a question and answer space. It was, in fact, a real and undeniable celestial anomaly. A pillar of golden light pierced the heavens and earth, turning the sea of clouds into a dazzling gold. Millions of living beings looked up, and whether they were ordinary people, Gugugyak, Jianghu heroes, or high-ranking officials, they were all awestruck by this sudden and extraordinary sight. What's going on? The Q&A session has started again? Isn't there still 7 days left? I just asked in the chat group, and everyone can see this golden light. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. An endless golden canopy unfolded from the golden light, stretching east to west and north to south, as if turning the entire sky into a gilded scroll. The sky above was ablaze with light and color, with faint, mysterious runes flowing within. Its magnificent spectacle bore a striking resemblance to the sky displayed in the question and answer space. Immediately following, just like in the Q&A space, a mechanical and grand voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth, transcending geographical boundaries and language, directly echoing in everyone's heart. Our heaven responds to all things, and all things are renewed. Today, a golden list is bestowed to recognize the world's heroes. Those who make it onto the list, whether powerful, prodigies, or beauties, are all bestowed with rewards by heaven. The list appears in sequence, and opportunities depend on one's own destiny. The sound echoed 3 times before gradually fading away. The entire martial arts world fell into a brief silence, then erupted into a deafening roar. Countless messages flowed through the world chat channel. The heavenly ranking? Could it be a new feature of the question and answer space? No, this is a real celestial phenomenon. It's different from the celestial phenomena of consciousness in the Tao asking space. A review of the strong, the prodigies, the beauties, and rewards will be bestowed. Isn't this another stroke of good fortune? The heavenly Tao is aware of this. Could it be that the question and answer space and this heavenly Tao golden list were both created by the heavenly Tao? Oh, the martial arts world was in an uproar, and the imperial court was shaken. Everyone's gaze towards the sky was filled with astonishment and fervent anticipation. How could a martial arts world be complete without a ranking of the top players? You, residing in the 9 realms of nothingness, are currently in a very pleasant mood. Of course, you didn't create the ranking list entirely for fun. The heavenly Tao golden list, though seemingly a celestial canopy, is in reality a collector formed by combining the mountain and river seal with a trace of heavenly Tao authority through the illusory 9 void boundless realms. The fluctuations in fortune, the beliefs of the masses, and even the emotional resonance generated during the ranking process will all be quietly absorbed and transformed into pure energy reserves, used as an energy reserve for talents to traverse the chaotic void. And, at the very instant, the heavenly ranking appeared in the world. Outside the vast chaotic void of the martial world, a golden light that had been hurtling towards it seemed to freeze, instantly coming to a halt. At the core of the golden light, a sleeping soul could be faintly seen, gently enveloped. Then, as if making some kind of judgment, the golden light suddenly turned 90 degrees, completely deviating from the course of the martial arts world. This golden light, originally named the Heavenly Tao Golden List System, is about to bring the transmigrator to the world of martial arts. following its predetermined program to begin a legendary journey of recognizing and rewarding all living beings. However, the heavenly ranking you created seems to have affected its mechanical programming. Without careful investigation, it concluded that the martial arts world already possessed a system similar to the heavenly Dao golden ranking, and thus changed its destination. And all of this, at the core of the 9 realms, were unaware of. At this moment, with a slight thought, brilliant words begin to appear on the golden sky. A first review, the world's top martial arts heroes ranking. Oh, those on the list. Young martial artists under the age of 30 who rank in the top 100 based on a comprehensive evaluation of their strength, opportunities, potential, and luck. Rewards are tiered. 100th to 11th place form one tier, and the top 10 place forms another tier. The list will be released soon, and rewards will follow. As the celestial text appeared, the mechanical voice sounded again, detailing the rules to all beings. The inventory has begun. As the manipulator of the rankings, the entire process was lightning fast, with the aid of the 9 void. Boundless realms, global perception, and the authority of the heavenly Tao. Though information on all young martial artists under the age of 30 in the entire martial arts world flooded in, instantly being analyzed, compared, and sorted within my mental domain. In just 5 days, they quickly compiled a list of 100 martial arts heroes. 100 names, from bottom to top, are engraved on the golden sky. As each name appears, flowing light illuminates the sides of the sky, reflecting fragments of that person's past and even their potential future. Of course, the future. Footage is all cleverly edited, showing only highlights and concealing the calamities. Countless scenes intertwine, sketching a magnificent picture of a group of young heroes. Yang Guo, Gojing, Cao Zhang, Xu Ziling, Ding Peng, Shen Lang, Li Zunhuan, Chu Laixiang, Ye Kai, Fu Hongxiu Zhang. Wuji, Shi Potion, Hua Wuki, Jiang Yuyet, the main characters and famous supporting characters from the original martial arts novels are all on the list. The strength of those on the list may not even reach the top 100 among martial artists under the age of 30, but the list of outstanding individuals also includes future achievements, that is, potential. This is why you showed footage of the past and future. It was to make the audience more convinced. Of course, the exposure of the list brings both fortune and misfortune. Some of those on the list face a precarious situation, and their online presence could even lead to their deaths. However, you're not an unscrupulous merchant. After-sales service is still necessary. During the review process, an unseen force manipulates fate, averting crises for some before they even arise. Either the masses only see those who make the list, turning misfortune into good fortune, unaware that a plan had been made behind the scenes. A 5-day recap, a period of turbulent change. The heavenly ranking has collected a vast amount of fortune, the majority of which consists of the divinely ordained power released when those listed became famous throughout the world. Besides good fortune, the light of faith gathered by onlookers, filled with longing, also flowed like streams into the sea, surging into the depths of the boundless void. Even more surprisingly, because the format of the golden list is similar to that of a Q&A space, many people regard it as a branch of Q&A spaces, or believe that both are manifestations of the way of heaven. Thus, a portion of the faith, expectation, and awe that all beings held for the question and answer space was intercepted and transformed by the heavenly ranking. But the greatest reward was the torrent of emotions that erupted from the millions of people watching the review. The tension of anticipating the lists reveal, the excitement of seeing familiar names, the awe of witnessing future images, the envy of seeing the rewards distributed, a joy, anger, sorrow, pleasure, greed, hatred, delusion, all sorts of emotions, like a rainbow, pierce through heaven and earth, ultimately being quietly absorbed by the ethereal nine void boundless realm and refined into the purest spiritual energy. These energies settle and circulate deep within the heart, like a star being conceived. As the inventory concluded, the mechanical voice once again echoed throughout the land. Inventory complete. Rewards will be distributed now. The next inventory will be in 5 days. Before the martial arts heroes ranked 100th to 11th, the void rippled slightly, and a pill the size of a longan, its entire body shimmering with 9-colored light, quietly appeared. The surface of the elixir seemed to be covered with fine lightning patterns and flickering shadows of mountains and earth veins, faintly radiating a boundless vitality and Daoist charm that both thrilled and inspired intense longing. This is precisely the 9 heavens and 10 earths thunderous rebirth elixir that you fabricated based on the dragon elephant list. And your own interpretation. This elixir is incredibly miraculous. If an ordinary person who has never cultivated obtains it, upon consuming it, it will instantly draw upon the spiritual energy circulating throughout the body, cleansing and rejuvenating the marrow, by transcending the barriers that even mortals struggle to overcome after decades of arduous cultivation. One directly enters the realm of the innate, laying an unparalleled foundation for the Tao, for martial artists and cultivators who already possess cultivation levels. The surging medicinal power can instantly boost their strength, saving them decades of arduous training. Even more valuable is its ability to fundamentally temper the user's physical constitution and spirit, cleansing away the shackles of cultivation. The saying, "A rotten tree becomes a genius becomes a prodigy," perfectly encapsulates its power to defy fate. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the system or engaging in private transactions or gifting, you have imprinted an invisible restriction on the pills. Only those whose names are recognized by the official rankings can activate the pill's spiritual energy and safely consume them. The top 10, excluding the rebirth pill. You also bestowed upon them, through unparalleled power, a remote initiation based on their individual martial arts characteristics, techniques, and even potential mental qualities. He imprinted 10 completely different, yet perfectly suited divine and demonic martial arts techniques deep into his soul. Some people received a Hong Kong comic version of the 9 Yang divine skill, which is incredibly powerful and domineering, and someone obtained a modified version of the 9 transformations of the heavenly silkworm, capable of bringing the dead back to life and granting them immortality. Some even conjured up images of ultimate offensive techniques severing cause and effect with a sword, cleaving through the void with a blade in their minds. Each martial arts manual points directly to the fundamental principles of Tao, containing astonishing insights into cultivation. This is enough to allow them to forge their own legends in the future. Even if they don't reach the realm of gods and demons, cultivating to the level of a terrestrial immortal wouldn't be difficult. What should we review next? A ranking of the strongest? A ranking of divine weapons? A ranking of beauties? Or should we just have a power ranking to get all the nations involved? You gaze at the world of martial arts, your eyes gleaming. Time has quietly ticked by. 10 days have passed since the first Q&A session ended. At this moment, the question and answer space, suspended deep within the unknown space of the martial arts world, and where reality and illusion ripples once more, preparing to begin the second grand question and answer feast. However, just before everyone was about to step into that mysterious world constructed of consciousness, your talent has once again issued a silent warning. Another uninvited guest has arrived from beyond the heavens, silently infiltrating the world of martial arts. Tisk. Isn't this world riddled with holes? You lean against the void, raising an eyebrow and silently grumbling to yourself. I must say, this is truly a system disaster zone for the cross-world martial arts world. It's so popular. What is this thing that's come this time? Could it be another system? You have no idea. If you hadn't created the Heavenly Path Golden List in advance, originally, there should have been a system specifically for inventorying information, which would have brought the transmigrator to the martial arts world. As you ponder the question and answer, space silently begins to operate. A magnificent light screen unfolds in the consciousness of countless people, and the first video begins to play. In the scene, verdant mountains rise one after another, pine trees rustle like the sea, and a huge stone disc sits in a secluded valley, with black, white chess pieces scattered like stars, their energy intertwined. This is the scene from Demigods and Semi-Devils, where the true dragon chess game is played. At Duan Yu's infatuation, Murong Fu's arrogance, Duan Yanking's ruthlessness, Xu Zhu's naivete. The expressions of many characters are vividly portrayed, and the game of chess subtly reveals profound martial arts principles and Zen-like wisdom about life. Immediately following, a cold yet resounding question echoed in the minds of every participant. Q question, among the characters appearing in the scene, who ultimately solved the Zhenlong chess puzzle? The question format remains multiple choice, but the options listed below are now densely packed. This includes all characters who appear in the scene, even those only briefly shown, and even characters like Ding Chunqiu and Su Xingyi. For local martial artists unfamiliar with the original work, it's truly like looking at flowers through a fog, making it difficult to distinguish truth from falsehood. A minute slowly passed. The number of people responding to the Q&A call this time is lower than the previous time. Although the rewards previously displayed on the heavenly ranking were incredibly enticing, many people harbored the intention of taking a chance, but faced with such a bizarre, obscure, and seemingly intractable problem, many people still hesitated. The 1-minute response time has ended. The answer has been revealed. 317 people answered correctly. That compared to the previous Q&A session, where nearly 4 million people answered correctly, this number represents a precipitous drop. However, precisely because the number of participants has drastically decreased, the reward allocated to each correct answerer is far more valuable than the dragon elephant pill from the previous event, reaching an astonishing level. The reward this time is still elixirs, based on the comments provided in the question and answer space. The elixir awarded this time is called Grand Master Elixir, as its name suggests. This pill can be effective regardless of whether the user was originally a weak scholar or a martial artist stuck at the Grandmaster level for many years. But instantly, one can connect the bridge between heaven and earth, causing internal energy to surge like a river, bursting its banks. Furthermore, one can condense in essence, forge a yang spirit, and ascend to the heavens in one step, becoming a true and firmly established martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the remarkable thing about this elixir is that it doesn't force growth, but rather solidifies the foundation of the Great Tao, without harming the user's future potential. The path ahead remains broad. At the moment the rewards radiance burst forth from the Q&A space, you relying on the 9 boundless realms that already covered the entire martial arts world, clearly and accurately locked onto the locations and statuses of those 317 lucky individuals. Oh no. To be precise, there are 316 lucky ones. Because one of them most likely didn't guess the answer by luck or intelligence, but rather already knew the answer. You are quite familiar with this person. This is none other than Li Hanyi, the second city lord of Snow Moon City, who was extremely popular in his previous life. EAA is a pivotal character in the original novel, The Legend of the Young Swordsman. You have no doubt about the immense destiny he carries. In fact, many of those who answered correctly were similar individuals, mostly those favored by the destiny of their respective original worlds, either protagonists or important supporting characters. But what truly convinced you that Li Hanyi was extraordinary wasn't her aura, but rather the presence of something around her that seemed completely out of place in this world. That's milk tea, right? It must be milk tea. Your gaze pierced through the void, landing on the window of Li Hanyi's secluded cottage in Snow Moon City. On the table, besides the usual sword manual and tea, there was a peculiarly shaped cup-like vessel, engraved with a smiling snowman's head and the words, Mixu Ice City. It looks exactly like the logo of a chain tea shop on some blue planet deep in your memory. So, that extraterrestrial object was something like a chat group. You quickly deduced, your mind racing. It can bind to local natives and facilitate cross-world item transfers. Aside from platform-type cheat codes that connect multiple worlds, such as chat groups of all heavens, interdimensional exchange groups, and dimensional mutual aid systems, you really can't think of any other possibilities. That Mixu ice cream drink was most likely a red envelope sent to Li Hanyi by a group member to prove the authenticity of the chat group. Interesting, truly interesting. Indeed, the world is so vast, nothing is impossible. A playful smile curved your lips. I wonder if there are any self-proclaimed omniscient or know-it-all masters in this chat group. If it were an older version of a chat group, there might be people like Master Yi or Master Su. They're using information asymmetry to mislead group members. In newer versions or more refined systems, the atmosphere is likely to be more egalitarian, with fewer such charlatan characters. You tend to think it's the latter. Because if it were the old-fashioned approach, the first target for recruiting would be Huang Rong of Peach Blossom Island, not Li Hanyi of Snow Moon City. I wonder if this chat group will issue tasks to Li Hanyi. For example, asking her to investigate or even subdue the suddenly appearing Q&A space. Your thoughts wander, even conjuring up more outrageous possibilities. Or perhaps even I, the mastermind behind the creation of the Heavenly Path Golden List, have become a target. Of course, if it were truly fully functional chat group, its detection capabilities might be able to discern that the heavenly ranking is not a product of any system. After a moment's thought, you've decided it's best to avoid contact with Li Hanyi. From the moment she joined the chat group, her destiny had already transcended the realm of a purely martial arts world. Entanglements have formed with countless realms, and the future is fraught with unpredictable variables. Rash contact is unwise. This is tantamount to deliberately stepping into a vortex and inviting trouble. And normally, if the chat group owner is male, characters like Li Hanyi are likely as confidantes. But even if you don't contact me, you've decided to keep Li Hanyi under close observation, using the 9 Void Boundless to keep a close watch on her movements. After all, who knows if some powerful figure on the other side of the chat group might suddenly decide to descend upon this world. If we're completely unprepared, we might not even have time to escape. Of course, as long as it doesn't jeopardize your own foundation, you'd be perfectly happy to be a quiet observer. Let's see how many more bizarre and fantastical scenes will unfold in this martial arts world, influenced by the elements of the heavens. You turn your attention back to the Q&A section. The first Q&A session only had 2 questions, but this time, the space played 4 video clips from different worlds in the original work and posed 4 questions, following the precious chess game. The second scene depicts a scene from The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, where Ling Yu witnesses the 10 elders of the demonic sect breaking the 5 mountains sword technique within a cave on the cliff of contemplation. The question is, which of the 5 mountains sword sects will Lin Yu pass on the 5 mountains sword technique to? The third paragraph is from Storm Riders, showing the first half of Mud Bodhisattva's commentary on Lord Conqueror, with the question asking about Lord Conqueror's fate. The fourth paragraph is taken from the legend of the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, depicting Cao Zhang and Xu Ziling's first encounter with mountain pusher Shilong in Yangzhou City and how they became embroiled in conflict because of the longevity manual. The question here inquires about the origin of the longevity formula. Those who answer correctly will receive different rewards. Besides various elixirs of slightly lower rarity than Grandmaster pills, there are also complete cultivation techniques that lead directly to the celestial realm. This stirred the hearts of countless martial artists who regretted not having participated or answering incorrectly. Time flies like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed since the Q&A space appeared in the world of crossover martial arts. During this period, the Q&A space conducted 6 large-scale Q&A sessions in an orderly manner, raising a total of 27 questions. Like 27 pebbles thrown into a lake, creating ripples in the world of martial arts, constantly changing the fate and perceptions of many. And your heavenly ranking didn't stop there, releasing 5 more reviews in quick succession. Following the initial heroes list, you subsequently launched the Divine Weapons ranking. Lists legendary and powerful weapons from across the land, attracting countless martial artists to search for them and stirring up undercurrents of competition. Divine Vine Skills ranking, unveiling the secrets of top-tier martial arts techniques that have been lost or secretly passed down. While the descriptions of these techniques do not detail specific cultivation methods, they highlight their characteristics and potential, making countless sects and independent cultivators eager to acquire them. The beauty ranking not only judges appearance and temperament, but also values, talent, martial arts skills, influence, and unique destiny. Women on the list become the focus of much discussion in the martial arts world. Li Hanyi ranks high on this list thanks to her unparalleled beauty, sword immortal cultivation, and aloof temperament. And the celestial ranking, a list of top-tier martial arts masters who have surpassed the Grandmaster level, achieved unity with the heavens and man, and condensed their dharma forms, showcasing a higher level of martial arts. Li Hanyi is also among them, and ranked highly, demonstrating her unfathomable potential and strength. Originally, Li Hanyi's strength was only at the Grandmaster level, not yet at the celestial realm. But what can you do when Li Hanyi joined the chat group? You observed that Li Hanyi briefly disappeared from the martial arts world twice within these 2 months. This disappearance is not a physical concealment, but rather a temporary cutting of its existence from the world's timeline for a very short period of time. Strangely, to everyone else in the crossover world, Li Hanyi had not disappeared. Her movements remained consistent and normal. This is clearly the result of intervention from some force that transcends the rules of the local world, most likely originating from the chat group it is linked to. In another words, your talent remains as strong as ever, clearly recording these 2 missing instances. You speculate that Li Hanyi may have been invited to participate in an offline gathering within the chat group, where she could meet the real-life members of the group from other worlds. Or, perhaps, it's about collaboratively completing some cross-world team mission, because each time she returns, her aura becomes more refined and profound, and her strength shows a significant improvement, clearly indicating that she has gained considerable benefits. The rewards you set for these 4 lists are still only elixirs and cultivation techniques. E.g., these elixirs can enhance comprehension, improve martial arts skills, or even preserve one's youthful appearance. Their cultivation techniques have all reached at least the level of terrestrial immortals. 3 days after the 6th Q&A session concluded, you released your 6th list, the Martial Arts Legends list. This list caused a sensation throughout the land. The names listed are all truly reclusive powerhouses at the land immortal level, standing above countless martial artists and transcending the ordinary. I'll be there. Was Emperor Shishin, who absorbed phoenix blood, lived for 1,000 years, and created the Sacred Heart technique. There exists an immortal god of the ancient Bu clan who created the heaven-shifting divine technique in an attempt to achieve eternal life. Bearing the blood of the swan turtle, having witnessed 4,000 years of mortal life, he laughs as he watches the ever-changing world. There is Yinzhong, who has cultivated to become an immortal demon god, and is hiding beneath the imperial sword manor. Bai Qi, a butcher of unparalleled power, who achieved enlightenment through martial arts and forged an insatiable, bloodthirsty military spirit. A master of both chess and swordsmanship, a carefree and otherworldly chess saint and swordsman. There was Su Baiyi, invincible throughout his life, guarding the northern border. Zhang Fuyao, whose words are law, has guarded the mortal realm for 800 years. Zunzi, whose literary talent reached the divine, and whose righteous spirit filled the heavens and earth. A woman from Yu, named A Qing, possessed supernatural swordsmanship and could defeat 3,000 armored soldiers with a single bamboo stick. Yu Fei was known for his unwavering loyalty and mastery of military strategy. Yuan Tiangang, who possessed divine abilities through divination and had lived for 300 years. Zhang Sanfeng possessed the principles of Tai Chi's circular motion, the natural way of Tao, and the profound understanding of the transformation and generation of yin and yang. He was a wise man of the Tibetan Buddhist tradition. Sakya Pandita, whose profound knowledge of esoteric Buddhism and whose wisdom was as vast as the ocean. Wang Yangming, who aspired to be a master, embodying the unity of knowledge and action, controlling his energy with his mind, and cultivating both Confucianism and martial arts. This list completely shattered the facade of peace in the martial arts world, revealing to the world that so many legendary figures were hidden among the masses. As for martial artists at the divine demon realm, they are truly mythical. Through the images presented in the rankings, the world finally understands the vast difference between terrestrial deities and celestial beings. Martial artists at the celestial realm can condense the Dharma image of heaven and earth, drawing upon the primordial energy of heaven and earth within 100 or even 1,000 miles. Their every move possesses immense power, making them far beyond the ordinary. The realm of terrestrial immortals, however, has already taken a step beyond the realm of human. They can use their own martial arts as the core to completely transform a region into their own martial arts domain. Within their domain, the laws are self-determined, and all things follow their will. They are like gods wielding power, controlling wind, rain, thunder, and lightning with a mere thought. Its power is so vast that it far surpasses anything attainable by those in the celestial realm. With the rewards distributed, the 6th round of rankings officially concluded, and the brilliance of the leaderboard gradually faded, disappearing into the depths of the sky. OUU bestowed upon each of the listed terrestrial immortals a divine and demonic martial art. Of course, this world couldn't possibly possess so many divine and demonic martial arts techniques. Most of it was fabricated by you based on the martial arts concepts of the crossover world, combined with some ideas from various novels and movies from the other day. In addition, those who rank in the top 10 will also receive a divine weapon perfectly suited to their character. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, a total of 28 questions were raised on the Q&A platform. Although the vast majority of respondents still answered incorrectly, the rewards bestowed upon those who answered correctly were becoming increasingly generous. So essential elixirs, divine weapons, secret manuals, and even direct initiation into cultivation all can greatly enhance a martial artist's strength. For this reason, the overall strength of the martial arts world did not decline due to the punishment. On the contrary, it steadily increased under the impetus of countless opportunities. Tens of millions of new martial artists have emerged in the martial arts world, along with thousands of grandmaster and great grandmaster level martial arts experts. And you only released one list in these 2 months. That's the gods and demons ranking. The list includes all the gods and demons still existing in the current martial arts world. The ethereal and otherworldly 9 heavens mystic maiden, the warlord Chi Yu with a battle-hardened spirit, the profound Buddhist master Bodhidharma, the sword master who founded the sword realm, If terrestrial immortals are still halfway to transcending the realm of humanity, then divine and demonic warriors have truly stepped into the realm of gods and demons. Their life essence has undergone a fundamental transformation. Their lifespan can reach thousands of years, and they even control a portion of the heavenly Tao authority in this world. They can mobilize the power of the world for their own use. They are the pinnacle of martial arts, beings who stand above all others. As the rankings are released, you, as always, recreate the scenes of past gods and demons wielding power in the heavens. In the scene, the 9 heavens mystic maiden gently waved her sleeves, causing the vast sea of clouds to churn like dragons. Chi Yu's battle axe cleaved down, causing mountains and rivers to crumble, and moon to lose their light. With a single palm strike, Bodhidharma unleashed a radiant light, scattering demons and monsters. The swordsman unleashed a single strike, leaving marks in the void and causing the stars to tremble. That was beyond human capability. Each strike was like a natural disaster, covering tens of thousands of miles of land, as if the world itself were collapsing. If it weren't for your rapid improvement in strength over the past few months, you probably wouldn't have been able to activate these imprints deeply embedded in the river of time. Since creating the heavenly Tao golden ranking, you have collected a vast amount of fortune, faith, and even emotional power through the 9 void boundless realm. Although these things were originally fuel accumulated for traversing the chaotic void, it doesn't prevent you from transforming them into resources for your cultivation. You used a portion of that energy as kindling to ignite the innate power hidden deep within your soul. With the blessing of your innate power, your cultivation speed on the path of eternal true self has increased tenfold, even 100-fold. In just a few months, you not only thoroughly gested the martial arts foundation accumulated over tens of thousands of years in this world, but also integrated the vast amount of knowledge from the Q&A space that did not belong to this world. Your mental domain has expanded wildly, now covering an area of 1.5 million miles. Within this realm, your will is the way of heaven. Your words become law. Your thoughts alter mountains and rivers. If you are willing to sacrifice the strength of your mental domain, you can even expand the range to a radius of hundreds of millions of miles. Although that would greatly dilute the power of the mind domain, reducing it from easily suppressing divine and demonic warriors to barely suppressing terrestrial immortals. However, this method was not intended to suppress the enemy. Its primary purpose was to expedite travel. As long as you are within the range of the mind domain, You can descend to any location. My current strength should have completely surpassed the God-demon realm. I wonder how I compare to the God-emperor of that descendant world. You stand deep in the void, lost in thought. At this moment, the entire martial arts world was in an uproar due to the announcement of the God and demon ranking. The sensation caused by this list is far greater than that of the previous list of terrestrial deities. After all, terrestrial immortals are still human, while divine and demonic warriors are seen as gods, walking among mortals in the eyes of ordinary martial artists. When the world learned that such a being truly existed and witnessed its world-destroying power, the martial spirit of the entire martial arts world was ignited to an unprecedented height. Surprisingly, most martial artists did not feel fear of gods and demons. Instead, they felt a strong yearning and ambition to replace them. This almost arrogant confidence is precisely what Q&A space provides. In this era of Q&A spaces, as long as you dare to take risks, you may reap tenfold, hundredfold, or even 10,000-fold rewards. Even reaching the realm of gods and demons in one leap is not a pipe dream. The 6th month since the launch of the Q&A space. For the past 2 months, the Q&A session has continued every 10 days, as per the usual rules. But the heavenly ranking you posted has become random. After all, the most exciting list has already been released. The subsequent lists are mostly humorous and entertaining, adding a touch of light-heartedness and fodder for conversation to this tense and exciting world. Perhaps spurred by the gods and demons ranking, those gods and demons who had been hidden deep within the ages began to reappear in the world. However, most of them did not participate in the Q&A session. Upon reaching the realm of gods and demons, they cherished their cultivation more than anyone else. If one's cultivation is reduced by 1/10 due to a wrong answer, even hundreds of years of arduous cultivation would be insufficient to make up for it. On this very day, the first martial artist of the divine demon realm was born. It was none other than Lin Yu, the Snow Moon Sword Immortal, who possessed the opportunity presented by the chat group. It seems the crossover world is not far from advancement. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen along the way. You gaze towards the northern direction of Snow Moon City. Based on the plots of many chat group novels, you know. After Lin Yu enters the realm of gods and demons, she is highly likely to push for the world's ascension with the help of her fellow group members. Because in this world of martial arts, gods and demons are already the limit that the world can contain. To go further, a wider world is needed. Of course, Lin Yu also had another option, to travel to the higher worlds of certain group members through the chat group. Several months have passed since Lin Yu obtained the chat group. Logically speaking, there must already be members from higher worlds in the chat group. It might even be a vast world like those in Covering the Sky, or Perfect World. However, given Lin Yu's personality, unless faced with an insurmountable obstacle, she definitely wouldn't choose this option. Sure enough, it happened 3 days after Lin Yu advanced to the divine demon realm, as she began to challenge established gods and demons one by one, including the 9 Heavens mystic maiden, Yu, and Bodhidharma. To avoid being mistaken for the mastermind behind everything, you've reclaimed the 9 boundless realms that covered the entire world. That concealing their presence, they observe from the shadows this earth-shattering battle. Although Lin Yu is new to the realm of gods and demons, as a member of the chat group, she has friends from all over the world standing behind her. The techniques she cultivates and the martial arts she wields have long surpassed the limits of this realm. Every move and every stance contains profound rules that transcend this realm. Therefore, even when facing ancient gods and demons with thousands of years of history, she can maintain a firm advantage. where the sword light points, heaven and earth resonate. As the sword intent flows, the laws follow. In just 1 month, all the gods, demons, and warriors who appeared in the world were defeated by Li Hanyi's sword. After that, she did not stop, but began to set up a series of profound formations, connecting with the earth's veins and influencing celestial phenomena. Her aura continued to rise as the battle progressed and time passed, soon reaching the limit of the divine demon realm. On this day, Li Hanyi stood atop Kunlun Mountain, using herself as a catalyst to activate a colossal array that encompassed the entire 9 provinces continent. The instant the formation activated, the heavenly Tao manifested, and 10,000 golden rays descended from the heavens. You enhanced your senses with your innate abilities and vaguely saw more than a dozen blurry figures appearing beside Li Hanyi. It's obvious without even guessing that Li Hanyi started a group live stream, and her group members are watching it right now. The moment the formation connected with the heavenly Tao, Li Hanyi's aura underwent a fundamental transformation. Pressure surpassing even gods and demons swept across the heavens earth. Thunderclouds surged in the sky, and the sounds of the great Tao resounded endlessly. And as she broke through and entered a completely new realm that this world had long lost, or perhaps never existed before, at almost the same moment, the martial arts world began its advancement. The sky stretched upwards at a visible speed, growing ever higher and deeper. The earth sank deeper, its veins expanded, and spiritual energy surged forth like a tide. Looking out from beyond the chaotic void, the radiance representing the world of martial arts expanded violently, the world's barriers thickened continuously, and the internal space expanded layer by layer. The mountains and rivers are reshaped, seas flow, and all things are reborn under the nourishment of the laws. And you, at this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, fully unleash your innate talent, constantly elevating your perspective of will, transcending time and space, transcending dimensions, until we approach the very origin of the world. You eagerly absorb every change in the rules during the world's ascension process. The primordial chaos at the beginning of time, the established order of yin and yang, the endless cycle of the 5 elements, the mysterious trajectory of the extension of space and time, all of this transforms into a vast torrent, surging into your heart and merging into your understanding of the eternal true self. I don't know how much time passed. Perhaps it was a moment, perhaps a year. The world's ascension is gradually stabilizing, and the laws of heaven have once again faded into the background. You slowly awaken from a profound epiphany, your eyes reflecting the phantoms of the birth and death of the sun, moon, and stars. This realization has given you an unprecedented insight into the nature of power and the composition of the world. The area covered by your mental domain has more than doubled, now reaching a radius of 5 million miles. Looking back, the upgraded world of martial arts has been completely transformed. The concentration of spiritual energy has increased tenfold, the rules of heaven and earth are more complete, the upper limit of cultivation has been completely opened, and the overall difficulty of the path of martial arts has been greatly reduced. Countless martial artists who had been stuck at their bottlenecks broke through, and a new generation of geniuses emerged like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. At this moment, Li Hanyi, having spearheaded the world's ascension, directly obtained the position of World Lord. As she stood atop a cloud, surrounded by a faint golden glow, the mark of authority bestowed upon her by the very origin of the world. The mountains and rivers whispered to her, the sun, moon, and stars revolved according to her will, and the whole world seemed to become an extension of her will. This honor is no accident. It is precisely because she guided the world to break through constraints that she was able to bear this vast cause and effect. She now stands at a completely new starting point. It's true what they say, it's good to have a powerful backer. This world really is all about who can pull off the biggest cheat. Li Hanyi may not be the most talented in the crossover martial arts world. Got it, but who told them to join the chat group? A few casual words of advice from the experts in the chat group, along with some seemingly useless information, are enough to propel Li Hanyi to new heights. It's time for me to leave too. You withdrew your gaze from the distance, your mind already made up. This world is beautiful, but it is not a place for you to stay for long. Your path lies in a vaster chaos, in countless unknowns awaiting exploration. Thinking to yourself, you directly connect with the dormant innate power within your body. It's a gentle yet vast azure light originating from the depths of your bloodline. Immediately afterwards, layers of blue light emanated from your body. As the light swirled, it gradually coalesced into a long, azure rainbow that stretched across the heavens and earth, enveloping your figure within it. The rainbow light trembled slightly, as if bidding farewell to this world, before transforming into a streak of light that tore through the void. In an instant, you broke free from the constraints of the multiverse world and plunged into the vast, chaotic void. With the aid of your innate abilities, you have clearly sensed the coordinates of the nearest otherworldly counterpart. It was a faint yet persistent resonance, as if calling for your arrival from the depths of chaos. You adjust your direction, your body accelerating rapidly within the rainbow light, hurtling towards the coordinates. And right after you left, outside the upgraded martial world, a figure slowly emerged. He wore a simple gray robe, his face indistinct, only his eyes reflecting the ephemeral nature of the heavens and brimming with the wisdom accumulated over the years. His hand was poised to grasp, Taoist energy swirling between his fingers, yet he grasped nothing, only a wisp of dissipating blue light slipped through his fingers. Who is this fellow practitioner? The figure muttered to himself, a hint of doubt in his voice. Seriously, what's wrong with everyone these days? Why do they all love to play games so much? The world is going to the dogs, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. He shook his head, as if recalling some distant memory. He sighed helplessly, then turned his gaze to the newly formed martial arts world below. His gaze pierced through layers of barriers, instantly spotting the faintly glowing chat group imprint within Li Hanyi's body, and catching a glimpse of the lingering fluctuations of the question and answer space deep within the world. The look of helplessness on his face deepened, as if he could see countless troubles ahead. Never mind, just pretend I never created this world, he murmured, as if trying to convince himself. Having said that, the figure slowly dissipated, like smoke and mist, merging into the chaos, leaving no trace. Only the world of martial arts floats silently, radiating the light of new life in the chaotic void. And at this moment, you have been traversing the chaotic void for an unknown amount of time. Your innate power protects you, shielding you from the occasional chaotic currents that surge from the void. Close your eyes and sense it. The coordinates of that otherworldly counterpart are becoming increasingly clear. Wow, that's strange. In this world, I'm not an orphan? But I'd rather not have parents like that. Above a dilapidated planet in the celestial realm, the heavenly ring starfield, you sit cross-legged in the void, a faint glow of source energy flowing around you, as if you have merged with this desolate starry sky. Having just completed your fusion with your counterpart in this world, a torrent of memories from another life is surging deep within your consciousness. But do you close your eyes and concentrate, sorting through the memories of your counterpart in this world? The result will surprise you, compared to their counterparts in the Kyushu world. The fates and misery of their counterparts in this world are simply unbearable to witness. It's freaking tragic. According to my memory, This world is called the Celestial Realm, a vast and boundless cosmic star-shaped world. The most striking characteristic of this type of world is its size. The Celestial Realm has a diameter of at least several 100 million light-years, and within it are hundreds of star systems of varying sizes distributed in an orderly manner. Each star system harbors thousands upon thousands of life-bearing planets. Here, all races rise together, vying for control of the stars. There are colossal cosmic beasts whose bodies rival those of stars, and spiritual races that construct illusory kingdoms using psionic energy. There are silicon-based life forms that perfectly blend machinery and flesh, and there are elemental beings rooted in stars, drawing energy from light and heat. The sheer number of races and the flourishing of civilizations are beyond imagination. The human race, through its unique adaptability, learning ability, and later awakened talent for source power, struggled and fought for countless years to rise to become one of the 10 major races of the Celestial Realm. Your counterpart was born in the Apocalypse starfield, on the edge of humanity's sphere of influence. This is a relatively resource-poor and remote star system, and the human race's control over it is not very strong. The specific home of the isotope is an ordinary life-bearing planet called Huanyuan star in the Tianyuan star region, i.e. the planet's surface is divided into 7 parts sea and 3 parts land. Its level of civilization is similar to the early industrial age in your memory. Although source energy cultivation is widespread, high-level power is scarce. When his counterpart was 5 years old, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open above Lin Yu city, where he lived. Amidst a piercing shriek, invaders of the hostile Blackwing race surged forth like a tidal wave. The Blackwing clan, with jet black wings on their backs, ferocious faces, bloodthirsty and warlike, feed on the souls and primal energy of inhabited planets. Their sharp claws easily tore through the city's defenses, and devastating shadow energy barrages reduced bustling streets to ruins. Both of the same entity's parents were members of the Lin Yu City Defense Force. The father was a source energy machine gunner, and the mother was a battlefield medic. A disaster strikes, and the parents of the same-sex individuals try to buy time for the lives of a group of people, including their youngest siblings. He detonated the high explosive energy crystal he was carrying, perishing along with several Blackwing warriors. Later, the young isotope was adopted by a civilian couple who had been protected by his parents while they were on the run. The husband's name is Su Cheng, an honest and unassuming mechanic. The wife's name is Lin Wan, a nurse at the community hospital. They also have a daughter of their own, a few months younger than their sibling, named Su Yanren. The two families were originally neighbors. After a devastating tragedy, the Su couple, filled with gratitude and compassion, took on the responsibility of raising their deceased friend's son. Despite their impoverished circumstances, this small family offered the other person a temporary measure of warmth and shelter. When he was 13, a bizarre car accident took the lives of Su Cheng and Lin Wan. It was said to be a car accident, but faint, unnatural energy fluctuations remained at the scene. However, no one investigated further at the time, and the case was ultimately closed as an accident. According to the wishes and notarized will left by their adoptive parents, the underage twin and Su Yanran became each other's only family and began to depend on each other for survival. From then on, protecting Su Yanran became the most important principle in the life of the other half. He dropped out of school early, took all sorts of odd jobs, scavenged for garbage, and worked as a child laborer in dangerous energy mines. He would do any job, no matter how hard or tiring, as long as there was income. He regarded Su Yanran as his own younger sister, or even someone more important. In his heart, This was both a way of repaying the kindness of his adoptive parents and an almost instinctive act of protection and devotion to the girl who had given him a little warmth of family in his despair. The core of the extraordinary power system in the celestial realm is source power. This is an essential energy that permeates the universe and exists within all things. Through specific meditation and body-tempering methods, practitioners draw in source energy into their bodies, refine themselves, and master various incredible powers. The source power cultivation system is clearly structured, divided into 9 levels from low to high, each level further subdivided into 9 grades, totaling 81 levels. Each step is arduous, akin to ascending to heaven, i.e. a first-tier source warrior, having initially mastered source power, can possess immense strength, capable of splitting monuments and shattering rocks, surpassing the limits of mortals, i.e. second-tier source master, able to project source power externally, condense Qui into a protective aura, and briefly levitate. A third-tier Grand Source Master, source power materialized, initial contact with attribute changes, combat power multiplied. Upon reaching the 4th rank, they are known as Star Walkers. These source energy cultivators possess a stable source core within their bodies, with source energy circulating autonomously, enabling them to completely break free from the gravitational pull of planets and traverse the cosmos in their physical form. An EA, 5th-tier planetary ruler, is powerful enough to dominate an ordinary life-bearing planet, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. EA, 6th-tier star system lord, powerful enough to shake a continent and capable of ruling over several inhabited planets. The 7th rank is a major dividing line. The cultivators who reach this realm begin to deeply comprehend and control fragments of certain fundamental laws of the universe, resulting in a qualitative change in their strength. They possess terrifying power capable of tearing apart stable space and shattering stars with a wave of their hand. Cultivators at this stage are respectfully called kings, and each one receives a unique title of king, implicitly recognized by the rules of the world, such as Flame King, Ice King, and Sword King. They were renowned throughout a star field. The 8th rank, known as the Star Domain Emperor. This realm requires complete and perfect understanding of a law, achieving harmony between oneself and the law, and possessing unparalleled mastery of spatial power. Folding space and creating temporary subspaces are all within reach. EA ruler is powerful enough to govern a large star system. His will is one of the highest laws of that star system and a strategic pillar of the race. The 9th rank is the supreme saint standing at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. They have begun to touch the threshold of supreme laws such as time and even destiny. With their full power, the destruction of galaxies and the shattering of star fields are not mere exaggerations. They are living legends. The pillars of their races rise and fall, their every move influencing the entire celestial realm. All races in the celestial realm possess their own unique racial talents. And the racial talents of the human race are closely related to this source energy system. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken a unique source power talent upon reaching adulthood based on their bloodline potential and soul traits. This talent isn't a specific cultivation method, but rather more like an innate affinity for rules or a special ability seed, which can greatly influence a cultivator's path and combat power. The quality of source power talent is as strict as a pyramid, divided from lowest to highest as follows: low, medium, high, top, king level, emperor level, and saint level. The gap between each level is like an insurmountable chasm. Low-level talents may only slightly increase strength, speed, or recovery, with limited impact cultivation speed. A moderate talent, perhaps allowing one to initially perceive a certain element and unleash some rudimentary elemental attacks, an advanced talent, already capable of forming relatively powerful traits. A top-tier talent often involves a deeper energy source originating from the spiritual realm, e.g. a king-level talent, already possessing some characteristics of laws. A royal-level talent allows one to touch upon a portion of the power of laws, even at a lower cultivation level, which is truly heaven-defying. EAs for saint-level talents, they often involve time, destiny, and even conceptual levels, with immeasurable growth potential. On the day of her awakening at the 18th birthday, in the official awakening hall of Huan Yuan's star, Su Yanran was enveloped in a dazzling azure light. The test results shocked everyone. The top-tier water-based source power talent, the heart of the azure waves. This means she has a natural affinity for the laws of water, making her cultivation of water-based techniques twice as effective, and her future achievements are limitless, allowing her to smoothly cultivate to the 6th rank. The counterpart, upon awakening, only emitted a faint, inconspicuous yellowish-brown glow, and the test results indicated a medium-level earth elemental source power talent, rock armor. The effect is to draw upon source energy to form a layer of rock-like armor on the body's surface, enhancing defensive capabilities. Compared to the heart of the vast ocean, it's like comparing mud to clouds. The difference in talent is immediately apparent in the trajectory of one's life. Su Yanran was exceptionally admitted to the best university in Huan Yuan's star, enjoying the most generous resources and education, becoming a prodigy admired by all. Meanwhile, the other student, in order to be closer to Su Yanran and not to embarrass his younger sister, reluctantly entered a lower-level school located near that prestigious university, a school that specifically accepted children from commoner families. From then on, the isotope worked even harder. While completing his studies and basic training at the academy, he also used all his spare time to take on various dangerous missions, such as venturing deep into the wilderness to hunt source beasts, exploring abandoned mines to find rare ores, serving as a guard for caravans traversing dangerous areas. Having brushed with death countless times, my body bears numerous scars, large and small. Of the rewards he earned and the resources he acquired for spiritual practice, he kept only enough to barely sustain himself and meet the most basic needs for his cultivation, i.e. the majority of the rest were delivered to Su Yanran through various means. Source energy crystals, rare and precious materials that aid in water-based cultivation, defensive or supportive source energy equipment. He gave his all, so that Su Yanran could have a smoother and farther path in life. Su Yanran was initially grateful, but as her own understanding improved and her horizons broadened, she came into contact with peers who were exceptionally talented and had powerful backgrounds. She gradually grew distant from her brother, who all wore cheap clothes, was covered in dust, scars, and had mediocre talent. I even felt that his presence would make me feel awkward in front of my classmates. As she began to focus more on her own circle, accepting gifts and help from her suitors, and her gratitude for the resources offered by her peers turned into habit. The other half wasn't oblivious. He stubbornly continued to fulfill his duties as an older brother, even as Su Yanran's attitude towards him grew increasingly cold. The turning point occurred when the isotope was 25 years old. He was already a level 3 source master at the time, which was considered quite good among graduates of lower-level universities, relying on years of accumulated experience and the defensive advantage of moderately talented rock armor. The isotope joined a reputable interstellar mercenary squad. They spend most of their time carrying out missions on several resource planets near Huan Yuan's star. After a routine exploration mission, the team was ambushed by an unknown force, suffering heavy losses. Only the original member and 2 other team members escaped with serious injuries. However, instead of compensation and treatment, he faced cold shackles and horrifying accusations of betraying his country and plotting the murder of his teammates. With both eyewitness testimony and physical evidence, public opinion was in uproar. Under pressure from conclusive evidence and public outrage, the Huanyuan Star Human Tribunal swiftly sentenced him to death. Until the day before his execution, a richly dressed, distinguished young man, accompanied by the now elegant and even more aloof Su Yanren, visited her in the dark death row cell. The young man, who identified himself as Wang Hao, had his arm around Su Yanren's slender waist, while Su Yanren nestled in his embrace, her face displaying a shyness and submissiveness never before seen in her counterpart. Wang Hao looked down at his shackled, emaciated counterpart, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth, like a cat toying with a mouse. He casually admitted that the whole thing was his scheme from beginning to end. The reason? It's simple. He's taken a liking to Su Yanren, and this seemingly insignificant obstacle his counterpart always holds a special place in Su Yanren's heart, making him uncomfortable. So, he casually set up a scheme that would both completely erase this stain and make Su Yanren fully realize reality and become dependent on him, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, a bolt from the blue. The other person felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, their blood seemingly freezing instantly. A raging fire burned through his body, but colder than the fire was a profound despair and absurdity. He stared intently at Su Yanren, hoping to see a trace of guilt, a hint of reluctance, or even just a flicker of panic at having his lie exposed on her face. However, no, Su Yanren simply turned her head slightly, avoiding his gaze, and whispered to Wang Hao, "Brother Hao, let's go, the smell here is unpleasant." But only after the 2 figures, embracing each other, disappeared at the end of the cell corridor did the other body suddenly cough up a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with a furious roar of resentment. Why? Just because I am powerless and without influence, can I be crushed like an ant? What have all my efforts and perseverance over the years amounted to? A joke, filled with boundless hatred and endless doubt. The counterpart from his memories was taken to the execution ground the following day, his body and soul utterly destroyed. However, at the very moment consciousness completely dissipated, the counterpart felt a violent distortion of space-time, as if falling into an endless vortex. When he opened his eyes again, his counterpart had been reborn back to 18 years old, the day before the Source Power Awakening ceremony. That's right, the counterpart in this world is a reincarnated being, or rather, a reincarnated being artificially created. After the initial shell shock of being reborn, the reborn counterpart was overwhelmed with unparalleled ecstasy. Heaven has actually given me a second chance. This time, I'm determined to turn things around and make those 2 scoundrels pay the price. Unlike the previous life, when the counterpart's palm touched the awakening stone, it no longer emitted a faint, earthy yellow light, but rather a blazing golden radiance, like the sun. The test result changed to top-tier talent, undying sword body, and moreover, the person in question at the time seemed to have an unseen sense that this talent had the potential to continue growing and transforming. In the other person's mind, this was undoubtedly a benefit brought by rebirth, a compensation from fate for his tragic experiences in his previous life. In his memory, he was trembling with excitement as he looked at Su Yanren, who was also awakening and about to unleash her azure radiance once more, not far away. The warmth that once lingered in his eyes was gone, replaced only by cold calculation and hatred. Afterwards, the reborn counterpart and Su Yanren and Wang Hao engaged in a melodramatic drama of mutual scheming, betrayal, and counter-betrayal. Driven by hatred, The clone's cultivation speed is astonishing, with constant fortuitous encounters leading to a rapid increase in strength. During this process, Wang Hao seemed to be the protagonist of a destiny blessed with good fortune. Even when he encountered setbacks, he always managed to turn danger into safety, and even benefit from misfortune, while his strength also improved rapidly. This long, interstellar struggle lasted for hundreds of years. Both Tongti and Wang Hao have grown from naive teenagers into renowned titled champions. Finally, they both stepped into the Star Domain Emperor realm, a dream for countless people, the same entity, titled Undying Sword Emperor, whose sword strikes cause stars to fall and space to shatter. Hao, titled Emperor Haoshin, possesses unparalleled fortune. His words carry the weight of law, and his power overwhelms all directions. The final battle erupted deep within the ruins of the fallen Saint Ancient battlefield on the edge of human territory. The two emperors fought so fiercely that the heavens and earth trembled, and the aftershocks of their clashing laws completely reduced several surrounding desolate star systems to dust. The isotope burned its life essence, pushing its undying sword body to its limit, unleashing a final strike that surpassed its own limits. However, at the crucial moment, a magnificent power originating from the luck of the human race erupted from Wang Hao's body, like the might of heaven, easily shattering the sword intent of his counterpart. Though with a single finger, he destroyed the Emperor's source core, which he had painstakingly cultivated for hundreds of years, and shattered all the meridians in his body. His cultivation completely destroyed, his body collapsed like mud on the cold star debris, his consciousness fading. But Wang Hao didn't go all out. Instead, a complex and unreadable expression appeared on his face. Mixture of pity and gankei, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection. Just then, the surroundings silently cracked open, and two indescribably majestic figures slowly emerged. Their mere presence was enough to instantly calm the turbulent spatial currents that had just erupted from a battle between emperors, and to restore the order of the laws. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in a star-patterned Taoist robe, his face blurred, seemingly one with the Tao. The other was a beautiful woman in palace attire, graceful and elegant, with a hint of sorrow and resolve in her eyes. Upon seeing these two, especially the beautiful woman in palace attire, a strange yet familiar tremor, originating from the depths of his shattered soul, surged forth. That middle-aged man was none other than the leader of the 5 great sages of the human race, hailed as the one closest to the realm of martial God, and the one who cultivated the path of destiny, the sage of derivation. And the beautiful woman in palace attire was his Taoist partner, the renowned and invincible emperor of the human race, Emperor Xuanji. The saint of derivation calmly looked at his dying counterpart, then at the respectful Wang Hao. He spoke slowly, his voice like the whisper of cosmic laws, resonating deep within the souls of every living being present. Foolish child, it's time to wake up from your dream. As he spoke, a vast, star-studded stream of information forcefully surged into the consciousness of his counterpart. And in an instant, all memories were overturned and reassembled. The cruel truth, like the sharpest icicle, pierced through all the other's perceptions and convictions. Only now did the other person realize that he had never been reborn. It turns out that the couple who died protecting him in Lin Yuan City were merely foster parents arranged by the saint of Yan Tian. So, his real father is the heavenly saint before him. His mother is none other than the Xuanji Emperor. It turns out that he was born with an astonishing saint-level talent, the nascent Chaos Tao embryo, a talent that theoretically possesses unlimited growth potential, can fuse with all Taos, and directly points to the origin. However, all of this was sealed, altered, and covered up by his own biological father. The sage of heavenly derivation wove a fabricated life memory for his counterpart, spanning over a decade and beginning at age 5. Then, a plan is devised to reborn him, but during this rebirth, only a portion of the seal is broken, guiding him towards a destiny of opposing Wang Hao, and ultimately becoming Wang Hao's whetstone. The sage of heavenly derivation did this for only one purpose, so that Wang Hao can grow up faster and more smoothly. It turns out that, according to the predictions of the sage of heavenly derivation, Wang Hao was the chosen one destined to lead humanity to dominate the celestial realm. But the growth of a person destined for greatness requires sufficient trials and tribulations. And the counterpart, this biological son with saint-level talent, who should have had an infinitely glorious future, in the eyes of the sage of heavenly derivation, he became the most perfect yet cruel tribulation-bearer and whetstone tailor-made for Wang Hao, using the future of my own son to nurture and fulfill another chosen one. For the sake of our human race, some sacrifices are unavoidable. The voice of the sage of derivation was completely calm, as if stating a truth that had nothing to do with him. Your talent, if allowed to develop normally, might have led you to sainthood, but for the greater good of humanity, it would merely be icing on the cake. Wang Hao, on the other hand, is a lifeline in times of need, a beacon of hope for a new era. Having survived this calamity, Wang Hao will be able to advance to the saint realm within 100 years, becoming the youngest saint in the history of the celestial realm. Is an extremely high probability that I will be able to break through to the unknown realm of gods, which is above the 9th rank. In her memory, the biological mother of the Xuanji emperor, a counterpart to her, faced her crippled son with tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with pain and struggle. But she loved her husband more than her son. Her support for her husband's ideals and her identification with the greater good of humanity outweighed her guilt and maternal love towards her son. Child, I'm sorry for humanity. She choked back tears, but couldn't finish her sentence. His cultivation was destroyed, the truth was revealed, and his belief in his counterpart completely collapsed. He felt his entire life was a joke. It turns out that even a mother's love can be weighed and given up. It turns out that from birth, I was a tool, whose everything was planned out. Even my joys and sorrows might have been designed. All the struggles, all the hatred, all the love, all the pain and resentment. It was all a play, a long and brutally real drama directed by our closest relatives. His so-called defying fate was nothing more than following a pre-drawn path and performing even more diligently. But the tragic story of the isotope doesn't end here. But after revealing the truth about his counterpart, Sage of Derivation allowed him to acknowledge his ancestry. But after his counterpart was sent to Huan Yuan's star, his biological mother, the Queen Xuanji, adopted a son from an unknown place. Over the years, the adoptive mother poured all her love and guilt towards him into her adopted son. The rest of the story is unnecessary to elaborate on. In the end, due to the adopted son's machinations, the counterpart arrived on this desolate planet to spend the rest of its life. What a perfect protagonist template. He'd be incredibly popular with transmigrators. You believe that even if you hadn't descended to this world, there's a very high probability that other transmigrators would have transmigrated into the bodies of their counterparts in this world. After that, the revenge story unfolds in chapter 800. Honestly, it's rare to see such beastly parents. Did I somehow end up in a female-oriented online novel? Right now, you feel like nothing in this world is right. Don't worry, brother, I've avenged you. Consider it a reward for your service. Although the grudge against your counterpart isn't your grudge, you decide to accept this cause and effect. Because the actions of your sibling parents genuinely make you feel physically uncomfortable. Of course, You won't just rush straight up to the heavenly saint. At this moment, in terms of pure raw power, you are not yet able to compare with the true saints of this world. The rules of the celestial realm are far more complex, and its energy level far surpasses that of any other martial arts world you have experienced. In the world of martial arts, you didn't cultivate martial arts because the world's potential was low and your strength quickly reached its peak. In the celestial realm, if you wish to elevate your cultivation of the eternal true self path to a level comparable to a saint, it will take at least several months. Therefore, you decide to cultivate the path of source power, a cultivation system like the Source Force system, which focuses on mobilizing the power of the universe, is the easiest for you to improve quickly, and so you gain your almost extravagant spiritual practice. You generously use the energy you've accumulated, continuously stimulating your extraordinary talent to enhance your cultivation. Your every breath is in sync with heaven and earth. Every thought draws upon the primal currents deep within the starry sky, the path of cultivation that ordinary people take hundreds or thousands of years, or even a lifetime to complete, is as clear and swift as climbing stairs your feet. Starting from the original cultivation framework of your counterpart, you directly return to the Emperor realm in one step. At that moment, his body radiated light like a sun crown, and the void hummed softly in response. But this was only the beginning. In the days that followed, your cultivation level rose steadily, seemingly without any bottlenecks. The primal energy of the universe flows into your body like rivers, and is then refined and integrated by your will and essence of the eternal true self. On the 7th day since your arrival in this world, you have reached the threshold of sainthood. On the 10th day, you have become a saint. The characteristics of a saint-level being unfold instantly. You have clearly grasped the threads of destiny in this world. It's like a boundless net, enveloping all living beings, each thread shimmering with the light of cause and effect. You smiled slightly, your heart as clear as a mirror. In terms of controlling the power of destiny, that self-proclaimed sage of destiny was probably far inferior to you now. Even in terms of strength, you are confident that you have surpassed even the peak saints. This is mainly because, although the path of eternal true self is powerful in combat, it is ultimately still a path of cultivation at the level of willpower. Simply having strong willpower is powerful. Willpower supported by cultivation is even stronger. With the support of saint-level cultivation, your mental domain is no longer just as strong as before. You stand in the void, your robes fluttering in the wind, your gaze seemingly piercing through layers of emptiness, falling into the depths where fate intertwines. Those who try to fathom fate will ultimately be deceived by fate. You spoke softly to yourself, your voice deep and calm. Saint of the heavenly origin, let me see how you will choose in the face of your impending fate. Having acquired the strength, they were able to immediately begin their operation. Your vast, star-like will, like an invisible tide, instantly disrupted the cause and effect of the entire celestial realm, and the flow of destiny shifted at this moment. 3 days later, Wang Hao and his mother, the Xuanji Emperor, both from the same body, are simultaneously ambushed by top-tier alien powerhouses in 2 perilous locations several star systems apart, all bound by an invisible destiny. The alien race's attack came without warning, yet its ferocity was like divine punishment, that although the Xuanji Emperor wields the laws of space and possesses unparalleled escape techniques among humans, the pull of fate causes each of her teleportations to be slightly slower. How cracks have appeared in the imperial domain surrounding him, while Wang Hao, despite being protected by the aura of destiny, it was also overwhelmed by the attacks of Several invincible emperors and one saint, its very essence is in turmoil. When the news reached the human temple, everyone was shocked. At this moment, among all the human saints, only Saint Yanqian has the time and the ability to simultaneously rush to the aid of two places capable of breaking through the encirclement. And all of this was part of your calculations. Under your intervention, even with the extraordinary cultivation of the heavenly saint, he could only save one person this time. A choice is always more cruel than battle. Faced with his wife, with whom he had shared countless days and nights of companionship and mutual support for thousands of years, the sage of Yanqian did not choose Wang Hao with the same decisiveness he had shown when facing his son. A rare look of hesitation and struggle crossed his face, but he ultimately made the resolute choice to save Wang Hao. As if sensing something, the Xuanji Emperor suddenly turned around, her eyes reflecting a beam of destiny piercing through the void, but the light brushed past her and did not fall upon her. She paused for a moment, then smiled wistfully, as her protective imperial aura shattered completely under the next attack. Before her body dissipated, she whispered, in your heart, humanity is ultimately more important." The Yu watched indifferently from the depths of the void. And just as her soul was about to dissipate into the world, you swept your sleeve and gathered her remnant spirit. Of course you can't let these people fall so easily, otherwise wouldn't that be too easy on them? Within a golden spiritual space you have created, Jia Swan wakes up to find herself surrounded by an endless golden expanse. Where am I? I'm not dead, am I? The memory finally settled on the light of fate emanating from her husband, a light that ultimately did not shine upon her. Her heart felt as if it were being repeatedly pierced by icy blades. She had a premonition that Yanqian would choose Wang Hao. The sage of Yanqian has always placed the great cause of humanity above all else. Xia Swan, though a Daoist partner, is merely a pawn on one side of the scale. But, when truly confronted with this ending, the warmth of thousands of years of companionship still transforms into a bone-chilling cold. You can't even handle that? Your voice echoed from all directions, calm yet carrying a hint of playful coldness. But when you chose to sacrifice your own son, you didn't seem to be in this much pain. Xia Xuan suddenly looked up. Your figure solidified before her, your appearance and clothing identical to the abandoned son she remembered. But her pupils constricted sharply. You're? No, you are not him. Even though their eyebrows, eyes, and figures are exactly the same, there is a depth in their eyes that their counterparts lack. Sure enough, even if they don't care that much, parents in the extraordinary world still recognize their own son. Bu sighed inwardly. Who exactly are you? Why have you captured my soul? Xia Swan suppressed her emotions, her regal bearing still intact. Who I am doesn't matter, you waved gently. The important thing is that you watch this play carefully. Wait. Before she finished speaking, your figure had already faded away. Immediately, a screen of light unfolded before her eyes, displaying the scene unfolding outside. As she tried to look away, but found she couldn't even close her eyes, she could only stare passively. Within the light curtain, after Wang Hao was rescued and brought back to the temple, his condition had stabilized. However, it's all under the control of your invisible hand. Late that night, countless dark cracks suddenly erupted within Wang Hao's body. Under the influence of fate, the injuries within his body instantly flared up. This injury is not outwardly apparent, yet it erodes the body's very essence. Ordinary remedies are completely ineffective. Iwa, the sage of derivation, worked through the night to deduce fate. A blood-red light flickered on the star chart, ultimately revealing only a single line of prophecy. Our destinies are intertwined. Only the soul of the adopted child remains. The sage of Yanqian stared intently at the prophecy, his brow furrowed. He wasn't without doubts, but he had unwavering confidence in his mastery of destiny. Within the celestial realm, there are only 2 or 3 who can rival him in the laws of destiny, let alone someone who can interfere with his deductions so precisely. He preferred to believe that this was just another ordeal for Wang Hao, and that once he overcame it, the road ahead would be much brighter. Zuaner, Tianer, don't blame me, it's all fate. After receiving a definitive answer, the Sage of Derivation, though also in pain, did not hesitate to summon the adopted son who had replaced his counterpart to the secret chamber. Immediately afterwards, ignoring his adopted son's pleas and objections, he began to extract his life essence. Actually, if that adopted son has average talent, it's indeed difficult for you to manage him. But the truth is, that adopted son's talent isn't much worse than his counterparts, which gives you room to maneuver. The process of separating oneself from the source is slow and brutal. Each wisp of his essence leaving his body felt like having his tendons and marrow ripped out. The adopted son's face was ashen, his whole body trembled, and he wailed incessantly. The Saint of Derivation had his back to him, his hands seals as steady as a rock. Only the fingertips within his sleeves trembled slightly. Axia Swan, standing before the light screen, had eyes wide with rage, her soul trembling violently, yet she could not utter a sound. After all, compared to her counterpart who was placed on Huanyuan's star from a young age, this adopted son was truly raised by Xia Swan from childhood. Now, Xia Swan watched helplessly as her adopted son's life flowed away along with his life essence, the light in her eyes slowly fading. When the last wisp of primordial energy entered Wang Hao's body, the adopted son's body became as transparent as glass. He looked in the direction of the Sage of Evolution. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he remained silent, slowly closing his eyes and dissipating into specks of light. The Sage of Derivation stood silently for a long time, reaching out to try and gather a speck of light, but grasped nothing. Inside the golden space at this moment. The light curtain dims. Xia Swan felt as if her soul had been torn apart by 1,000 knives, a pain 100 times greater than the moment she was abandoned. She finally screamed, but it was only a silent tremor. Either child she had raised with all her guilt and tenderness after sacrificing her own for the greater good died at her husband's hands. But your operation isn't over yet. Just half a month after Wang Hao recovered from his injuries. Through your subtle influence over this period, Wang Hao's mindset is no longer as clear and firm as it once was. When the night is still and quiet, those thoughts you quietly planted will creep up on me like vines. He thought of the heavenly saint, high above, controlling his destiny. I thought about how I, as the chosen one, always lived in the shadow of others, like a pawn being manipulated. The resentment and anger in his heart accumulated day by day, eventually transforming into a cold and resolute thought, to cooperate with the alien race to kill the heavenly saint. Initially, Wang Hao also hesitated. After all, he had been taught by humans since childhood. But the humiliation of being manipulated and the allure of the other path that was quietly being shown to you ultimately overwhelmed the remaining conscience in his heart. Under the influence of the torrent of destiny you orchestrated, Wang Hao made contact with the bone-eating clan, who resided in the desolate borderlands of the Sky Realm. This race excels at devouring the essence of living beings, and especially enjoys hunting down human prodigies. After Wang Hao expressed his willingness to cooperate, the bone-eating clan quickly sent over a forbidden, secret technique, the devouring source spirit-swallowing technique. With this evil technique, Wang Hao began his bloody path to advancement. He first targeted young cultivators who were out there gaining experience, whose reputations were not yet widely known, but whose talents were exceptional. Using the aura of destiny to conceal his murderous intent, He unleashed a secret technique. Wang Hao could clearly feel that with each person he devoured, his talent and even his strength increased by 1 point, and the feeling of being filled with rapidly increasing power made him increasingly addicted. Within a single month, 37 prodigies of the human race vanished silently from various star systems. The human race was shaken, and powerful figures were dispatched to investigate, but they were unable to find any trace of the culprit. No one would have imagined that the instigator of all this was Wang Hao, the one on whom the Sage of Heaven placed high hopes, and who was burdened with the destiny of heaven. As Wang Hao's power continued to increase, his killing intent towards the heavenly saint grew stronger. You occasionally fuel his ambition and resentment through your own inner demons. The Sage of Derivation is merely using you as a tool. If you truly wish to control your destiny, you must bring him down from his pedestal. Thus, a conspiracy targeting the Sage of Heavenly Derivation quietly began to brew Wang Hao, under the pretense of discovering an ancient ruin that might offer a breakthrough to the Saint realm, led the Saint of Derivation to the desolate wasteland of a meteorite, far removed from the human realm. The space there is chaotic, and its rules are bizarre, making it the perfect location for an ambush and assassination. Meanwhile, the Bone-Eating Clan, along with 2 other 10 races hostile to humanity, joined forces and dispatched 3 saints to infiltrate the depths of the desolate ruins, setting up a triple-layered killing array. Although the Sage of Yantian had some doubts about Wang Hao's recent whereabouts, he trusted the Chosen One. Furthermore, Wang Hao's superb acting skills, flawless emotional disguise, along with the influence of your invisible hand, ultimately led him to step into this land of death. Just as the Saint of Yantian was concentrating on probing the entrance to the ruins, Wang Hao suddenly sprang into action, plunging a saint-breaking thorn, specially crafted by the Bone-Eating Clan, deep into the Saint of Yantian's back. The short dagger was as black as ink, its surface flowing with strange runes, specifically designed to break through a saint's protective source energy and fundamental laws. The instant the piercing penetrated his body, Saint of the Heavenly Path trembled violently, turning sharply to look at Wang Hao, his eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. He wasn't without suspicion of outsiders, but he never imagined the betrayal would come from the Chosen One he had painstakingly nurtured. What shocked him even more was that, despite his ability to deduce the secrets of heaven, he had never foreseen this scene. It was as if a power beyond the laws of this world had obscured the trajectory of heavenly secrets. Blood trickled from the corner of the heavenly saint's mouth, his aura plummeted, yet he still stubbornly maintained his saintly body, his gaze piercing Wang Hao like a blade. Wang Hao retreated, his face pale, his voice trembling yet filled with ruthlessness. "Because you've always only treated me as a pawn. I've had enough." Before the words were finished, 3 terrifying auras descended from the void. 3 alien saints formed a triangle around the Yantian saint, their killing intent overwhelming. However, the strength of a saint who can become a pillar of humanity is far beyond that of an ordinary saint. Even after suffering such a severe blow, he still let out a long roar, his body radiating boundless holy light. With a single palm strike, he sent a saint retreating millions of miles, and the star debris in the desolate ruins was reduced to dust. The battle raged for a full day, leaving the desolate wasteland shattered. Although the Sage of Heavenly Derivation was showing signs of fatigue, he never revealed any signs of defeat. The 3 alien saints grew increasingly alarmed as they fought. As they exchanged glances, one of them suddenly let out a sinister laugh, his withered claws lashing out at Wang Hao, who was trembling and watching from afar, and grabbing him by the neck. "Yan Tian, if you don't stop, I'll crush your divine soul, you precious Chosen One." The saint roared, his fingertips emitting a ghostly light. Wang Hao was terrified and cried out to the sage Yanxian, tears streaming down his face. Master! Master, save me! I know I was wrong. Please save me. However, the saint of derivation merely glanced at him coldly, his holy light undiminished, and his attack intensified. His eyes held only a frozen indifference. The three alien saints, seeing this, were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. One of the imperial edicts was secretly passed on. Could it be that he really doesn't care about the life or death of this chosen one? Didn't he cherish this chosen one before? He was even willing to sacrifice his own son and Taoist partner. Who knows what he's thinking? But even if he can't kill Yantian this way, eliminating the chosen one of the human race would still be a great achievement. As he spoke, the saint who was holding Wang Hao's eyes hardened, and his 5 fingers tightened suddenly. Wang Hao's pleas abruptly ceased as he was completely engulfed by the ghostly flames amidst his agonizing screams, vanishing into a wisp of green smoke. Even in his dying moments, he didn't understand why fate hadn't protected him from this misfortune. This is naturally because you subtly manipulated fate behind the scenes. With your current slet. Alone a pseudo-protagonist like Wang Hao, even a true darling of heaven would be hard to escape your manipulation if their cheat codes weren't powerful enough. Oh, slap. 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 A crisp round of applause suddenly broke the silence of the desolate ruins. You emerged slowly from the ripples of emptiness, your robes fluttering without wind, a playful smile playing on your lips. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Your gaze swept over the spot where Wang Hao had vanished, then settled on the blood-stained robes of the heavenly saint. I thought that the sage of Yantian valued the greater good of humanity so much that he would sacrifice himself to save Wang Hao's life. I never expected that you would turn out to be a selfish person too. The instant you appeared, space within a radius of several light years silently froze, the flow of time slowed dramatically, and all things remained still, like insects trapped in amber. The 3 alien saints were horrified to discover that they couldn't even move a finger, only their consciousness continued to operate in terror. You glared at the 3 alien saints, who were utterly powerless to resist, and instantly vanished into thin air. The saint of heaven, suppressing his injuries, stared intently at you. Who are you? What is your relationship with that rebellious son? All of this was orchestrated by you behind the scenes. But in fact, from the moment he was betrayed, the sage of the heavenly path sensed that an invisible hand was stirring up cause and effect. Considering the many unusual events of the past, he had long harbored suspicions, but only now was he able to confirm them. You chuckled softly and said leisurely, "Well, I could barely be considered an extraterrestrial demon. I was summoned here at the cost of your own son, whom you sacrificed." You're absolutely right. Your arrival really did cost the life of the other body, and its final thought was naturally revenge, given how tragically these people had made its life. The sainting of heavenly derivation's pupils constricted sharply, yet he still forced himself to remain calm. Even if you are not a being of my realm, I believe you are a human, right? Everything I have done is for the prosperity of humanity, and I have a clear conscience. Do you really intend to hinder the rise of humanity because of my rebellious son's personal grudge? Oh, even in this predicament, he still tries to bind you with racial righteousness, portraying himself as a national hero who has made a great sacrifice. Upon hearing this, you burst into laughter, your laughter filled with sarcasm. I am indeed human. But the human race in this world, your smile vanished, and your eyes suddenly turned icy. If I acknowledge them, they are my people. If I don't, they are nothing. Before the words were even finished, You were too lazy to listen to any more explanations, and gently pressed down with your hand. Without any earth-shattering display, the powerful holy body of the heavenly saint was annihilated inch by inch like a weathered sand sculpture, leaving only a struggling holy soul that you captured in your grasp. But this is not the end. You extend your right hand, fingers like hooks, piercing through layers of spatial barriers, and grab at the air towards the human territory. In an instant, all those who had participated in the persecution of their counterparts, regardless of their location or protective barriers, had their souls forcibly extracted from their bodies by an irresistible force, transforming into streams of light that entered your palm. Afterwards, you poured the souls of your sibling parents, along with those of Wang Hao, Su Yanren, and others, into the spiritual world you constructed, i.e. they love to act, don't they? Then let them act to their heart's content. Let them experience all the tragic stories you witnessed in your past lives. Whatever tragic events you witness in other worlds, make these people experience them too. Pew. After doing all this, I feel completely purified. You let out a sigh of relief, feeling incredibly refreshed. It's true, we should do more good deeds. However, something's definitely wrong with this world. You weren't keeping a constant eye on the heavenly saint and the others during this time. You just occasionally deflect fate, guiding things in the direction you've planned. You spend most of the rest of your time gathering extraordinary knowledge about the celestial realm. Therefore, your footprints can be said to have covered every corner of the celestial realm. You've discovered that the creatures of this world are all too eccentric, especially the human race. Do what? Awakening a special source power talent has taken away half of her husband's emperor-level cultivation. The great source master falsely accused the king of stealing his cultivation resources. To prove his innocence, the king crippled himself. What? For the sake of a lover from another race, he was willing to kill the master who raised him for many years. What's even more suffocating is that, besides the main figures in these events, the onlookers also seemed to have lost their minds, indiscriminately cheering for the clearly wrong party. When the emperor's cultivation was stripped, the crowd condemned him, saying he was unworthy to be a husband. When the king relinquished his cultivation, everyone condemned his despicable act, saying, if he didn't do it, why would he relinquish his cultivation? In your opinion, this world has absolutely been invaded by the rules of female-oriented content. Right now, you have absolutely no desire to have anything to do with anyone in this world. You once considered incorporating some of the elite humans of this realm into the mountain and river seal, but ultimately abandoned the idea. You fear that the unknown forces that influence the world will pollute your land and rivers. This world is corrupt. You stand above fate, gazing down at the bizarre and varied scenes of humanity below and sigh. You feel it's necessary to destroy and restart the world. It's not just because this world makes you feel uncomfortable and repulsed. The deeper reason concerns your breakthrough in spiritual realm. You have witnessed a complete progression of the world from intermediate to advanced levels. If we could experience the collapse of the world again, we could observe its transition from order to disorder. So you feel there's a high probability you can build a fifth realm beyond the fourth level of the eternal true self-path's mind domain, at perfect timing. Having personally grasped the concepts of the broken world's rules and witnessed its advancement, you possess a deep understanding of how to restart the world. Your resolve is firm. Your form begins to slowly dissipate, not disappear, but rather elevate the dimension of your existence, merging with the fundamental torrent of destiny in this world. Your will becomes an invisible pointer. Your power permeates the threads of cause and effect. You have temporarily become a part of the fate of this world. Then, under your instigation, the most terrifying and widespread war in the history of the celestial realm broke out without warning. Driven by fate, the conflict escalates and spreads at an alarming pace. Almost all intelligent races were swept up in this monstrous torrent. Your intervention has also transformed the nature of warfare beyond what is conventional. Every moment, billions of lives perish in agony, and ancient stars are reduced to cosmic dust in explosions. Hatred, despair, madness, the mixture of countless extreme emotions, and the immense energy released at the moment of death created a dense aura of calamity. These calamities, like a black tide, began to accumulate and spread throughout the heavens and earth of the celestial realm, the once stable world. Framework, eroded by endless slaughter and calamity energy within, began to groan under its unbearable burden. 3 months passed quickly, and the calamity energy in the world had accumulated to a level that you could utilize. The cycle of time. But you manifested a wisp of thought from the torrent of fate and seized the perfect opportunity. With his vast will, he guided the murky, inky calamity energy of heaven and earth, compressing, refining, and weaving it. Ultimately, it coalesced in the void into an extremely complex divine seal, containing the dual essence of destruction and rebirth. This divine power is specifically designed for worlds like the celestial realm, whose basic framework has been fixed since their inception and lacks a self-renewal mechanism. The function of supernatural powers is to forcibly initiate a cycle of rebirth, that is, to completely shatter the old order of heaven and earth, and then, from the ruins, to regenerate a completely new framework of heaven and earth, based on the vitality contained in the origin of the world. The old world dies, the new world is born, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. You gently imprinted this seal upon the very core of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the celestial realm. In an instant, heaven and earth fell silent, and all things froze. But immediately afterwards, a silent roar erupted simultaneously from every corner of the world. Under the catalysis of divine powers and seals, the celestial realm began its first and last epochal change since its inception. The framework of the universe, which had been stable for hundreds of millions of years, began to collapse from the edges, like a toppled domino. The trajectories of stars are disrupted, galaxies collide with each other, and countless cracks appear in the structure of space. A destructive aura originating from the very source of the world replaced the calamity aura, permeating every corner of the world. For the celestial realm itself, this is merely a cyclical rotation of eras. The collapse of the old framework will release the primordial energy and fragments of rules that were bound by the old order. The birth of a new world will absorb these energies and fragments, and will have the opportunity to optimize its structure during reorganization and even give rise to new laws. With each cycle of reincarnation, the potential of the world's origin may be slightly enhanced, bringing immense benefits. But for the countless beings still living within the celestial realm, this is an ultimate calamity that they cannot resist or escape. Whether it's a powerful emperor or a saint, even the most insignificant mortals and ants are utterly equal before the great calamity of the era. Past loves and hates, all the glory of civilization, vanished into nothingness in this moment. The great cataclysm is progressing faster than imagined. In just 10 days, the once vast, brilliant, and vibrant cosmic sky of the celestial realm was completely transformed into a hazy, empty, and chaotic landscape. There was no light, no darkness, no up or down, only the most primal, undifferentiated energy slowly circulating all the myriad races and beings that once lived here, without exception, vanished in the great calamity, returning to the origin of heaven and earth. Am I wrong? Is this really how the world is? Throughout the entire destruction of heaven and earth, you did not witness a single unknown power that did not belong to this world. Forget it, we've already wiped them out. Without sensing any unknown force, you actively place yourself at the boundary between life and death in this world, immersing yourself completely in it, and falling into a profound epiphany. You verify, integrate, and elevate your past observations of the world's ascension, your analysis of the rules of destruction, and your understanding of the eternal true self with the grand cycle that is unfolding before your eyes. 2 months later, you suddenly opened your eyes. The eyes no longer held the imagery of stars rising and falling. Instead, they possessed an absolute clarity and depth, as if reflecting the very essence of all things. You've experienced the cycle of life and death in the world, witnessed the collapse of heaven and earth, and combined this with your own reflections. You have successfully advanced your eternal true self path from the 4th level, the mind domain, to an unprecedented 5th level, the shattered thoughts realm. Shatter. You with a thought, your primal will, forged through countless trials and tribulations and refined to the point of being as solid as divine gold, shatters in this instant. But it transformed into countless fragments of varying sizes, each shimmering with a different luster of wisdom. Then, these fragments seemed to possess an independent life, first suddenly expanding and filling themselves, then shattering again after reaching a certain limit. 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes 8. Each division is not a simple replication. With each completed division, your will undergoes a leap. The strength of your primal will has begun to surge exponentially. The quantity and quality of will are undergoing dramatic changes every second. Thus, the process of division continues until your primordial will no longer exist as a single entity, but transforms into an endless stream of primordial thoughts. Each thought is a complete, independent unit of will, possessing all your memories and personality traits, yet together they constitute your higher existence through some mysterious connection. Then, an even more astonishing change occurred. These endless primordial thoughts began to spontaneously evolve, with themselves at their core, into miniature yet structurally complete illusory spiritual worlds. Deepest part of your current will, countless spiritual worlds float, independent yet subtly interconnected, together forming a unique universe. Every world is a manifestation of one of your thoughts, and also an interpretation of your Tao. Reaching the fragmented thoughts realm means that each of a cultivator's thoughts can exist completely independently, possessing the characteristic of immortality. As long as even one thought remains, a cultivator at the shattered thought realm will not truly perish. This means that in addition to the immortality bestowed by your talent, your will also possesses, to a certain extent, the characteristics of infinite differentiation and infinite integration. Truly touching the threshold of eternity. With the breakthrough now complete, your strength has undergone a dramatic transformation compared to when you were in the heart domain realm. Even with your previous cultivation of immense source power at the saint level, coupled with your powerful willpower at the heart domain realm, your overall strength was still only at the level of a god emperor in the world of the descendants. And now, your strength is no less than that of the immortal beings in the world of the descendants. Now, you don't need to use source power or supernatural abilities. A single thought is enough to completely wipe out the entire celestial realm. How, of course, talent played a crucial role in making this breakthrough so successful. If it weren't for the immortal effects brought about by innate talent, even if your will is 10 or 100 times stronger, the success rate of completing the extremely dangerous process of will deconstruction and reconstruction known as shattering, is still extremely low. If the breakthrough fails, the will completely dissipate and vanish. Out. As expected, cheating is still the best. It's so convenient. You smiled slightly. The breakthrough is complete, and you once again cast your gaze upon the endless chaotic void. Unlike before when your strength was lower, you are now able to autonomously activate the power of your talent. You with a thought, that familiar, seemingly all-powerful azure rainbow light enveloped you. Once more, upon returning to the familiar chaos, you first absorbed the celestial realm, which was trapped in a cycle of reincarnation, into your own space of will, and so began yet another journey. Your formidable strength finally allows you to maintain a complete and clear mind. Traversing the chaos, so, while you were riding the azure light, traversing the chaotic void at high speed, you also spared a wisp of your mind to remotely sense the 2 nails you had planted in the world of the descendants. With my current strength, it's time to demand an explanation from the world I've descended upon. Thinking to yourself, you separate a portion of your innate power, which then materializes within the chaos into a semi-transparent, azure giant hand spanning countless light years. A giant hand reached into the depths of chaos, gently scooping up something based on some kind of mark. Whoosh. When the giant azure palm retracted, it already held dozens of orbs of light of varying sizes, each radiating a different primal aura. These orbs of light are actually complete lower or middle-level worlds. Some worlds are still in a primitive stage, while others have already developed rudimentary civilizations, and some are even being invaded by invaders, engulfed in war. I must say, while the Tower of Descent may not be as talented as I am, it does have its own unique strengths in finding, locating, and capturing worlds. To be able to find so many worlds in the vast chaos, you examined the spoils of war and sighed. That's right. All the worlds you retrieved are prey that the tower has already captured or is currently capturing. Is for why you know the coordinates and capture status of these worlds so precisely. It naturally relies on the gilded spiritual imprints you projected onto Gu Yunie and Ju. Hey Tao. This mark is not only a window through which you perceive the world of the arrivals, but also unknowingly, it reverses the coordinates of the worlds they both experienced. Just as you dealt with the celestial realm, you compress and seal these lower and middle-level worlds one by one. Then integrate them into the spiritual world formed from your original thoughts. These worlds will nourish your inner heavens, enriching the evolution of your spiritual realms. However, merely acquiring a few dozen low to mid-level worlds will naturally not satisfy your current needs and appetite. But your explanation isn't finished yet. You are sensing an alternate dimension that is quite close to the chaotic region where the descendant world is located. Let's start. Here, under your control, the azure rainbow light enveloping your innate power suddenly became more solid and dazzling, its speed surging once more. Like an eternal light cleaving through chaos, it carries you steadfastly toward the coordinates of that otherworldly counterpart. Ikenyuan realm, heavenly light immortal realm, a palace surrounded by immortal energy. A majestic white palace stands silently, its jade bells hanging from its eaves tinkling softly in the breeze, their ethereal and far-reaching sound seemingly capable of cleansing the soul. Deep within the hall, on a futon woven from 10,000-year-old pure heartwood vines, a figure who had been keeping their eyes closed for a long time slowly opened them. His eyes seemed to hold the rotation of a galaxy, the birth and death of time and space. I never imagined that my counterpart in this world would be an immortal. The whispers echoed in the silent hall, tinged with a hint of wistfulness and amusement. Memories belonging to the same entity flood in like a tide, quickly being sorted out, understood, and absorbed by you. According to my memory, This realm is called the Kanyuan realm, vast and boundless, divided into 3,000 immortal realms, each nurturing trillions of immortal beings, ruling over the countless spirit and mortal realms. These spirit realms and mortal realms have a completely different flow of time than the celestial realm. Sometimes a day in the celestial realm may pass through hundreds of years in some mortal realms. The celestial realm of heavenly light is not particularly prominent among the 3,000 celestial realms. In fact, it ranks at the very bottom. However, even at the end, it is still the celestial realm whose vast territory, abundant life, and plentiful resources far surpass what the ordinary world can imagine. Beneath the celestial palace, the sea of clouds churns, and countless floating celestial mountains, flowing spiritual rivers, and rare birds and beasts roam among them, are faintly visible. From this celestial realm, one can know that the Kanyuan realm is a world of cultivation. Its power system is also the old-fashioned realm system of cultivation. In the mortal realm and the spirit realm, living beings start from humble beginnings, undergo key refining and foundation building, condense the golden core, nurture the nascent soul, and transform into gods and transcend the mortal realm. A further progress towards the realms of refining emptiness, body integration, tribulation transcending, and Mahayana. After passing the arduous tribulation of ascension, which is fraught with peril, one can shed their mortal form, ascend to the immortal realm, and attain the fruit of immortality. In the celestial realm, becoming an immortal is not the end, but merely the beginning of another journey. The realms of immortals are also exceptionally strict, ranging from lowest to highest as follows: human immortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, and Daluo golden immortal, and that legendary figure who stands at the pinnacle of the Kanyuan realm's billions of yuan society, wielding a fundamental source, and nearly immortal, the Tao ancestor. The classic realm division. You stroked your chin. I just wonder if a time Tao ancestor exists in this world. To be honest, this familiar system of immortal realms really brings back fond memories for you. After reviewing the memories, you quickly assess the current state of this counterpart. The counterpart wasn't a newly ascended immortal cultivator. In fact, they were among the strongest beings in the heavenly light immortal realm. Having reached the late stage of the profound immortal realm, he is considered a giant in this immortal world, holding a lofty position and revered by all immortals. However, although it is the fifth realm of immortality, the strength of this late-stage profound immortal in the same position is not a fundamental leap compared to the saints in the celestial realm. The difference is that in the celestial realm, a saint is already the limit that the world can bear. In this realm, the Xuanxian realm is far from the limit of cultivation. Judging from the upper limit of strength, this Kanyuan realm is at least an immortal level world, and perhaps even higher. You pondered to yourself. The corresponding being had the honor of meeting a golden immortal, and even felt the supreme majesty emanating from the golden immortal Tai during his sermons from afar. That power, though vastly different from your current level, but you are far more powerful than you were before your breakthrough. According to fragmented memories, the gap between a Tai golden immortal and a Daluo golden immortal is as vast as the heavens and the earth, immeasurable. Of the 3,000 immortal realms in the entire Kanyuan realm, only the top 10 supreme immortal realms have a Grand Luo golden immortal presiding over them. From this, we can infer that the level of a great Luo golden immortal should be similar to yours, both belonging to the immortal tier of the descendant world. Above the great Luo realm, there is the Tao ancestor. The existence of this title implies that such a being must have been born in the long history of the Kanyuan realm. However, a high ceiling is a good thing. A faint smile appeared on your lips. The profound depths of this world might help me break through to the realm beyond fragmented thoughts. Time flies. A month has passed since you descended into this Kanyuan realm and merged with your counterpart. Over the past month, you used your innate abilities to subtly project the many primordial thoughts you had differentiated from into the world of the descendants, using the spiritual imprints on Zhu, Hei Tao, and Guyu Yuni as coordinates. These thoughts are formless and intangible, like the finest dust scattered into every corner of the world of the descendant. They cling to mountains and rivers, lurk in the streets and alleys, and even permeate the subconscious dreams of some creatures. Their function is twofold. First, to monitor the movements of various forces in the world of the descendants, especially the core plans of the top forces. Secondly, to collect knowledge about the diverse and bizarre cultivation systems possessed by the world of the descendants. At the same time, you did not limit your gaze to the immortal realm. Any more primordial thoughts were scattered by you across the 3,000 immortal realms of Kanyuan realm and the countless spirit realms and mortal realms below them. Like a galaxy, these thoughts fell to the mortal realm, transforming into newly sprouted plants that absorbed the essence of the sun and moon. Transform into innocent birds and beasts, experiencing the instinct for survival. Transform into a drop of water in a river, feeling the ceaseless flow. It may even transform into a quiet, unassuming hill in the mortal world, silently observing the changing times. They see all things as their eyes, and the heavens and earth as their books, perceiving the differences in laws governing different levels of the world, the myriad aspects of human life, and the rise and fall of civilizations. Continuous feed back the most original and authentic Tao and principle into your world of will. The third month since arriving in the Kanyuan realm, through a profound understanding of the essence of countless laws and an unimaginably vast spiritual will. In less than 100 days of engaging with and analyzing the immortal cultivation system of this world, you have accomplished an astonishing leap. Your cultivation in the immortal path has soared like a rocket across time and space, advancing unstoppably from your original late-stage profound immortal level. Breaking through the golden immortal barrier, surviving the Taiyi tribulation, and finally settling firmly at the peak of the Taiyi golden immortal realm. You have traversed in a short time a path that would take even the most gifted immortals in this world tens of millions of years, or even longer, to complete. If achieving the great Luo golden immortal realm didn't require completely transcending the time-space river of the Kanyuan realm and becoming independent of the world, the process would be somewhat complicated. This could easily alert other grand Luo golden immortals, or even Dao ancestors, allowing you to break through to the grand Luo golden immortal realm in one fell swoop. Besides your rapid progress in the realm of immortality, your cultivation in the realm of will has also increased and expanded at an astonishing rate over the past 3 months. The complete immortal cultivation system of the Kanyuan realm, along with the various strange cultivation knowledge continuously transmitted from the world of the descendants, transformed into firewood, burning fiercely in the boundless spiritual world deep within your will, giving birth to unprecedented evolution and transformation. These spiritual worlds are now vastly different from when they were first created. The Fuyu dynasty, transferred from the world of Shenheian, has developed for millions of years due to the vast time difference between the spiritual and physical worlds. With multiple leaps in civilizational levels and a flourishing of diverse cultivation systems, The most powerful individuals now possess combat strength comparable to, if not greater than, that of a Tai golden immortal from the outside world. And what's even more astonishing is that, besides, the people of the Fuyao dynasty, as the spiritual world evolves, expands, and becomes self-consistent with its own laws, certain areas naturally begin to give rise to unique, primordial beings. They come in various forms. Some resemble elemental spirits, others are like aggregates of concepts, and some even feed on dreams and live on emotions. The 4th month since my arrival in the Kanyuan realm. On this day, you did not continue to improve your cultivation, but instead immersed most of your consciousness in comprehending the long river of time and space in the Kanyuan realm. The illusory image of a long river flows through your consciousness. Fragments of light and shadow from the past, present, and future intertwine, and you attempt to capture deeper mysteries of time and space. So suddenly, your brow twitched slightly, pulling you from your deep reverie. Your eyes opened, a sharp glint in them. The primordial thoughts scattered throughout the world of the descendants have transmitted back an extremely important message. Based on previously gathered information, in the world of the descendants, the Zhang family and the Lin family are two other top-tier families whose strength is comparable to the Gu family and stand as equals, currently conquering a newly discovered large world. It is said that the energy level of this world is extremely high, exceeding their previous definition of an immortal level world. And the specific information you are receiving right now is the precise coordinates of that great world that the Zhang and Lin families are targeting. Well, if I don't step in, wouldn't that be too much of a fuss? A vast world that is likely on par with, or even more distinctive than, the Kanyuan realm would be of immense value. You seem unconcerned about the rare and precious materials and cultivation resources among them. But the unique system of rules, the great laws, and the wisdom of civilization that world itself nurtures are the very resources you currently crave for your spiritual practice. Absorbing the rules and principles of a completely new, higher-level world will undoubtedly give your boundless spiritual world a qualitative leap, providing immeasurable assistance in breaking through your current bottlenecks. Even if you ultimately cannot fully control that world, it doesn't stop you from causing destruction. Then let me see what kind of world this is. With a thought, a condensed, almost invisible, ethereal light emanated from between your brows. This clear light ignored the palace's obstruction, pierced through the layers of barriers of the Kanyuan realm, and disappeared into the endless chaotic void outside. It locked onto the coordinates, cleaving through the endless chaos of darkness and turbulent currents, speeding towards that distant, unknown destination. Thanks to your full efforts, this delivery, which transcended countless world barriers, was completed in just 10 days. 10 days later, the primordial thought enveloped in that clear light successfully broke through the outer barrier of the target world and silently merged into it. You then find yourself on a colossal continent. Your senses sweep over the land before you. The world of Penid? Knights? Wizards? It's the wizarding world, and based on information gathered from the world of Penid, this vast world is currently under attack. This is a typical wizarding world, where energy is abundant, rules are manifest, and wizard apprentices can wield extraordinary powers far exceeding those of ordinary people. And the wizarding system of this world is considered classic. A wizarding apprentice who has just begun to grasp extraordinary energy, becoming a full-fledged wizard one step towards building a complete wizarding art. A second ring archmage beginning his power ascension. A third ring Star Wizard making his first foray into the laws of magic. A fourth ring Silver Moon Wizard, with a profound mastery of the laws, a fifth-ring sun wizard who controls a single law in various regions, a sixth-ring cosmic wizard capable of transcending the material world and traversing the astral plane, a seventh-ring true spirit wizard whose true spirit merges with the river of true spirits, achieving immortality, and the legendary eight-ring truth wizard who has touched upon the fundamental truth and is nearly omniscient, the strongest wizard currently existing in the world of Penid. With a rank approximately equivalent to a fifth-ring sun wizard, its power is roughly equivalent to that of a celestial immortal in the Kangyuan realm. Afterwards, instead of rushing to explore the details of the astral plane, you chose to first delve into the world's magical system. In any case, the Descendants world shouldn't be able to take over the wizarding world anytime soon. Through your research, you discover that the witchcraft of this world is a rational and extraordinary path that leverages specific knowledge, models, incantations, rituals, and materials to manipulate the world's underlying rules and achieve various miracles. Every form of witchcraft, from the most basic, light spells, and cleansing spells to the complex, elemental summoning, world reshaping, and spatial teleportation, corresponds to the understanding and application of a certain part of the rules of the world. Some of these rules and understandings are consistent with the five elements and yin-yang principles of the Kangyuan realm, while others are completely different, full of strangeness and imagination. Your boundless spiritual world begins to tremble slightly, and a newly opened area within it rapidly simulates a portion of the environment and rules of the Penid world. The newly acquired knowledge of witchcraft, like a seed falling into fertile soil, begins to grow and evolve spontaneously. Up in the spiritual world, some primordial elemental beings began instinctively attempting to arrange the learned magical runes. Some cultivators in the Fuyao dynasty who were skilled in research suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and their thinking was led in the direction of constructing a model similar to witchcraft. Interesting. A very interesting system. Your smile deepened. Even with just a preliminary encounter, the unique logic and potential displayed by the witchcraft system make the trip worthwhile. This is just the native magic of Penid. If only we could access the higher-level traditions belonging to the astral wizards, the mysteries of true spirit. Truth, accessible only to 7th and 8th ring wizards, will definitely be of great benefit to you. Based on current deductions, there should be a 9th ring wizard above the truth wizard, corresponding to the realm above immortal. And judging from the path of advancement for wizards, 9-ring wizard is probably not capable of understanding all the truths of the wizarding world. You begin to plot how to gain more benefits during the war between the wizarding world and the Descendants world. Having determined the value of the wizarding world, you sent more of your primal thoughts into that vast and mysterious realm. These thoughts, like invisible tentacles, quietly seeped into every corner of the wizarding world, every piece of history, and even every tributary of the river of time. Among them, 3 primordial thoughts are particularly special, carrying immortal-level power and containing the might to shake a universe. But the goal of the remaining fundamental thoughts is to collect the accumulated magical knowledge and wisdom of the wizarding world over countless years. The main purpose of those 3 immortal-level primordial thoughts was to investigate the battlefield situation. Although the location where these 3 immortal-level thoughts descended was still the Penid world. By the moment they stepped onto this land, 3 thoughts trembled simultaneously. They instantly sensed that deep within the wizarding world, a region's space-time was completely isolated by some powerful force. From within, energy fluctuations of the immortal level occasionally emanated, chaotic and violent, as if two immense forces were constantly colliding and tearing at each other. You understand in your heart that this is the core battlefield where the wizarding world and the descendant world clash, a realm independent of normal space-time. Under your will, the three immortal level primordial thoughts instantly transformed into formless and intangible fluctuations. Using the timeline of the wizarding world as a springboard, they silently crossed the solid barrier separating time and space, truly entering the interior of the battlefield. Only after entering did the entire scene unfold before my eyes. It's not the chaotic battlefield you might imagine, but a grand, meticulously detailed, and breathtaking panorama of war. You see a colossal array composed of countless towering wizard towers reaching into the clouds. These wizard towers are not randomly arranged, but rather interconnected by some profound geometric laws and energy nodes together, forming a space-time barrier that stretches across the astral void. The barrier gleamed with a dark silver sheen, its surface flowing with countless fine runes. Every moment, a massive amount of high-energy matter surged and circulated within it, emanating a suffocating sense of oppression. It was this barrier that firmly kept the main forces of the Zhang and Lin families, who had invaded this world from the descendants, outside the astral plane, where the wizarding world was located. None of the wizards who control these wizard towers are below the 7th ring level. Each wizard resonates deeply with the wizarding tower they inhabit. Their spirit magic, and even parts of their very being, have become one with the tower. This makes each tower resemble a living war fortress. The barrier is not static. It slowly rotates, constantly adjusting its structure to cope with external impacts. And atop the barrier, in the void, floated two enormous suns, their brilliance beyond description. They are not real stars, yet they are countless times brighter than real stars. It is a radiant entity formed from the purest and most extreme high-dimensional energy, the manifestation of rules, and a will as vast as the starry sea. Its light was not dazzling, but it carried a majesty that reached the very essence of the soul, as if it were the source and destination of all extraordinary power in the entire wizarding world. Simply by gazing at them, your three immortal level thoughts felt an intense suppression originating from the level of life and the level of rules, and an almost instinctive sense of powerlessness arose. Spontaneously, you immediately deduce that these two great suns are most likely manifestations of the wizarding towers of ninth circle wizards in the wizarding world. Because even a single, immortal level thought of yours shouldn't exert such immense pressure when facing a normal immortal level powerhouse. Only an absolute difference in level can bring about this feeling of insignificance, like an ant gazing up at the sky. You carefully analyzed the operating principles of that space-time barrier and soon discovered more intricate details. It is not merely a physical and energy barrier, but an extremely complex space anchoring and transfer system. The foundation of the barrier is deeply embedded in the very essence of the wizarding world, constantly drawing upon its underlying power to sustain itself. More importantly, it seems to be bound to the world barriers of the entire wizarding world. All cultivators as attempting to enter the wizarding world through unofficial channels will have their arrival coordinates forcibly interfered with and captured by the power of the barrier, and uniformly transferred to this pre-designated battlefield space. This means that invaders cannot bypass the battlefield to directly enter the wizarding world to cause destruction or plunder. They can only confront the wizards head-on here. This also shows that once you reach the immortal level or above, the descending tower becomes somewhat ineffective. Otherwise, the descendants of the descendant world should be able to enter the astral plane just like you. It's not like now, where everyone is blocked from the astral plane by the barrier. You turn your gaze to the other side of the barrier. There were countless warships of various shapes and sizes there. As some warships resembled floating mountain ranges, their surfaces covered with thick layers of rock and shimmering, defensive formations. Some, however, possess a striking technological aesthetic, with streamlined hulls adorned with numerous turrets and energy conduits that pulsate like blood vessels. Others seem to have stepped out of a fantasy painting, with auspicious clouds swirling around them, radiating celestial light, and exuding spiritual energy fluctuations completely different from those of the wizarding system. Above these massive military formations stew equally imposing figures. Their existence differs from the great sun of the wizarding world. They are more like physical entities, yet they radiate the same vast and boundless pressure. A figure was shrouded in endless sword energy, as if he himself were a long river of swordsmanship, each flash of sword light seemingly capable of cleaving the universe. The other was shrouded in a hazy, chaotic aura, with countless phantoms of gods and demons rising and falling in worship behind him, their every move resonating with the laws of the great Tao. They faced off against the two great sons of the wizarding world from afar, their auras locking and colliding, creating silent ripples in the void. This is clearly the combined forces of the Zhang and Lin families from the world of the descendants. The attacks by these allied forces never cease. Various beams of energy, torrents of laws, physical projectiles, and even conceptual curses and strippings poured down like a storm onto the barriers formed by the wizard's tower. Each salvo is enough to annihilate countless stars and tear space apart. However, that dark silver barrier, like the most resilient reef, remained unmoved despite the raging waves. The runes flowing on the surface light up suddenly when attacked, dispersing, guiding, absorbing, and even partially reflecting the impact with astonishing efficiency, even if the two beings from the Zhang and Lin families, both above the immortal level, personally intervened and unleashed terrifying attacks capable of piercing through time and space. It merely triggered a more intense runic glow and vibration, unable to overcome this terrifying space-time barrier formed by countless 7th and 8th ring wizards under the command of 2 9th ring wizards, who perfectly linked, superimposed, and amplified their power through the wizard tower, and combined it with the power of the world itself. Meanwhile, in the wizarding world, the response to such a fierce attack appeared remarkably calm. They did not rush to retaliate, and rarely even unleashed a volley of equally offensive spells. On the contrary, most wizards, especially those in support roles, were fully engaged in operating various observation, analysis, and recording arrays and instruments. They meticulously collected energy samples, fragments of laws, and technological characteristics emitted from each of the coalition's attacks. The barrier itself also seems to possess a kind of analysis and filtering function, categorizing the information stream captured during an attack and sending it back to the knowledge base deep within the wizarding world. Clearly, for the wizards, this war was more than just a battle for survival. Furthermore, it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to closely observe and study other world-leading cultivation systems and warfare technologies through large-scale, hands-on experiments. As long as the world of the invaders cannot break through this barrier with overwhelming power in a short period of time, the longer the time drags on, the more the wizarding world can learn and absorb it, transforming it into nourishment for its own development, and its home field advantage will become increasingly apparent. Truly a wizard who pursues truth, learning while fighting, you thought to yourself. Given the current situation, Unless all the top powers in the Descendants world set aside their differences and unite against the Wizarding world, or perhaps the Zhang and Lin families could produce 2 or 3 more beings above the immortal level, overwhelming the Wizarding world's defense system with an absolute advantage in high-end power. Otherwise, with their current strength alone, breaking through this barrier and conquering the Wizarding world would be a protracted and incredibly costly war. Even more so, if the stalemate lasts too long, allowing the Wizarding world to digest and absorb the knowledge, further increasing their strength, the situation might reverse, and it's hard to say who will attack then. This stalemate is for the best. That way, no one of the same level will bother me, and the Wizarding world will become my playground. It's not just the Wizarding world. Other top powers in the Descendants world are definitely keeping an eye on this. You can try to be a little bolder with the primal thoughts you spread. Throughout the world of the Descendants, you have descended upon the realm of Kenyuan in its 50th year. Due to the difference in the flow of time between different worlds, more than 300 years have passed in the Wizarding world, while more than 100 years have passed in the Descendants world. You have now collected all the cultivation knowledge that could be gathered in the Wizarding world, and even the world of the Descendants. From the analysis of the true spirit, the truth of elements, the truth of bloodlines, the various cultivation systems that lead to immortality, as well as diverse applications of energy and understanding of rules, as demonstrated in the world of the Descendants. You continuously collect, organize, and initially digest massive amounts of information. At the same time, your understanding of the fundamental principles governing these two worlds has reached a considerably profound level. You begin to understand why the Wizarding world tends to model and formalize rules, pursuing absolute control and understanding. It also reveals the inclusive yet pragmatic style of rule application in the world of the Descendants, which emphasizes practicality and the outward manifestation of power. The within your will space, that boundless spiritual world, nurtured by decades of knowledge and countless different rules, has reached a new level of perfection. The rules governing its evolution are more complex and realistic, and the spatial structure is more stable and expansive. Your was constantly refined under this nourishment. Your control over power becomes exquisitely precise, and your perception of the rules becomes incredibly acute. Your true strength at this moment is many times greater than when you first broke through and descended into the Kenyuan realm. It's a fundamental leap and a profound transformation. You've even gained a slight understanding of the realms beyond that realm. Rand, when you turn your attention back to the battlefields of the Wizarding world, you'll find that the stalemate there continues. 300 years may seem like a long time to ordinary people, but it is exceptionally short for a war of this scale. At this time, the Zhang and Lin families seem to still cling to the illusion of monopolizing the interests of the Wizarding world, unwilling to easily introduce other forces to share the spoils. Therefore, the war remains confined to these two families and the Wizarding world, with no indication of a third party formally intervening. In the 60th year since you arrived in the Kenyuan realm, an unexpected discovery has caught your attention. An ordinary mortal world under the jurisdiction of the Fuguang immortal realm, which ranks 6th among the 3,000 immortal realms. You've noticed a golden core cultivator named Chu Tian, whose behavior exhibits numerous anomalies that defy explanation. The reason Chu Tian caught your attention is that this is because, according to records of your thoughts as you integrate into his surroundings and even his past life trajectory, this person possesses a kind of precognitive ability. He always manages to make choices that, in hindsight, prove to be the best, even bordering on the coincidental, as if he had read the script beforehand. Secondly, his cultivation speed completely violated the basic rules of cultivation in this world. Just about a year ago, Chu Tian was a completely ordinary mortal with no trace of cultivation. However, in the following year, his cultivation level experienced 4 leaps in advancement. The first time, without warning, he leaped to the 5th level of the Kai refining stage. Not long after, he leaped a second time to the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Then, he reached the peak of foundation establishment for the 3rd time, and on his final attempt, he directly crossed the threshold of the golden core stage, soaring to the late golden core stage. Each advancement involved almost no normal cultivation process, with no obvious traces of resource consumption. It was as if cultivation power was injected into his body out of thin air. In addition, substances suitable for Chu Tian's current state would always appear out of nowhere on his body. All these anomalies are observed by your ever-present thoughts. What interests you most is the apparent connection between these changes and his understanding of the future. Each time his cultivation level surges or he acquires a new item, his understanding of upcoming events, characters, and even hidden information becomes more specific and accurate. His occasional unconscious remarks or his overly confident demeanor when faced with choices in certain situations all point to this. There's actually a transmigrator in this world. Strength increases out of nowhere, items inexplicably appear on my body, and my understanding of the future increases accordingly. Is this some kind of cheat code for a simulator? You wondered. But then another question arose. Why didn't my talent give me the warning this time like it did before? Could it be that this guy named Chu Tian has such a high level of cheatability that even my talent can't easily detect it? Out of caution and curiosity, you suddenly decide to focus more of your attention on it. At the end, he attempted to actively activate his innate power, focusing it within his field of vision and projecting it towards the golden core cultivator named Chu Tian. But under your innate vision, Chu Tian's physical body, magical power, and divine soul are clearly visible, but deeper still, at the core of his true spirit. That represents the most essential imprint of a person. You saw a faint yet exceptionally pure light. The point of light was extremely small, yet it seemed to contain infinite possibilities for evolution, with countless streams of information arising and seizing within it, emanating a unique and profound fluctuation. These fluctuations contain concepts such as possibility, causality, and space-time, and their deepest level, they conceal an extremely subtle imprint. It really is a simulator-type cheat, but something's not right. The power of talent allows one to see the essence of the golden finger's light so clearly, and even to roughly perceive the area in which it operates. This proves that the essence of Chu Tian's cheatability is absolutely no higher than my talent itself. Otherwise, talent will either remain undetectable, or the feedback will be unclear or even interfered with. So why doesn't talent provide a proactive warning? Could it be that precisely because the essence of this cheat ability is relatively low, or the level of the entity that created it hasn't reached the talent's warning threshold? The talent assessment doesn't require special reminders. This idea makes you pause in surprise. If what I think is true, then that seemingly joking question and answer space in the crossover martial arts world is actually quite sophisticated. To be honest, this is quite surprising. The Q&A space is actually on par with chat groups that can connect to all realms. At the very least, their creators were beings of the same level. As expected, you can't judge a system by its appearance alone. The creator behind an urban entertainment system might just be a powerful being from all the heavens. You pondered to yourself. And, during this time of your contemplation, a fluctuation intertwined with cause and effect and space-time, like an invisible tide, swept over your body and again. These fluctuations contain threads of fate and wrinkles of time. Each passing moment attempts to penetrate your existence, yet are all blocked by your innate talent. You know, this fluctuation is emanating from the device called the simulator that Chu Tian is wearing. Based on what I've just observed, you think to yourself. Although the simulator on Chu Tian's body bears a trace of its creator's mark, it should lack autonomous intelligence and is more like a sophisticated tool that operates according to predetermined rules. Your thoughts continue to wander. I wonder if this simulator is bound to this world. What are its limits? Can it simulate two interacting worlds? These questions swirled in your mind, gradually coalescing into a clear idea. Give it a try. I have a feeling my breakthrough lies there. The moment the thought arose in your mind, your physical body had already silently crossed the dimensional barrier without causing the slightest tremor in space. The next moment, you find yourself in the cultivation world where Chu Tian resides. Here, the air is thick with spiritual energy, and the landscape is picturesque. Your gaze falls upon a restless young man sitting in a simple cave dwelling. At this moment, Chu Tian was indeed extremely panicked. Because the simulator he relied on for survival seems to have suddenly stopped working, Chu Tian slumped onto the prayer mat. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, his fingers trembling as he tapped the simulator interface in front of him, a screen only he could see. In the past, whenever he had a thought, the light screen would glow and display the words "Start Simulation" on it. But now, no matter how hard he concentrated, the light screen remained dim and lifeless. Big brother, don't mess with me." Chu Tian's voice trembled uncontrollably. Chu Tian was originally just an ordinary office worker on Earth, busy and preoccupied every day, with a rather unremarkable life. And in an accident, he died saving a little girl from being hit by a truck. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this bizarre and fantastical world of cultivation. At first, he was relieved. After all, who hasn't dreamed of cultivating immortality? Moreover, he was also found to have a spiritual root, although it was only a bottom-level, useless spiritual root among the 5 elements, and his cultivation speed was as slow as a tortoise's crawl, but he had finally embarked on the path to immortality. However, his inferior spiritual root meant he was destined to be ostracized within the sect, lack resources, and have a bleak future. Just when he was feeling disheartened and almost resigned to his fate, the simulator appeared. Although this cheat system has limitations, it cannot be simulated infinitely, and each simulation consumes spirit stones. It is undoubtedly his greatest reliance in defying fate. Through simulation, he broke through from the Qi refining stage to the late golden core stage in just 1 year. Such speed is beyond the reach of even geniuses with heavenly, spiritual roots. After breaking through to the golden core stage, his strength increased dramatically, and he began scavenging spirit stones everywhere to support more frequent simulations. He planned to simulate the process several more times to find the opportunity to condense his nascent soul, thus truly joining the ranks of the powerful. But at this crucial moment, the emulator suddenly malfunctioned, without warning. Could it be that I've been simulating it too frequently lately, and it's broken? Chu Tian forced himself to calm down, trying to find the reason. Or does this cheat actually have a hidden expiration date? The more he thought about it, the more panicked he became, but he dared not delve into it further, and could only keep reassuring himself. It should just be temporarily broken. It should be fine after a while. It must be. Even so, he had already prepared for the worst. If the simulator truly becomes permanently unusable, with his late-stage golden core cultivation, He might not be considered top tier in this world, but finding a remote place to establish one's own sect, or becoming an elder in a mid-tier sect, and living out the rest of one's life in peace would be enough. But in the end he couldn't accept it. He had glimpsed the scenery from even higher places. How could he be willing to stop here? Just as Chu Tian snapped out of his daze from the simulator interface, your figure silently appeared 3 feet behind him. The cave was completely silent. Even the falling dust was clearly audible. You seemed to have been standing there from the very beginning, becoming one with the surrounding air, light, and even the space itself. Chu Tian didn't even notice any fluctuations in magical power or spatial ripples until a calm, gentle voice, like a whisper, rang out. "Ayo, young friend, what are you disappointed about? Is something broken?" These words, spoken softly and subtly, exploded in Chu Tian's mind like a thunderclap. His hair stood on end, his blood almost froze, and he whirled around. A man, dressed in a plain white robe, stood quietly 3 steps away. The man's features and age were obscured, but his eyes, deep as the starry sky, seemed to hold all the secrets of the world. You just stood there, yet you instilled in Chu Tian a fear stemming from his very survival instincts, like an ant gazing up at the heavens. A senior. Chu Tian's voice was hoarse. He tried to force a smile, but it looked worse than crying. His late-stage golden core divine sense couldn't perceive the other party's presence at all. If he hadn't seen it with his naked eye, he would have thought there was nothing there. What level of skill is this? Immediately afterwards, Chu Tian saw you raise your hand and lightly tap with your index finger. Without light or sound, Chu Tian felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, as if the lights of the entire world had been extinguished in an instant. Before losing consciousness, the last thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It's over. I've been opened. The wizarding world, astral realm, continent of Avalis, deep within the dark forest, a towering wizard's tower stands silently. The tower was constructed of some kind of dark stone, its surface covered with intricate runes, which shimmered with a faint blue light under the hazy moonlight. At the top of the tower, a young man suddenly awoke from his meditation, gasping for breath, his forehead covered in cold sweat. Huff, huff. I never expected that practicing that mental magic would cause nightmares. Chu Tian gasped for breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, his eyes still filled with lingering fear. He dreamt that he had transmigrated to a world of cultivation, where he rapidly rose to power using a simulator's cheat-like abilities. However, one day the simulator suddenly malfunctioned, and he was ultimately killed by a phantom figure. I dreamt I was transported to a world of cultivation. The simulator malfunctioned, and someone even opened my box. This dream was terrifying. Chu Tian shook his head and smiled bitterly, trying to dispel the unease in his heart. Thankfully, it was just a dream, and that makes sense. How could a simulator malfunction? Besides, I clearly transmigrated to a wizarding world, so where did this cultivation come from? He got up and walked to the window, gazing at the bioluminescent fungi floating in the forest outside, his mood gradually calming down. Everything in the world of Avalis is real and tangible. The magical energy permeating the air, the open rune analysis book on his desk, and the faint flow of magic at his fingertips all reminded him of his current place. However, this dream did serve as a reminder. I need to be more cautious in the future. Chu Tian's expression turned serious. The wizarding world is far more dangerous than the cultivation world of my dreams. The wizards here are all ancient monsters who have lived for countless years, cunning and unpredictable. A single misstep can lead to utter destruction. Although he had confirmed it was a dream, Chu Tian, still shaken, decided to immediately activate a simulation to check if he was safe. As the simulation began, an invisible fluctuation, intertwined with cause and effect and space-time, quietly spread from Qian's center, sweeping across the continent of Avalis like ripples. This fluctuation was so subtle that even many high-level wizards failed to notice it, yet it did not escape your perception. In the void, you silently observe all of this, a faint smile playing on your lips. It's done. This simulator isn't bound to a single world after all. It can simulate the rules of the world we're currently in. I just didn't expect the simulator's search range to be so small without the involvement of higher dimensional forces. I wonder, as Chu Tian develops further, will it be able to simulate the great war between the wizarding world and the descendant world? That's right, it was you who moved Chu Tian from the cultivation world to the wizarding world. At the moment the box was opened, you used unparalleled methods to strip Chu Tian of his immortal cultivation and memories. At the same time, by combining his own innate will with his talent, he avoided the ancient mark deep within the simulator. You've imprinted your control mark into the core logic of the simulator. Then, you will bring Chu Tian into the wizarding world, erase his golden core cultivation, and instead infuse him with an equivalent amount of wizarding essence to help him rebuild a first-ring wizard's body. You even used your control over the simulator to subtly modify the historical data and future projection logic stored within it, making it perfectly aligned with the true trajectory of the wizarding world. Even if Chu Tian suddenly felt like reviewing past simulation records one day, he would only see a self-consistent history that fits the development of the wizarding world and would never realize that the world has already quietly changed. After all, you calibrated simulator's database based on the realistic future possibilities of the Avalis world. However, the primary function of that mark is to gradually analyze the emulator's operating principles. Especially each time Chu Tian starts the simulator's core power surges like a tide, revealing its structure and inherent concepts before your eyes. This dynamic analysis is, in some ways, more efficient than forcibly refining this mysterious artifact. Otherwise, you would have already detached the simulator directly from Chu Tian's true spirit. Speaking of which, you gaze towards the wizarding world, your gaze piercing through layers of dimensions. Chu Tian may become the key figure in determining the outcome of the war between the wizarding world and the world of the descendants. Because you've already decided that, even if you break through, you won't directly intervene in the war between the two worlds. After all, exposing your involvement in the war is nowhere near as satisfying as sneaking in from behind the scenes. The simulator's ability to predict the future, if used in the collision of two worlds, you no longer speak, but simply observe. But Chu Tian's simulation continues. Text scrolls across the screen, showcasing his various possible futures in the wizarding world. And with each simulation, the mysteries of the simulator are revealed to you a little more, bringing you one step closer to breaking through that invisible constraint. It has been 60 years since you descended upon the Canyuan realm. Chu Tian at this point was no longer the first-ring wizard who had cautiously explored the world of Avalis. Over the decades, he used simulators to repeatedly predict the future, avoid risks, and seize opportunities, forcibly elevating his wizarding skills to the level of a sixth circle. Universal Wizard. Chu Tian has long since left the world of Avalis and entered the vast star realm. As he entered the astral plane, the simulator's search range expanded to cover the entire wizarding world, excluding that battlefield. During this time, you consistently used your innate abilities to analyze power concepts contained within the simulator. You peel away its surface appearance, trace its essence, and integrate countless fragmented insights into your own path of spiritual practice. Until today, with the final piece of the theory completed by the knowledge contained in the simulator, have finally touched that threshold. Your original body in the celestial realm took a step forward, your form vanished from the celestial realm, and the next moment you appeared in the chaotic void outside the Canyuan realm. You close your eyes and concentrate, your aura receding. The breakthrough has begun, but with this breakthrough, intense spatial and temporal fluctuations began to appear around you. At first, it was just a tiny ripple, like a drop of water falling into a calm lake, but it quickly turned into a surging wave. The boundless spiritual world, deep within your will, begins to tremble violently. At the heart of that world, the hazy silhouette of a long river gradually emerges, traversing the past, present, and future of the entire spiritual world. Every drop of water is a snapshot of a moment in time. Every wave is a turning point in destiny. The accumulation of time is not something that can be achieved overnight. It extracts concepts from nothingness, refines essence from the world, and weaves patterns from rules. As the long river became clearer, countless overlapping images appeared in the boundless spiritual world. It's as if a mirror has been shattered, each fragment reflecting a different scene. That's a manifestation of parallel universes. Each double image represents a possibility, a branch, an unchosen future in a different world. All countless possibilities bloom simultaneously, only to gradually recede as the river of time stabilizes. When the river of time completely solidified, countless parallel universes appeared in that instant, and your aura began to surge at an incredible speed. But this is just the beginning. Although with a slight thought, the already formed river of time suddenly swayed at both ends, slowly bending under the pull of your will. The head and tail gradually approach each other, eventually joining together to form a perfect loop. At this moment, the boundless spiritual world forms a circular space-time loop. The past is the future, and the future is the past. The beginning and the end coincide, endlessly repeating, without beginning or at this moment, your existence seems to transcend the constraints of linear time, standing outside of time. Immediately afterwards, the power of cause and effect emerges from your body. It is a power more mysterious than space and time, formless and intangible. Yet it connects all things. Under the influence of the power of cause and effect, a second long river slowly emerged within the already formed, boundless spiritual world. It is woven from the threads of cause and effect of all beings. Every ripple is the aftershock of a choice, and every stream is a trajectory of destiny. This is the river of destiny. The moment the river of destiny appeared, it resonated with the river of time and space. Two long rivers intertwine, time and space as the warp, destiny as the weft, together weaving a vast net that covers everything. Your will begins another leap in this resonance, a dimensional ascension, brings about a qualitative leap in your perspective and perception. Of course, your talent also played a small role in this, making the breakthrough process smoother and more natural. As your will surges, an aura powerful enough to overturn the multiverse erupts from you. This aura even slightly shook the chaos around you. After an unknown amount of time, your breathing finally calmed down. All the strange phenomena gradually subsided, the river of time and the river of destiny disappeared into the depths of the boundless spiritual world, and the chaotic void returned to silence. You have broken through to the sixth realm of the eternal true self path, the evolutionary heaven realm. Devolving the destiny of time and space, wielding control over all possibilities. Having broken through to this level, you are now able to negate established rules and, to a certain extent, rewrite the past and future of your own dimension. You can make a piece of history never happen, or you can make a possibility become an inevitability. Of course, This rewriting is not without its costs and has its limits, but compared to the past, it is a world of difference. I feel incredibly powerful right now. You sensed the power you now possessed, and a smile involuntarily crept onto your face. If, before your breakthrough, you felt pressured and needed to be cautious when facing beings beyond immortality, that's so now. Those two nine-ring wizards from the wizarding world, and the two immortals who descended upon the Zhang and Lin families of the middle world, seem utterly vulnerable to you after your breakthrough. It went from a powerful enemy to just a roadside path. How lonely it is to be invincible, you sighed, expressing a melancholy sentiment. Of course, you know that the chaotic void is vast and boundless, and there must be stronger beings there, but at least for now, no one you see is your match. You lingered in the chaotic void for a moment, briefly testing your own strength. Having become familiar with your newfound power, you turned and vanished from the chaotic void, returning to the Canyuan realm. Yet at this moment, 3 years have passed since you left Canyuan realm. Meanwhile, in the wizarding world, due to the difference in the flow of time, nearly 20 years have passed. Over the past decade or so, Chuxian's development has been remarkably rapid. He has broken through from a 6th-ring universal wizard to a 7th-ring true spirit wizard, a qualitative leap in his strength. A true spirit wizard signifies that Chu Tian's true spirit has merged with a portion of the fundamental rules of the wizarding world, enabling him to command world's power and wield immense might with every gesture. And he finally came into formal contact with the battlefield where the wizarding world clashed with the descendant world. With subsequent developments did not disappoint you. The simulator on Chu Tian's body, though disregarded by your talent, is still quite valuable. It really can simulate the long-term future of interaction between the two worlds. However, none of these future prospects are particularly favorable for Chu Tian. According to the simulator's records, thousands of years later, Chu Tian will successfully break through to the 9th ring wizard level through accumulated experience and fortuitous encounters. And meanwhile, in the world of the descendants, the Zhang and Lin families finally relented, and more than 1,000 years later, other top powers in the descendants world also began to join the battle. However, even in the face of the all-out attack from the descendants, the wizarding world stubbornly held on. Leveraging home field advantage, a long-standing heritage, and the spatial temporal barriers constructed by countless wizards, they kept their enemies out of the world. Even though the number of immortals in Descendants world is more than twice that of the wizarding world, the battle has remained in a prolonged stalemate. If that's all there is to it, given Chu Tian's growth and the resilience of the wizarding world, there might actually be a chance for a counterattack. But as time progressed to a certain point, a sudden change occurred in the world of the descendants. Suddenly, an indescribably enormous hand emerged from the void deep within the world of the descendants. It covered the entire battlefield. The lines on the palm resembled mountain ravines, and the nails gleamed with a cold light. This colossal hand simply pressed forward. Boom! The space-time barrier erected by the wizarding world shattered like fragile glass. A terrifying shockwave swept in all directions, instantly turning countless wizards to ashes. The two 9th ring wizards who were hit first, including Chu Tian in the simulated future, were brought to the brink of death by this attack, their very essence severely damaged. What happened next was entirely predictable. Without the support of its top-tier forces, the wizarding world's defenses collapsed, and the invaders' army swept in unimpeded. The wizarding world was defeated, and after entering the battlefield between the two realms, Chu Tian simulated it several times, and the result was always the same. No matter how he changed his initial choices, That colossal hand would always appear at the crucial moment, crushing all hope with absolute power. In other words, Chu Tian's simulator is temporarily frozen. Sure enough, using this kind of thing casually isn't enough. If something unexpected happens, you can easily die halfway through. You perceive this information from the Chu Tian simulator through your talent, and are filled with emotion. While the simulator is powerful and allows Chu Tian to gain an advantage at every turn, it proves inadequate against interference from higher-level forces. If Chu Tian's emulator is a top-of-the-line version, that would be fine. It can completely inherit the achievements, insights, and strength gained in each simulation into reality. But clearly, his simulator can't do that yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy for you to manipulate. Speaking of which, was the last person who made the move a higher-level descendant? Or the master of the Descendant Tower? You fall into deep thought, based on the vague information provided by the simulator and your own deductions. The person who made the final move did not truly surpass the level of a ninth-ring wizard or an immortal. The difference between the two ninth-ring wizards in the wizarding world and the owner of that giant hand is at most the difference between the early and peak stages of the same realm. However, at this level, even a slight difference can make a world of difference. Perfect timing. I've broken through to the next level now. It's time to explore the depths of the descending tower. A sharp glint flashed in your eyes. As soon as you finished speaking, a hazy blue light appeared around you. Then you took a step forward, and your figure instantly vanished from the Kangyuan realm. 10 minutes later, you appeared in the world of the Descendants. This is your first time stepping into this world in your true form. After breaking through to the heavenly realm, your talent has been further developed. Although you have never truly fought against the strongest beings in the chaos void, you possess a strong sense of self-confidence. With your current talent and your own strength, if you want to leave, no one in the entire chaos void can stop you. This confidence gives you more composure when facing the unknown. And now, in this chaotic void filled with cunning old foxes, you finally have the capital to act recklessly. After arriving in the world of the Descendants, you did not alert anyone, nor did you incur the wrath of the world's rules. Your existence has already enabled you to deceive or adapt to the rules of different worlds to a certain extent, and you no longer need to rely on a counterpart to obtain registration. You once again focused your innate power into your eyes, your gaze piercing through layers of void, looking towards the most central and mysterious region of this world. The location of the main body of the descending tower. It was a colossal tower that defies accurate description. It is not fixed in one place, but exists simultaneously in the gaps between countless dimensions. The tower is formed by countless chains of rules, and its surface flows with the phantoms of billions of worlds. It is both a physical entity and a concept. It continuously draws energy from the chaotic void, transforming it into the power of descent that can be used by the descent beings. As your investigation deepens, you gradually see the true nature of the Tower of Descent. It and Chu Tian's simulator belong to the same level of creation. About 1.5 levels above immortal. However, the difference is that the simulator is man-made, while the descending tower is a natural product, a treasure naturally born from the chaotic void. And at the very core of the Tower of Descent, you saw a figure. He sat cross-legged on a lotus platform made of rule-based runes, his eyes slightly closed, his aura intimately connected to the tower, as if he were breathing. He is refining the core of the descending tower, a secret treasure, attempting to gain complete control over it. Judging from his aura, this person's cultivation level is 1 level higher than that of immortal. Good heavens, it's actually a god-based style. Upon seeing this scene, you instantly conjured up an epic novel of at least 800 chapters in your mind. This person's cultivation level is only one level above immortal. Although his cultivation level is higher than mine, I should be able to fight him. You calmly assess the relative strengths of both sides. Although you are lower in cultivation level than your opponent, cultivation level is one thing, and combat strength is another. Even if you judge that you can win, you wouldn't rush in head first out of sheer enthusiasm. You've only just broken through to the heavenly transformation realm. This is the golden period for your strength to rapidly increase. With each additional day of practice, your understanding of the new realm deepens and your control over your power strengthens. The opponent has clearly reached a critical stage in refining the tower's core and may not be able to escape easily. Can you use this time to continue developing your character and further increase your chances of winning? This is at least your first time taking the initiative. If you lose, wouldn't you become a laughingstock? But even if you can't beat me, you can still run away. You've run away quite a bit before. But a strategic retreat and actively seeking trouble are two different things. Being forced to flee when you can't win is a different matter. After returning from the world of the Advent, you begin preparing for the final battle. The time flies, and 3 years have passed since your breakthrough. At this moment, within the long river of time in the Canyuan realm, your figure appears and disappears. The heavens of Canyuan realm are often rippled with space-time due to your presence, and the trajectories of stars subtly shift accordingly. All living things can sense a new aura, transcending time and space, being conceived. You are surrounded by countless fragments of space-time that are shattered and then reassembled. Each fragment reflects a piece of history, a possibility. Finally, at this moment, you radiate a dazzling light that transcends the past and future. The river of time manifests its phantom beneath your feet, and your Taoist voice echoes throughout the 3,000 immortal realms and countless lower realms. The Canyuan realm trembled, and the great Tao resonated. With a single step, you stood at the pinnacle of this realm, receiving the homage of all Taos. From this day forward, you become the 4th Tao ancestor of the Canyuan realm, the Tao ancestor of time and space. Besides you, a Tao ancestor from another world, there have been 3 Tao ancestors. Native to the Canyuan realm since ancient times, these are the 5 elements Tao ancestor, who governs the origin of the 5 elements and maintains the foundation of the world, and the Yin-Yang Tao ancestor, who governs the yin and yang energies and balances the birth and death of all things, and the immortal ancestor who pioneered cultivation in Canyuan and spread the Tao to all living beings. The 3 ancient beings each guarded their respective regions. Now, with your arrival, the supreme order of the Canyuan realm has evolved into a 4-way balance. After reaching the Tao ancestor realm within the immortal Tao system, you begin to delve into the ultimate truths of the wizarding world. You systematically organize the knowledge of the wizarding system from the very beginning, from the most basic principles of meditation to the structural principles of ring level magic, and then to the analysis and application of the world's rules. Every step was repeatedly verified and refined with an almost demanding attitude. You re-examine the path of wizardry from a higher perspective, discovering many subtle details you hadn't noticed before. Countless truths collide and recombine within your consciousness. The 10th year after the breakthrough. Finally, at this moment, all the wizarding knowledge within you coalesces into a single point of pure light, the light of truth. The moment the light bursts forth, 9 dazzling halos appear behind you, each inscribed with the ultimate form of the wizarding world's rules. 9 interlocking rings form a perfect cycle. You have officially stepped into the realm of the 9th ring wizard. At this moment, in addition to the eternal true self path you created yourself, You also possess the supreme realms of Immortal Tao Ancestor and Nine-Ring Wizard. These three paths run parallel, complementing each other, resulting in a significant increase in your strength. Either the 20th decade after the breakthrough, the countless primordial thoughts you scattered upon your arrival in this world have long since become a natural part of the great cycle of heaven and earth in the Kanyuan realm, and you, as the origin of these thoughts, have thus formed an unprecedentedly deep connection with the heavenly Tao of the Kanyuan realm. This grants you greater authority over heaven and earth than the other three Tao ancestors. The five elements. Ancestor governs the material cycle, the yin-yang ancestor controls the energy balance, and the immortal ancestor governs the cultivation pathways. But you, the ancestor of time and space, have touched upon the most fundamental operating logic of the world. The world takes is within your perception. Afterwards, you began to use your immense power, your position as the ancestor of time and space, and your control over heaven and earth to attempt to seize control of the past and future of the Kanyuan realm. However, when you began to draw upon the power of the Tao ancestor and imprint your mark upon space-time, the other three Tao ancestors of the Kanyuan realm simultaneously sensed it. The three Tao ancestors acted almost simultaneously, attempting to prevent you from gaining complete control over space-time. The five elements Tao ancestor mobilized the power of the five elements of the world, transforming them into five divine mountains that press down upon you. The yin-yang Tao ancestor activates the yin-yang millstone, intending to erase your spatial and temporal imprint. The immortal ancestor then pointed a finger, its tip containing the power to break through all laws and unify them, attempting to suppress you with his status as the ancestor of the immortal path. Faced with the combined obstruction of three beings of the same realm, you merely raised your hand. Time and space-time are folded, distorted, and reassembled in your palm. The five sacred mountains are trapped in a time loop, forever falling but never reaching you. The yin-yang millstone is divided by space, preventing the yin and yang energies from merging. The immortal ancestor's finger strike was slowed down 1 billion times as it approached you, eventually dissipating into nothingness. The suppression effect of the ancestor of immortal's status is utterly useless. You didn't even move a step, yet you suppressed three Tao ancestors with just one hand. Yet ultimately, you possessed the entirety of time and space, the past, present, and future of the Kanyuan realm were all under your gaze. The 40th decade after the breakthrough, you've decided to attempt to draw the entire Kanyuan realm into your boundless spiritual world. You wish to make the Kanyuan realm a part of the heavens created by your will, while maintaining its independence and integrity. Previously, your actions involved transforming people from other worlds into souls, similar to those of the Fuyao dynasty, then placing them into the spiritual world, while the world itself was transformed into pure energy and the concept of rules as nourishment. This is the first time you've incorporated the world into the boundless spiritual world, while preserving its integrity and independence. You have arrived at the end of time and space in the Kanyuan realm. This is where time begins and where time ends. Standing here, you can witness both the birth and the annihilation of the world. Close your eyes, and the powerful will of the heavenly derivation realm will fully unfold. At this moment, your will, like an invisible light, instantly covered the entire timeline of the Kanyuan realm. From the first wisp of spiritual energy at the beginning of creation to the last spark of starlight at the end of the world, all possibilities of the past and future are under the control of your will. You begin to pull, attempting to draw this world from the dimension of reality into the dimension of the spirit. However, the Kanyuan realm is, after all, a powerful world capable of nurturing beings beyond the immortal realm. Its world is of immense and profound nature. While you alone may be able to shake it, you will find it difficult to succeed completely. Fortunately, you also possess talent. A pure and flawless azure light emerges from the depths of your will, initially as faint as a firefly, but in an instant transforming into a radiance illuminating the boundless chaos. The azure light pierced the boundary between reality and illusion, spreading out from the chaotic void like a gentle yet sturdy cocoon, instantly enveloping the entire Kanyuan realm. Under the influence of this azure light, the material structure of the Kanyuan realm and your spiritual world begin to resonate in a wondrous way. Deep within your boundless spiritual world, the river of time and the river of destiny, constructed by your will, extends spontaneously, connecting and merging with the timeline and destiny of the Kanyuan realm. Two rivers of time flow side by side, two rivers of destiny converge. A reality and the spiritual reached a perfect balance at this moment. In a resonance that only you could hear, like the heartbeat of the world, the Kanyuan realm was completely integrated into your boundless spiritual world. It hasn't disappeared. Rather, it exists in a higher dimension, both as part of your spiritual world and maintaining a complete self-circulation. You have become the true ruler of the Kanyuan realm. The benefits of refining a world capable of nurturing beings beyond immortality are immeasurable. Your strength has increased significantly again. The 50th anniversary of the breakthrough, EU successfully raided their base. Your will, like invisible roots, has silently taken over the authority over the origin of the world, traversing the space-time of the wizarding world. The two Ninth Ring wizards, who were constantly on guard against the arrival of the newcomers, were unaware that the very foundation of the world they depended on was undergoing a fundamental change. When the final world access falls into your hands, the wizarding world will already be half yours. Having brought both worlds under your control, you begin to systematically organize what you have learned, integrating the paths of immortality, wizardry, and the cultivation system of willpower, and your summary and integration of your understanding of all the great principles of time, space, destiny, cause and effect. Create your own truly unique supernatural powers. Looking back on your journey since transmigrating, you've mostly suppressed your opponents with superior skill and overcame their skill with brute force. After reaching the mind domain realm, the eternal true self longer needs many fancy spells. Therefore, you haven't actually created many supernatural abilities to use against enemies. But even if you reach your current level, you won't be able to do it without a few powerful trump card abilities. A true powerhouse not only needs profound cultivation, but also the skills and methods to unleash that cultivation to its fullest potential. You seclude yourself in the depths of the boundless spiritual world and begin to deduce creation. Time loses its meaning here. You are immersed in an ocean of laws, dismantling, recombining, and sublimating countless ideas. The 80th anniversary of the breakthrough, you who have successfully created three great supernatural powers. The first supernatural power is called the Boundless Divine Seal Great Immortal Technique. This divine power is based on the mountain and river seal you used in your early years and incorporates your ultimate understanding of concepts such as imprisonment, suppression, and breaking spells. It is not a single supernatural power, but a complete system of hand seals. It contains 9 hand seals, each of which is an independent great supernatural power, a mountain and river seal, drawing upon the power of the world's mountains and rivers to suppress all material existence. Boundary seal, using the world as its seal, it seals off space and freezes time. A breaking seal specifically targets and destroys all laws, disintegrating all supernatural powers and techniques. The seal of overturning the world, reversing heaven and earth, overturning the rules. Cosmic light seal. Manipulates the flow of time and folds spatial dimensions. The seal of destiny. Interferes with the trajectory of cause and effect, rewriting the course of fate. A true self seal. Directly. Points to one's true nature, dispelling illusion. The seal of return to nothingness. Unleashing the power of ending, all things return to stillness. The seal of creation contains the power of new life, opening up the universe. Each of the 9 hand seals has its own emphasis. When combined, they can unleash countless seals. That is the ultimate divine power capable of suppressing time and destiny, destroying everything, and creating everything. You and the 9 seals unite. A single, all-encompassing, primordial seal will appear. The moment it is sealed will mark the rewriting of the rules. The second supernatural power is called the eternal, immovable, true self great immortal technique. This supernatural power is centered on your eternal true self, combining supreme concepts such as the eternity of time and space, and the uniqueness of destiny, and drawing inspiration from a classic novel in your past life memories. Once this technique is used, you will enter an absolute state. My body is eternal, and my true self remains unmoved. In this state, your existence is anchored at the level of the concept of the eternal true self. All external attacks, whether material, energy, laws, or conceptual, will be judged as illusory and unable to touch the real. As the saying goes, I am eternally unchanging, only I am real. All others are illusions. This is not a simple defense, but an absolute isolation at the level of existence. Unless the attacker can reach the conceptual level of the eternal self, no means can harm you in the slightest. The third supernatural power is the ultimate ascension immortal technique. This is a supernatural power you developed based on your unparalleled talent. It can ignite your will, materialize your fighting spirit, and thus infinitely elevate your own strength. Normally, burning one's will is an extremely dangerous act that can cause irreversible damage. However, by guiding this process with your special talent, you can minimize the side effects. At most, it will just be a case of excessive consumption that requires time to recover, but it won't damage the underlying structure. When you unleash this technique, your will become the fuel, your fighting spirit will become the flame, and your strength will continuously sublimate and break through within the flame until it reaches a theoretically impossible peak. This is a forbidden method that breaks with convention and transcends limits. It's one of your true trump cards. Having completed the creation of the 3 divine abilities, you feel your combat power has reached a new level. You have now not only reached a high level of understanding, but also possess the corresponding offensive and defensive capabilities. Everything is ready, you say, gazing into the depths of the boundless chaos. It's time to reclaim my tower of descent. The moment the words to your lips, you appeared on the battlefield where the wizarding world and the descendants clashed. Your sudden appearance instantly drew the attention of everyone present. But before anyone could react, powerful, all-powerful will to overturn everything emanates from you, at everyone on the battlefield. Whether it was a 9-ringed wizard in the wizarding world, or an immortal being in the descendants' world, they all froze at the same moment. This is the terrifying aspect of the will of the heavenly realm. When the will becomes powerful enough, it can suppress everything. Then, a gigantic hand radiating azure light emerged from the chaotic void. This hand was as large as a star, and the patterns on its palm were manifestations of endless laws. It gently held the entire wizarding world in its grasp, as if holding a delicate glass ball. In an instant, the wizarding world was completely refined and integrated into your boundless spiritual world, including everyone on the battlefield. At this point, the wizarding world is completely yours. After gathering all your possessions, you arrived directly outside the world of the descendants. From the perspective of the chaos, the world of the descendants is a world far larger than the wizarding world and the Kanduan realm. You can feel the radiance flowing across the world's barriers, but none of this can stop your steps.